Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to the CCT Series 2. Of course, we are now in Season 3 as we are going to be kicking things off and getting things going, as always, with the play-in stage. But it is a very important day because it is a decider day to see who is actually going to make it in through the next round as we make our way forward. And we're looking forward to these decider games. We're going to be taking a look at all of the action, Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D, and we've got some really exciting matchups as well. Perplexity taking on Sangal, and we do have indeed Sabre taking on Aitson, so the UK being very well represented as well in this one. X-Permitta taking on Unity is going to be our third game of the day. And then Leo taking on FAVBET is going to be a little Ukrainian derby as we do get down to it for the last and final game of the day. Really exciting stuff, though, as this one, I'm looking forward to this first match. I can't lie. I'm gonna be completely honest about this one. Perplexity and Sangal, of course, I've had my history with Perplexity myself with this core, and this Sangal team have impressed me in a couple of moments. But for me, this Sangal team, they just haven't been as consistent, unfortunately, and this is a little bit of a problem with them. I really like the additions when they decided to pick up this Permitta core because, I really like Masters and IGL. I think he's very good. I think Beanox as an entry is probably one of the best, entries that I've seen in Poland in that kind of tier 2 space, and then Mari as well, a very good role player that can kind of do a bit of everything, but is absolutely no stranger to popping off in the server, like we've seen on Inferno against Amcal, to actually win that match and make sure that they get into the decider game to not get eliminated. They got outclassed by TNL, then beat Amcal, and now they're here facing off against this Perplexity side. You may recognize them as Alaska, Verdant. They go from so many names, even Viperio before that. A couple of them, Artist and Extinct, have been the two longest standing members of this team for a very, very long time. And this is their first event that they are going to be playing without Giraffe as well, since way back when they picked them up in 2019. So this is a weird roster for me, definitely, to kind of look at and not see Giraffe in there, but they've been already getting some pretty good results. I mean, they managed to take down Amcal, completely outclassed them on map 1 and map 2, but were completely dominated by TNL when they came up against them. Got destroyed on Nuke, got destroyed on Dust 2. But talking about, people that I'm expecting to see in the server, I already touched on Beanox and what he can do for the team in terms of his entry power. It's Vacancy on the other side as the hard entry for Perplexity, especially in that Amcal game when we had a look at them on Ancient. Vacancy was just too hot to handle, being sent out in towards middle, almost getting a double kill nearly every single time. So Vacancy is definitely a guy that you need to keep an eye on, and with no Giraffe now in this lineup, somebody needs to step up, and I'm glad to see that kind of Vacancy is kind of taking that into his own hands and saying, all right, it's kind of my time now to show what I'm made of and get, a better performance out of me. And I think this Perplexity side are going to value a lot that he can bring to the table. But I mean, Beanox, he is just in another level. He is a class above, I would say, in terms of what he can provide for his team. He's always a consistent element in this roster for Sangal, and if Beanox is going to have a good day, he can really just poke holes in your bomb site with ease. So that's going to be a big problem if you're not able to neutralize him, and it'd be a big problem if we don't know what maps we're going to be heading on to. And looking at this veto, absolutely no surprises that we're not going to see an Ancient or a Mirage. Perplexity have usually been getting rid of that Mirage. Sangal always seem to be parting ways with that Ancient. A train pick is a little bit of an intriguing one as we do get down to it. I don't even think Perplexity are going to be that mad about a train pick, but Sangal deciding to choose into it. There was maybe a couple of other options that they could have went for, deciding maybe not to try their hand at an Anubis or the likes of a Dust 2. Perplexity, as always, sticking with their guns. They are going to try and pick into a nuke. They picked it into TNL and got absolutely dominated. But as long as I've known this roster, nuke has always been a strength for them, and maybe trying to take advantage of Sangil's poor form on this map as well. Anubis and Dust 2 getting removed on out in the second wave of bans, meaning we do have an Inferno Decider. And an Inferno Decider will mean that, you know, we've actually only seen Sangha and Perplexity pick up a single win on this map on HLTV in the last 3 months, which is very surprising that this has been left to a decider, but I suppose that is fair. And funny enough, both of those wins came in this event, in this play-in stage, and both of them against Amcal. 13-6 for Sangil, 13-5 for Perplexity. So Inferno should be a very intriguing map 3 if we do actually get down to it, and I'm definitely excited to see if it does go there. But if I was to hazard a guess, in all honesty, not really a big fan of this train pick from Sangil. I think it can go against you, especially if Perplexity get a hot start on their CT side, and that's exactly where we're going to be heading, jumping straight into the action. Map 1 getting underway. Sunday usually the day of rest, but there is no rest for the wicked here at CCT, and we're getting underway with this one. Sangil kicking things off by making their way over through the brown halls, trying to maybe make their way down towards B. Haven't really decided where they want to get off to. Could still make their way down towards Pop. Not a lot of information gathered for Perplexity. I believe there is 2 players playing close towards A main. Waiting for a little bit of a pounce at any moment, and here it comes. Util gonna rain on over. 2 players making their way out over towards the heavens. So the CPs are holding strong for now, but Tree and Extinct will both fall to the same fate as the Glock's just taking them down. Perplexity are gonna have to rotate in to a little bit of madness, walk through smokes, try and find some nice timings, and they found one, but this is a little bit awkward. Mast was taking and seeking refuge in that smoke, and unbeknownst to Perplexity, as he mows down 2, Beanox collects another, and Sangil will be denied initially making their way into that bomb site, but eventually just overwhelmed the CTs. Bet investment's going to come back here from Perplexity, and it's aggression all the way through Pop. Extinct is getting very close to the action. Crossfire already mounted up and now discovered. Extinct is actually going to go down, but it's a good refrag from Tree. A lot of damage done to Blitz, and they will just get him out of there quickly. But Sangil now a little bit worried about this crossfire. Is going to just wait for more numbers to arrive to clear out both of these angles. They should be worried because Vacancy and Artist are also getting going. They're also getting moving. Vacancy happy enough just to pick up that SMG and just stay put. And Perplexity are waiting for this walk into Pop to happen. And they might get their wish. Danist needs to be very careful about this one. Vacancy already ready. There's 1, there's 2. Vacancy looking for that little bit more, and a lot of damage done to Mari. This is a big problem. Mari didn't want to go, but Mass is telling him to make his way forward. They know surely there's another one in there, and they will clear out the IGL of Perplexity. Artist will fall. Vacancy has done a lot of work in this round right now, but Perplexity still do not have a read that this is going to be A or B. That smoke is going to pull 360 on over. That's at least something that is going Perplexity's way right now, because these rifles, long range, could be a big problem. 360 needs to get this information and get away unscathed, and oh yeah, he's caught a glimpse. That's absolutely perfect, and I don't believe they've seen him, so 15 seconds, bomb will go down. Mari still extremely low, but just so much util on the side of the T's right now. And Mast is staying put. He's playing for the round. Mari is going to be on an island right now and completely isolated. That's going to be such a mad problem. 360 needs to connect the bullets. Rest with a wonderful headshot with that scout, and all of a sudden, this is maybe getting scary here for Sangal. Mari drops a molly on the bomb. This is going to mean that it is going to come down to the wire to get onto this bomb for the defuse, and Mari might just be able to do enough. Flash comes in. One bullet is all that's needed to connect. Completely blind. Mari will find that kill. Rest is just sticking it, and Mari on 1 HP pulls off an amazing clutch to get us going already. I would have loved to see that from 360's POV. I wonder, was he actually caught by that flashbang? Or was he just pre-firing, hoping for the best? Whatever happened, Mari played it to perfection. And unfortunately for Perplexity, they just couldn't find the kill when they needed to. That really would have been a kick in the teeth for Sangal early on their T side. Instead, they begin to wreak a little bit of havoc, because that was the investment in the last round. No investment this time, except for Vacancy, who has an M4. 360 up close towards main could be a problem if he's unchecked, but they're just losing so many bodies right now. 360, even if he does gather up a kill, it's going to simply mean no more. And Rez knife out. Surely his ticket is going to be punched, and indeed it will be. Sangal, a 3-0 start for them. But here we go. We've got the rifles coming out next. Vacancy playing with an SMG because of that hero rifle he purchased in the last. And this is when you need to kind of see things turn around a little bit. Sangal on this T side have had the perfect start. With Perplexity, this is the time that you need to try and stop it. Don't want to let Sangal get 4, possibly even 5 after that already. Could lead to massive issues. Vacancy getting aggressive with that SMG, and Extinct will go down, but the trade is going to be good enough to keep Perplexity comfortable in this situation. Smoke's going in towards A main. They have that control at least. It's 360 that is on an island right now, because he doesn't have any fast rotations, and he needs to be very careful if he peeks in towards upper like this. Gets a kill, unfortunately, doesn't get away. Stuck around, I believe, for another fight. It's a 3 versus 3. And with all the chances in the world right now, Rest is now manned that B bomb site as he rotates on over. Artist is pushed all the way deep through Ivy, so he's got all that information too, which is going to mean that Vacancy is going to make his way over towards B, and this is a pretty heavy gamble play from the CT side right now, but it looks like it might work out. Still plenty of util. No smoke for lower, though, could be a problem, because Vacancy and Res, they're already out. And actually, Sangal are going to decide that they're just going to 3-man walk out upper. 2 men at least. Molly comes in, that's going to force a couple of players wide. Need to find the shots, and players fall. It's absolutely lovely for Sangal. Artist is now just a million miles away, and surely the IGL doesn't even have eyes for this round anymore. The rifle is just needed to do that little bit better. In a 3 versus 3, both of them just fall flat, unfortunately. That means Sangal are going to have a 4-0 lead already on this T side. But it doesn't feel like a game that has been completely squeaky clean, and it's because it hasn't. This one has not been really comfortable for Sangal at all, I would say. They're being made to think about a lot of these rounds, but this mid-rounding that we're seeing, I don't know if it is coming directly from Master or if it's somebody else on the team, but their mid-round calls have been very solid to get them out onto bomb sites, to get them bomb plants. And of course, a very impressive Mari clutch in round 2 meant that they didn't get reset early on. Mari's one of those people that I was saying that he can have a big game in him. He had a tricky series against TNL. He got absolutely dominated and couldn't get into the game. But he's bounced back from that completely with his performance against Amcal in an elimination game to get to this decider. instinct. Falls flat over towards Ivy. Perplexity didn't invest too much in this round. They have the AWP of Artist, but that can discover absolutely nothing. 360, the B player, known to this Sangral side. Means this is going to be a 5-0 lead for the T's. Sangal running away with this one early. Perplexity need to bounce back. This gun round is a necessity. You cannot keep letting Sangal get away with this over and over and over again. You need to put a stop to this. I would not say that Sangal have been completely perfect. They've just found a couple of openings in a couple of the right places.
Terrorists win.
An important round in an important moment. And a wonderful time for attack us, because Perplexity are kind of getting towards that point of no return. 7-5 is still possible in their eyes. Just need to make sure that you actually win this round and then at least get a couple under your belt so you have a chance on this map at least. Sangal looking to make it 3 in a row. On train. Beat Alliance, beat Ruby. Looking to beat Perplexity. Perplexity not won this map against EU competition. Not with this core. Not on HLTV. And Rest going down early on, playing the pixel angle, and that's just too easy of an opener to be given. Vacancy at least trades one back, so they are still in this round. But Sangal for the first time gonna make that kind of approach up towards Ivy. Vacancy saw on the jiggle, Blitz doing a lot of damage to him. Well-timed Molotov to force Vacancy back and take away more health. Vacancy still fighting though, not shying away from this engagement whatsoever. Neither is Artist. He's already collected one. Himself and Extinct just trying to lock this in. Extinct walking through that smoke actually catches a glimpse of Danist. This is now uncharted water for Sangal. Very split. Blitz trying to creep his way out. Pop. Artist has walked behind Mari. Mari's realised that Blitz going down though now as Vacancy tries to get away to safety, and 360 has got closer to him for a little bit of backup, and Mari, surely he doesn't pull off another 1 versus 2 clutch. This time he's got all the HP in the world, and it's Vacancy that is extremely low about this one. Steps to double peak, and Mari, they just give it to him. They try and just double swing to take him out of the round, and Mari just holds down Mouse 1, holds down his spray, and Sangal, they are wondering what Mari has done to wake up in these last couple of days. How he's kind of found his footing, how he's kind of found his form. That's a 4K in this round. Currently 10-1, and single-handedly he is demolishing Perplexity. Well-timed flash, 360, looking for just that little bit more, but nobody with him. These pistols, still a tricky customer. Still finding moments of success, but again, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't look like it's going to be anything. Vacancy is waiting for somebody to walk to him. Danist shouldn't make his way over. Blitz is all the way out towards B. He's cleared that part of the map completely. And Rest is now going to Rude Awakening as he makes his way through Connector. It's a Sangal round for certain. Perplexity now Another buy round to try and topple this Sangha Empire. Fast round making their way out. It's a complete shutdown for the moment for the CTs. They're holding on for dear life right now. Finding a lot of success, but Mari and Danis now could make things a little bit interesting for the T's. Smoke goes down, the peak comes in from 3 and needed to find that kill. Needed to take the upper out of the round. Know where Mari is, and this time they won't give him a chance to play this one out. Perplexity, they finally have one on the board. Sangha try and go just a little bit too quick to catch Perplexity with their pants down. They were completely ready. Stop the initial hit. Then eventually just cleaned up the rest of the mess on that A bomb site. Don't see that aggression coming in once again. Walk through Ivy. 360 with an opener. This time not traded out. That's a big problem for Sangha. Mari going for that peak, and Artist will just shut him down. Wants to try and back away safely, and will be able to do so. We've got information on one more being outside. A main right now. They would have heard that flash. By the time Molotov, Beanox can peek behind it though, and he just gathers a little bit of information there for the T side as they look to maybe explode out on B. Resist needs to make his way over towards 3 here just to fortify this B bomb site a little bit. He will do so. That smoke goes down at a wrong timing, but Master Beanox, they respect it. They have to. They've no other option. They couldn't just send it through. But have definitely been trapped instead. Oaks now and Molly's going to head over towards this B-bomb site. HE hit the mark for the CTs, but now they need to just hit some bullets to make sure that Sangha don't even get a bomb plant in this one. And Mass trying to walk through the smoke. They're meeting in the middle. Mass now realizing it. Extinct and Mass getting into a battle that Extinct is just going to win. And Danis has no other option but to fall away here. Perplexity. I've hit the right note for a second time in this game. Danis won't be able to save anything at all. Still, the money is looking sharp on that T side, and Sangha realizing, you know, they've still got a chance to completely put this game to bed in the first half. They just need to make sure that they win this next round. All right, Perplexity are getting a little bit of confidence now, but that is easily wiped away with a round win here. But it does kind of come back to the earlier point that I was making, that I don't think, you know, if we were looking at the scoreline, we were looking at a 7-0 Sangha. I don't think it was a 7-0 game, in all honesty. We're talking a couple of big clutches coming out from Mari. If he doesn't win those, it's a different story. It has been competitive in terms of the rounds that we have been watching, and Sangha have been made work for a lot of them. It's just that they've pretty much won the coin toss every single time. Sometimes that happens, and it can be hard to get back into a game because of it. Sometimes it does come down to who is just winning the clutches. Hello. Perplexity right now. In an okay spot, they can recover this to 5. They just need to make sure they stop this one, as Sangha, they are getting ready for a B play. 360 just getting out of harm's way and getting a smoke down. Needs to be screaming for another rotation. Problem is, you don't have info. You don't know that they're all grouped up. Players on A are not playing close enough. instead you're just dumping this util, and that smoke is going to worry a little bit. Extinct has actually pushed all the way deep here. He's cleared all the way through A main, so Mason vacancy will be a little bit closer. Molly coming over. This execute about to happen. 30 seconds as the T's try and make their way out onto the bomb site, and they're met with no resistance at all, except Resist, who gets going. The CT's finding these kills now as they try and just sandwich and enclose on this bomb site. Mass simply just has nowhere to go, and he's being ran down by 3 players. Surely there's absolutely no way out for the IGL of Sangal, and there isn't. You forfeit a bomb plant in this round, but Perplexity do not care about the money that Sangal are going to be bringing forward. They just care about winning rounds. They just care about making this game as close as they can in this first half. That's now 3 in a row. Enoch's going to be able to field an AK. That's at least something for Sangal to use in this round. Enoch's going to be boosted up. Extinct though, look at this. Absolutely no respect for him whatsoever. No respect for anybody in towards A main right now. And this is going to get messy if a step is going to be made. 2 players up extremely close. Vacancy's going to go down. They don't know about Extinct. He hasn't moved out of this corner. Surely they realize that there's another player close. No, he's going to go completely uncleared. Extinct now doesn't realize there's 2 more players and just goes wandering into the line of sight of 2 more. Drops 2. Wasn't expecting anybody else to be there. And now this is where it gets a little bit awkward for Perplexity. This is the only one on the bomb site right now. 360 making his way close through pop. Artist coming for a big flank. Rest is just playing this one to perfection. He's just backed all the way up as Sangal try and walk on him and get shut down. That's now 4 in a row for Perplexity. Momentum swinging in this one into Perplexity's favor, but the problem is, have Sangal built up too much on their T side for Perplexity now to handle? Or can Perplexity get all 5 and can Train be made into a little bit of a game here? It already is. Artist should be able to get one and get away here, and that's absolutely perfect. Blitz going down. Playing around that smoke. They weren't holding firm. They are walking on him though, which is a big problem. Aniston Mast making their way forward, but Mast just goes a little bit too early, and Artist is just going to gobble up that chance. That's an easy one for Artist. He's going to go back for a little bit more, and Artist claiming 3 in this round. The call to go double B was something that Sangal were just not expecting, and they just continuously peak into the Irish Hopper. 2v5 on the cards now for Sangal. Formation is going to be key. And Vacancy has it all. He spotted both of them in towards pop. One of them at the very least. And they're terrified of where Artist has gotten off to here. Vacancy still happy enough to just hang around in towards pop. And Sangal might be forced into a B play here. I don't think they have any other option, but 2 players to get into this bomb site, they need to be absolutely perfect on the entries. Extinct holding towards heaven right now is going to be the first point of contact. Well-timed Molly, 360 will just burn Mary up, and it's Beanox trying to make his way out, but it's a 360 double to seal it. 5 in a row for Perplexity. To bounce back in that first half, is it too little, too late? You feel that this pistol is necessary for both sides just to kind of feel comfortable. Perplexity to feel comfortable that they can complete this comeback. For Sangle, just to feel comfortable in this game, because it's all well and good winning 7 rounds in a row, but they were outclassed in the last couple, where it wasn't even that close. And this is going to be a fast pistol coming out here from Perplexity, trying to make their way out towards this bomb site. Mask going down just to kick things off. Doc's now on the back of the site. He needs to be cleared out, and he's just going to be ran down by these Glocks, these pistols, getting a whole lot closer. Blitz just sending it through the smoke right now. It's going to cause a little bit of havoc, and Blitz with that double might have just saved this round completely here for Sangle. Extinct and Artist need to try and double up. This Irish duo going to try and get things going in their favour, and Extinct is running down Blitz. Is an absolutely perfect peak for him to take. A risky one indeed with the bomb on his back, but he might have just saved the round. 2 versus 2. And Artist and Extinct not playing together whatsoever. Artist biding his time here, waiting for a peek, trying to catch the timing onto Mari, and he gets it wrong. Can't find the kill. Extinct has been spotted too. This is a big problem. He needs to buy time. There's no kit in play for the CTs. They didn't pick it up. Blitz had one, but they didn't find it. But instead, they will find out Extinct, and they will get this defuse pulled off. They just needed to buy enough time, and I don't blame them for realizing that there was a kit in play. They had to kind of play that one a little bit aggressive. And it was a desperate dash over towards that B-bomb site to try and salvage things completely, because Blitz made it so winnable for Sangle. And in that 2v2, Sangle just come out a little bit better. But Perplexity with that bomb plant will at least mean that they will buy into this round, and they have a chance to strike Sangle down early on. Oh, that's a big take from Extinct to kick things off, and this one Mast lucky to still be standing. That just confirms your suspicions that they are on a force buy. Extinct, a lot of damage, no kills. Now it just really comes down to if they can get out on B. Smoke and a singular flash. That's all that Perplexity have. Wanted to put the majority of it into the weapons, and Artist has lost his head with it. 45 seconds, and it's holding strong on the bomb site. Himself and Danis just locking this one in for now. Resist will get out. He will get this plant. A 2v4, 360 can take down 2 of them. Danis has crept into a nice little position. 360, good enough for just a 1. 2 players were low enough that body tag from 360 would have actually been enough to just take them out of the round, so it wasn't completely out of the question. Again, that one extremely close. Extinct very unlucky not to get that kill onto Mast. He just survived onto 3 he was on 3 HP, and then Beanox just gets the better of him in towards bomb plant for Perplexity. Another little roll of the dice with a half bite. Perplexity need to be careful though. They don't want to get drawn into these kind of dangerous games over and over again. Continuous investments. Flash it towards Laura. Blitz is going to try and get this molly down to 360. Oh, wanted to just be that little bit quicker, but Blitz was just so ready for any aggression there. Wasn't flustered, wasn't blinded by the flashbang. It almost looks like that was the whole plan of attack for Perplexity in that round, was try and get 360 down towards that B bomb site. Blitz will probably be alone. Get there just for enough time. I saw a boost over the smoke here from Vacancy. Beanox is going to come back to have a look, but Beanox is just so ready, and Extinct needs to hope that he isn't going to be spammed on out. He has taken a little bit of space, spotted out 2 more players. Nice shot from Extinct. Needs that little bit more, but Beanox will just put him down. And Extinct tried to make the play there. Nice Deagle shot. Damage is going to be good here for Perplexity if they can get it, but 30 seconds is not a lot of time. They don't seem to realise, though, about Ivy. Now they do. Danis finds one, Mast with another, and it is only the 1 casualty in that round for Sangel. And they've picked up now 3 in a row on this CT side. For Perplexity, they've been waiting a long time for this first gun round, and this is where, unfortunately, you needed to be a stellar one. You might not get too many more of them. Beautiful Deagle shot there from Extinct. The aggression coming in here from the CTs. They're getting very close. Amen right now. Vacancy. The first man down. He's over towards Ivy with Artist. They don't take any space at all. Dan is just completely ready. Blitz towards the back of the bomb site. 360. Needs to be so careful. Rest now trying to force the issue a little bit. He's lost 360. He's just sitting on this bomb site. Blitz was ready for him. He realized it, but they're just hemorrhaging players left and right here. They're just losing men left and right, Perplexity. And already it's down to Rest and Artist. Rest now maybe trying to just get it off this B bomb site. He's been spotted leaving, but now forced to just stick around just to make sure that they're at least invested in him. At least they're interested in him, and they were, but they took him down. Just a little bit too easy there for Sangel and Perplexity. Thought it was maybe going to be a tactical timeout, but it is a technical timeout. We'll wait and see if we get any confirmation of what it will be and how long. Luckily, it is going to be a quick one. Almost like this train game. You know, it hasn't been too long of an endeavor, and Sangel have done what they needed to. What, in my eyes, wasn't really a complete whitewash for the first 7 rounds. A couple of close ones in there. Sangel have really just kind of turned it up here in this second half, and credit where credit's due. They've been the better team in a lot of scenarios. Another opener. Perplexity still trying to just force their hand one more time. See if they can just spill out towards this bomb site. Master's playing for survival right now and rushing through smokes, but he's going to be dealt with at least. Still chances here in this one for the T's. Burning up in that Molotov. Mary surely been heard, and 360 with that double. All of a sudden, this one looking completely winnable now for Perplexity. Blitz trying to walk out on a timing, and he clears the first, trying to jump up and deny the bomb. 360 taken down off it. An Artist spotted, communicated by his teammate. Blitz trying to get it done, but it's the Irish captain to step up and keep Perplexity alive. They have a chance at this one, just with that round. But are we going to see a similar story to this first half? Are we going to see Sangel dominate for the early goings, win every single round, and then all of a sudden fall flat, fall stale, and Perplexity pivot the momentum in their favour? There's a long road ahead. Still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played if we are going to see that happen. Sangel still only needs 2. Again, aggression towards Ivy, looking for an early opener, but it's not going to happen this time. Yeah, Vacancy going to be flashed in, and there it is. Mari completely undone by that Mach 10 and flashbang. Now, lurking through backlines is going to be a problem, and that's a big worry here for Sangl. It means that they can't really expend so many bodies playing close in over towards A. Nowhere feels safe on this bomb site right now. Because you now have, 4 different avenues of attack, and Mass is going to have to try and walk in to clear it. Himself and Beanox make their way forward. They know Vacancy is still sticking around there, but Perplexity might have just done enough to get over the line in this round, and indeed they have. It is nearly a clean sweep. Their savior in the last round was the only man to fall in this one. That's 2 in a row now for Perplexity. Here you see the opener, well-timed flashbang there, and just a really nice freeze, knowing that Sangl will have to go for some kind of information. An impressive entry there from Resist as well. But you've got 11-7. You've got Sangl calling another tactical timeout because they don't have the money, they don't have the funds to go for an investment here. But surely you've got a trick up your sleeve. Surely you've got something for a round like this. And that'd completely just break the backs of Perplexity. It would just kick the chair from underneath. It's just no investment at all. It is only USPs. And it is only Biddy. And it is only upper. Smoke. Up there right now. Artist is just wandering out with Extinct. They're clearing all of the A-bomb site right now. So this is where you should be a little bit worried if you're 360 and Vacancy. You might get a nasty little surprise. As far as the round goes, this one should be over and done with. And we could be talking 11-8. Masthead is going to be spotted. Couple of kills maybe to gather. You need to clear directly above you if you're rezzed, and unfortunately he won't. That is going to be a Galil brought forward for this Sangl side. Going to get a little bit messy as a lot of players are going to be sprayed on down. A couple of Galils lost even more. Nothing going to be really saved forward. I think you lose a couple too many there if you're Perplexity. Maybe 1 too many, especially that AK of 3 going down there. I understand you don't want him saving a Galil. Do you really mind? Money isn't going to be that great. I understand he can drop over a weapon and they can get more util, take everybody down. It's going to be perfect, but look, now and never, it's not really going to affect the buy of this Perplexity side. Not really too big of an issue, too big of a problem. AWP in the hands of Danist. AWP in the hands of Artist. Running a little bit light on util already, Sangl. A couple of smokes. Still left. Only a singular Molotov. We'll set up over towards B. You've got Mari and you've got Blitz waiting. See if anybody's going to poke and prod over towards that B bomb site, and I believe that's where Artist is maybe heading. He was actually just faking out the steps there. Oh, Mari, is he going up through this time? And Molly goes in behind that smoke, and he's just going to sit here still. There's no info. Still you don't know. And 2 players over towards B means that Mari's going to have to go for a push eventually. Mass is in an aggressive position. He's going to be mollied out, and there's an opener right now. Perplexity trying to explode on this bomb site. Knox once again playing towards back red, but Extinct gets the better of him. Blitz trying to rotate in through Con. He has been a nuisance in this position before. Do you even want to give this one a go? And the call has been given there. The call has been given to save. Danis might not get away either. Oh, that's a big find. 360 was piling on the pressure there. And he nearly actually took him down. 12 HP. Very lucky to still be standing. That kill isn't going to change the outcome of this round. In terms of the save, though, it's going to be good. It's going to be 2 M4s brought forward. It's going to be an AWP in the mix as well. And it means you can facilitate a buy in this one. Or can you? Ooh. Goodness. If Extinct was able to get a shot off there, all of a sudden, no op. That was Giannis that was just perched up looking at him. We're talking 4 in a row now for Perplexity. And Extinct, oh, a little bit of an aggression maybe from him. He was thinking about it. Good molly, good HE. Danis has burned away a lot of his HP trying to get in towards Pop here. That's going to be a problem. And Extinct is going to try and get aggressive. But loses his life. B-Nox up close, deals with him. This is the first time that we're actually going to see Perplexity on the back foot in quite some time. Where they've lost an opening and it hasn't been traded back instantly. And they're actually going to go into a B play pretty quickly here. And I don't mind this call whatsoever because you got 2 players in towards up. Master's now rotating over towards B at a good timing. And it's a good read on the situation. Completely. Well-timed HE though. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's going to sting a little bit. Blitz needs to try and hold on. A 1-for-1 isn't going to do it though. Master's still standing here though. And Master's unknown in this situation. He's up close and Vacancy needs to be so ready, but Master's just going to take him down. And Artist now knows that he has to try and get out onto the site to try and help his teammate. But it's smoked off. No chance, and Sangha will get up onto 12. And those saved rifles doing massive, massive work in that round. And Perplexity now have to win these 3 in a row in order to force it into an OT. Double aggression in towards Oppen. Just nobody home there for Perplexity. What a great time to go for a play like this because you can be on high alert now if you're over towards Ivy. Oh, gun barrel's going to be spotted. Vacancy, yeah, not going to be blinded. The upper, and Danis is going to go back for a little bit more, and that's an over peak. Artist posted up on him. Mary tries to walk in towards Hell, but there's a double kill. There's a way into the bomb site. This might be a save for Sangle. I think Perplexity might have just saved themselves here in this situation. Artist just making sure that every nook and cranny of the bomb site is going to be clear. But overtime is not out of the question just yet. Not in the slightest. Rifles brought forward, a couple of drops going over. And if Sangha lose this one, we're talking 2,900. We're not talking a lot of money for the final round. So you can probably expect that if Perplexity get, you know, 2 kills, 3 kills in this one, it could be the save, but going for a B-rush. And Dennis has missed a shot. He needs to try and get away. He gets the molly down and just trying to get a little bit of safety, and surely the save is going to be called here. Mass just tries to run them down, but that isn't going to happen. What a well-timed call that is. Complete switch of pace over towards the B-bomb site. And Perplexity just hit me with a purpose. I'm even surprised that Mass tried to save the day there. I'm very shocked that Mass tried to go for a swing in to try and save the site. And there might be nothing saved at all. Look how aggressive Perplexity are on the hunt here. They know exactly where Mari is. He's trapped in this corner and there's just simply nothing he can do. There's going to be nothing brought forward for this round. And Perplexity with a really good understanding on that round. And Sangha have been just hit hard, hit heavy. We'll see what the investment is going to be like after this tack pause. You know, max there is going to be 2 M4s. Mari is going to be able to just one. And like even with those 2 M4s that are purchased, the util, smoke, nade, smoke, flash. Like it's not a lot here. You've no Molotovs. This one could be OT written all over it. Still, this round is always the hardest. All well and good getting back into the game and, you know, bouncing back from a 7-0 deficit. This 12th round can be the trickiest of them all, especially on a bye like this. Double push through the lower B. Mass is going to go clearing everything out. They've got control of Brown Halls, which is huge for Sangha right now. They needed to play for a piece of the puzzle. There's the flash in. Players getting blinded and Rez can't react in time. Beanox trapped in that corner. Vacancy now trying to force him out of that position. Beanox, oh, Nate doesn't do enough. And Vacancy going down too. Extinct needs to try and save them here with a kill. But it isn't going to be enough because he falls. And Artist and 360 now have to come back with a 2v4. Artist doesn't take any damage in that fight. That's going to be key. But now he's completely alone. A 1v4 necessary, required of the IGL. And how can you ask that much of him? He's done the first part. He's half the work done. But 30 seconds we're talking here to try and clear out all of these angles, all of these possibilities. And Sangle, no, it's not going to be B. Blitz is checking it periodically. Artist is seeing nothing. Artist going to get aggressive in towards connector. That's my question. Is he going to try and walk on Blitz? And he is indeed. Blitz though turns around at the moment. Artist unfortunately gets the time just a little bit wrong, and the comeback is not complete. The comeback is stopped dead in its tracks. And I mean, Sangle just about get that one done and dusted, man. That was very, very close. And, you know, you can kind of see what I meant when, you know, we were talking a 7-0 lead for Sangal. I didn't think it was a 7-0 game whatsoever. And Perplexity made it into a game there completely. And we're talking if Perplexity win a couple of those swing rounds that Sangal were able to get under their belt, man, that would have been, I think, honestly, a Perplexity win. But Sangal doing exactly what they needed to, closing out, making good on that. They would have definitely had egg on their face if they didn't close out after a 7-0 advantage in that first half. But they take their map pick. Now, heading over onto map 2, it does mean that Perplexity need to win their nuke, or they are going to be heading out of the play-ins here on deciding day. We're going to send it into a short little break. We will be back in about 10 minutes time with map number 2, so make sure not to go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking forward to the second second map of today to kick things off in our opening game. It is Group A, all through Decider Day. For our first one, we have Perplexity taking on Sangle. A close map, won the train. That Sangle were able to get over the line. Now it's on Perplexity's map pick and a T-pistol to kick things off for them. Towards lobby. A lot of presence getting ready to pop towards this A-bomb site where Sangle might not be ready for this. Mass is going to be flashed in. 360 completely blinded, and Perplexity go for a little bit of a pivot towards ramp. Blitz should be ready though to deal with this, and it's easily going to gather up the first. He's got a little bit of pressure now on him as he tries to back up and back away, and Perplexity need to be cautious that they're not going to be baited on in here. Extinct still investigating with the bomb. Is going to be a problem, because if he goes down, that's going to be the round completely, and not expecting to really begin to toy with them now if he wants. Crack angle towards Secret as the steps are now surely being heard over towards door. Both players drop onto the bomb site, and both players now spotted on out vacancy, taking a peek, taking a couple of taps, and now looking to try and find the headshot on the high HP player. He did do it, but couldn't take down the goosed man. 4 HP, and 4 HP mean that Sangle stay alive. They pick up this CT pistol, and they keep their streak going as well. They've won every single pistol so far in this series. But man, Vacancy with an incredible try in this series. But man, Vacancy with an incredible try there. Nearly a big recovery, but unfortunately does go Perplexity's way. And Sangle, CT side, already off to a hot start. They've been very streaky in this game. Started off train with a 7-0 lead if you missed that one. Perplexity then managed to bounce back and end the half 7-5. Sangle have been a little bit hot and cold, you would say, in moments. Still just doing enough. The rapping player is going to be Vacancy. Nice headshot with that Tech 9. Get no more though. Extinct up close in towards the hut, Mari. He's locked eyes on it. He's not looking away at any moment. Extinct's going to try and walk on through, and yeah, that's just going to be an easy kill for both players. Ready and waiting, and the T's get demolished down towards Secret as well, meaning that it is going to be a hot start for Sangle. 2-0. And more than likely 3, unless they slip up against a couple of pistols in the next. Damage will be absolutely perfect for the T's if they can get it. There's a trade. Dan is still trying to take a fight with the silo player. It's a dangerous game to be playing, even if you do have a rifle. That eagle can rip your head off at any moment. Vacancy. Unfortunately not able to get anything with his peak, so Banis is still on the prowl outside for maybe just a little bit more. Extinct exploring over towards the ramp here, and he's hit a beautiful headshot. He hit one on train. We didn't get to see that one in its full effect. Maybe we'll catch it on the replay a little bit later on, but it's gave Perplexity at least a chance here. Danist waiting to see if 360 is going to walk through this smoke. He's jumping, and he's collected that kill. Masked in towards CT vent. Is he going to be unchecked here? Yes, he is. Completely. Extinct looking to try and find this frag here, trying to go for the spam, and Mari lines up that headshot. It's good damage from the T's, but they were hoping for a little bit more in that round. They were hoping maybe, just maybe, they could just start that one. Strike Sangle down with a very limited investment and kick start their T side. Unfortunately, they might have to wait until this round. Or maybe even later if they're unsuccessful. Tango just doing enough right now to keep themselves out in front. That one, I mean, that one was way too close for comfort for the CTs, who've not been perfect on Nuke. It's been very hit and miss the last couple of games. It's been win-loss, win-loss. Extinct, leading the pack out through ramp. Blitz with a double, Blitz with a triple though, just completely annihilates Perplexity. They try and accelerate towards the ramp and just no way in. And no round for Perplexity. In their first gun, they are unsuccessful. And Sangel starting exactly how they started out Train. Streaky 4-0 lead. And looking to get just a little bit more. Blitz isolating those fights. He was in a horrible angle to really deal with. Once he collects the first, just backing up and taking the fights that he wanted on his terms. Perplexity needs something early. It's towards main, and Beanox good enough for the one, but Extinct trading one right back. Can that 9 claim a little bit more? Unfortunately not, and unfortunately for Blitz, he won't be able to get that triple spray down, or triple kill that he got in the last round. Mari spotted ahead there, spotted the bomb. Self and Master gonna encroach now. Just try and deny maybe at least the plant. Artist still up close though. Wants to try and get this bomb down, but he's just being absolutely peppered with bullets. Nade open double. Artist won't get that plant down, and now assist with it all to do. But spotted out. Needs to react in time, and it's a wonderful reaction, at least to claim one, as he tries to back up towards the ramp. But again, Mari will put him down. 5-0 Sangel. And Perplexity, they just do look a little bit confused about what they can do. So many situations have just been so close in this series as a whole. There's been so many rounds that you've been looking at and kind of saying, alright, well, they've got a chance in this one. And unfortunately, they just haven't been able to pick them up. Burning up in that Molotov. Door play about to happen, and there's an entry onto that A-bomb site. Need to just hold on to this control though, and they have been able to do so. Sangel haven't really been contesting it all that much, but it's a wonderful spam through that smoke, and Tree with his back turned, not expecting the upper to be in towards the heaven. All of a sudden, the cracks begin to show in this post plant, and the bomb hasn't even gone down yet. Master's crept through that smoke. He's walked in towards the door here. Rest is going to be taken down, and Extinct, he can't get that trade. This is just panic stations right now for the T's, as Vacancy is left once again with it all to do. Towards the vent, it's a quick double from him. Vacancy looking to lock them all in, but again he will come up short, and just too much for that man to do once more. As Sangel, they will get that 6-0 lead on the CT side. Everything is going to plan right now for Sangel, and these hot starts, it was enough to get them over the line on Train. And Perplexity are hoping that it's not going to be enough this time around. Vacancy, I mean, he's left with just such an impossible task to take down Fordham. Needed some assistance, but you've seen a couple of the kills there. Mast finding the timing through the smoke, the spraying towards top hut to take down Extinct. A little bit hard done by, you would say, in those circumstances. For Extinct anyway, he'll be feeling very hard done by it. That's the way he falls. But it's the name of the game. Sangel do not want to go home. This is a decider game, of course. Loser is going to be eliminated. Winner will move forward into a playoff game to qualify for the next stage. Extinct again, going to try and maybe catch a timing through this hut. Again, though, he is going to be taken down by Mari. And it's just a freebie, gather up, trying to catch a timing. Jump spot perfect for Mass. It's good HE to just try and slow them down a little bit. And Mass just sitting behind the site, finding the dinks and doing the damage. Double trade though will at least restore a little bit of normality to the bomb site, but Mari already hot in the heels, and Artist Hill, or Vacancy, excuse me, will get that bomb down, but there was just nowhere to go. They just lost too many players on the entrance, and it's a really good round from Mast. Good HE to slow down the single player from getting onto him. And he didn't even take that fight too aggressively at all. He just kind of stayed far back, did enough, allowed Blitz to get in and help him out. In that one onto Artist. Surprised we're not seeing a tactical timeout from Perplexity. Very shocked that that's not what we're seeing. Instead, they continue to go. They continue to fall. Vacancy this time. First man out and first man down. And it just goes from bad to worse. The aggression from Beanox is lovely towards outside to catch. Just off. Artist has reoccupied that space. But it's 3v5. You need a whole lot more in this instance. You need try and get down secret, not spotted. Unfortunately, he has been seen. A lot of damage done to Beanox there. Beanox is the quick rotator all the way down, so this might get this fight in a moment. And Beanox is just waiting in the wings towards the vent, and Beanox has walked all the way behind him. Artist surely realizing this is a possibility. No idea. Artist is going to be a dead man. Beanox has played this one perfectly. He's played him like a fiddle. Just wandered around, catching timings left and right. A jump spot. You've seen both players making their way through main, and now Sangha can just converge on this bomb site. Simply nowhere in, and that is completely clean from Sangha. An 8-0 lead. Domination on Nuke right now. And it's a triple kill from Beanox in that one, who's just kind of come into his own. The aggressive play towards outside to find the opening. Then even to wander down the vent and catch timings on Artist. Perplexity. Now we're getting ready for an A play. No commit though. Not off the first wave of util. Dead they waited out. This is going to worry Dangle just a little bit, but a well-timed Molotov into the hut there. Danist even going to chuck a HE as well. It's not going to do all that much, but meant they couldn't go initially, so they had to wait and delay just a second longer, and we're seeing the tactical timeout now called. Perplexity trying to muster up something. The maximum that they can get though is 3 rounds, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Dango look quite prepared for what Perplexity have brought to the table. Again, it's another opening this time. A lovely boost over top credit. Just thought he was safe, fortunately. For him, he's a dead man. Trying to explode towards the ramp. Nade, open the smoke, maybe. Blitz though, he's lying in wait, and that's just an easy triple kill for him. Perplexity never seen it coming. And again, it is just pristine from Sangal. Wiping the floor right now. with Perplexity on their own map pick as well. The T side has bared no fruits whatsoever, and Perplexity could be on their way out of the event. And again, these kind of slow starts for Perplexity are coming back to haunt them. I say a slow start, they haven't even started on Nuke. And that's the problem. Getting going through the hut, trying to risk it and just send it into this bomb site. Something more, but you've been kind of stopped in your tracks for the moment and everything just falling right for Sangal. They stopped that initial aggression. You stop that initial push. You deny that space, and it just alleviates so much pressure in a round like that. And Perplexity right now are just trying to throw the kitchen sink at it. They know that this one surely is long gone. And this is a big game in terms of VRS as well for the likes of both of these teams. If Perplexity were able to take down Sangal, they'd actually move above them in the VRS rankings. So if you want to head down towards B, you're going to have to go all the way back towards lobby. Group up together. Then make your way down over towards ramp. But look at this, the double walk down vent here. Artis is in big trouble right now. This is where it gets a little bit scary. There's the bomb going to be spotted. You're going to be on high alert over towards the ramp now. And Blitz, he's just going to lock in another multi-kill. It's another 2 there from Blitz. And the ramp player has just been so dominant. Every time they've come to his neck of the woods, he's mowed down multiple people in multiple instances. Resist now trying to get it done, but 10 seconds. I mean, he's already cut the first, but as soon as he swings wide, Blitz will just seal it. It's another hat-trick of frags for him, and it is a clean CT side from Sangal. And now you're playing for pride, Perplexity. On your own map pick, being silenced is not the way that they expected this one to go. Not the way I expected it to go, especially after how competitive Train was. Phoenix, an opener onto Artist to kick things off. Not the ideal start to a pistol that you need to win to stay alive in a series. The comeback, surely not possible, but it is about pride at this stage. You need to at least get this pistol around, and you've stopped this initial push. Mari, though, a nice kill to maybe open things up towards that A bomb site. It's going to be a 3 versus 3, and you're thinking about sticking around and fighting. That's maybe ill-advised. Stink blindsided by Mass, who was up close in towards the hut, and both players try and creep their way back in towards lobby, and that's the information that Perplexity were after. 360 and vacancy. Can they pick up at least one round here? Defuse being stuck here for 360 as he has to get off it because the T's are trying to run him down. Mass picking up one in the meantime means the 360 finds himself in a 1 versus 1, and that smoke is only going to be up ever so slightly. Mass is going to be spotted. He walks him down. He hits the headshot, and it is a 13-0. It is an absolute dominant performance there from Sangal, and they will make sure that they will move forward. They'll get a chance to actually play for it in the next stage. Oh, well, they'll get a chance to play for a game in the next stage as they will head onto a playoff game. They win out that decider after being knocked down into the lower bracket as well, I believe, after losing to TNL. They managed to bounce back versus Amcal. They bounced back versus Perplexity, and now they will move on. As for Perplexity, I think they deserved a little bit more out of that one, to be honest. Maybe it's the Irish bias in me, but I don't think, I think Train could have went either way. I think if they didn't have that slow start a couple of rounds in there, they could have maybe changed the dynamic of that one. In terms of Nuke, the same story the first couple of rounds, but I don't want to take away anything from Sangal. I think we could have got a more competitive game on Nuke, definitely, but Sangal just looked like they were a head and shoulders above them on map 2 and deserved winners. So Sangal will move forward. They will get a chance. One more best of 3 to qualify for Series 2 itself. As for Perplexity, it is unfortunately better luck next time for them, as they'll have to hope that they stick around in the VRS rankings to get invited to the next one. And I hope you guys stick around as well. I believe we do have a little bit of a break until we go into our next game. It's about an hour and a half until we're going to be going live with that one. It's going to be 8sins taking on Sabre, so we are not down and out of all UK teams just yet. We still have 8sins to go. They are playing for survival. They're looking to try and get revenge on the Ukrainians who beat them in the opening game of Group B. So we are going to send it over into a little bit of a prolonged break, but we hope you guys are going to be around to join us in about an hour and a half time when we do go live with game 2 of our decider day here at the playing stage.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to this one as we are going to be focusing our energy and our, intro into a Group B game that is a little bit intriguing for a lot of reasons, and mostly because these are kind of two teams that are probably unknown for a lot of people actually watching, because Aitons and Sabre, they haven't really played too much in terms of international competition, but they are here in our decider game, and only one can go through for a chance to play at the Series 2, and one of them is going to bow out. Of course, this is our second game of the day. Our first game was Perplexity taking on Sangal, where Perplexity came up a little bit short and Sangal advanced from Group A, and I believe we're going to have Trav jumping on a little bit later for our games that are going to be taking place in Group C and Group D. But focusing on this matchup, Aitons, of course, if you're familiar with the UK scene, you will know a lot about these guys. These guys are the kind of team that have pushed that Perplexity side, or Alaska as they were known then, and even Verdant as well, the distance in a lot of best of threes. These guys are kind of the second best team in the UK and have actually got the better of that Perplexity side on a couple of occasions too, led by Dutchy. They've got Whiffen as their opper as well, making their CCT debut. Was a little bit of a surprise when I seen that these guys were actually in here, to be honest, because Aitons, they were kind of knocking around the VRS rankings, unfortunately have kind of dropped down a little bit. So this actually is very important for these guys, not only to make a name for themselves, but also if they're unsuccessful in this lineup today as well. He was I believe stepping in for a couple of games, and he's played both of the games already at the CCT, and he's been very, very impressive when I've got a chance to watch him. So I'm intrigued to watch this team. It's still a team that I don't know, all that much about, which makes it for very good viewing. Looking at the head-to-head though, and we will look at these two impactful players that we're going to be seeing. Wolfie, probably one of the star players of this Aitons lineup, very impactful in terms of the kills and in terms of the rating that he can put up. And on the other side, Tripex, as I was saying, he's been one of the main talking points for this Sabre lineup and for the Sabre roster. I don't know if he's officially part of this five. I believe, Svemi was kind of in there, and he is their fifth. I don't know if Tripex is, if it's a kind of standard situation or if he's coming in to replace Femi. What I do know is if he is coming in to replace Femi, he is definitely making good on his chance today. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what, he has to offer when we get down to it. And I suppose, I've been talking about this matchup that has already happened. It was in the opening game of Group B. I wonder if the veto is going to change anything, because, looking forward to this veto on what maps that we did see. Aitons were actually quite unlucky when they picked Train against Sabre, and I don't know if it's going to be as nailed on for the Ukrainians this time around. Aitons would have adapted, they would have learned, and they would have hopefully been able to get those maybe first game CCT jitters out of the way, because it's a big opportunity for a lot of these guys as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what Aitons can do, because as I was saying, these guys, they're probably the second best team in the UK at the minute, and kind of challenging for that top spot. It's not a massive discrepancy between them and Perplexity either. They've beat them the last couple of times they played them as well. Beat them on Train, in fact, just a couple of days ago in a BO1. So we'll have to see, as we are going to be jumping into the server. We're having a look at Aitons on this T side. Train has become pretty much a staple for them, definitely in the UK scene anyway, and they're going to try and take it now into the tier 2 scene at an EU level and see if they can get the better of Sabre this time around. And the pistol underway, a play to get us going, and a little bit of a messy spray with the Glocks here as Niter is somehow still standing. Eventually he's going to be taken down and traded out as Aitons look to try and take the site, which they will, and they continue to take some heads as well. Sabre Now in the 2 versus 3 as the bomb is going to be planted. Jackass and Hodix are both separated for now. Jackass lacking armor, so Hodix is going to have to do the majority of the work here, and especially because he's been left in a 1v3 situation, needs to be so cautious because Aitons are going to peek him. And how about that for confidence? Whiffin going forward with the knife. The Opper already getting a lot of cash in his bank account. That can maybe be of massive use as Aitons move forward with the pistol. No investment from the CTs as expected. And Aitons will probably actually avoid this stack completely, so we're probably talking a 2-0 lead, which would be the perfect start to kind of settle the nerves a little bit for Aitons, who want to be doing a whole lot better. As I was talking about, you know, a couple of the roles for this Aitons side, you know, you've got the in-game leader, Dutchy, took a dabble in coaching for a little bit, then came back to use his knowledge in the server. Wolfie would have been a part of that Verdant team, that Perplexity side, a couple of months ago. Then you've got the likes of the aggressive element in Moz, Whiffin on that AWP, and then Prime as well. Definitely no slouch, and somebody that you need to keep an eye on. And as for that, this Sabre side, Hodix on that AWP has to be one to be a little bit, you have to be a little bit cautious of. Tripex as well has been a star and stepped up in a couple of the games that they have played. Game against Aitons and the game against Copenhagen Wolves, where they unfortunately came up short in the best of 3. But Tripex is a real danger. No danger in this round though for Aitons. It was always going to be cut and dry, always going to be their round. And we're back with an investment from Sabre. We'll see if they can put these rifles to good use. What's interesting to note is the fact that they've all decided to go for M4s round 3. Very much so lacking in the util department. Not a lot of Molotovs and aggression in towards the brown halls here as they take a lot of space. Whiffin's going to try and creep his way up Ivy. Big Reality put under a little bit of pressure. Deploys that util just to block and delay. They're actually in a really good spot for their CT side. They've got all this information over towards B, but Whiffin, that's a wonderful double to kick things off, and that's carved a massive hole over towards Ivy. Now, Wolfie and Dutchy can maybe exploit a little bit. Hodix has gone to pick it up a little bit, but Wolfie, even though he's tagged down quite severely, hits the headshot when he needs to. And Aitons, a 4v2 in play, but Jackass is still in a situation where they don't really know about him, and eventually he will strike down one. The low HP player taken out of the equation, but it's all about the timings that unfortunately he gets wrong. There was too many avenues that the T's could have been lurking in and around. Now Tripex to save the day. Already picked off the first. Prime and Dutchy still need to get this one over the line, but on 16 HP, it is just not a lot to work with. I wouldn't be too shocked if Tripex decides that he wants to call this one a day already. The M4 is going to be very much valued in the next round, where Sabre are not going to be able to field all that much in terms of a purchase, and probably it will just be this Hero M4 in the next round. But the UK side off to a really strong start. 3-0. And it's their Opera actually on a rifle. That really gets things going over towards Ivy. A lovely double kill. Already, you've got Sabre maybe just scratching their heads a little bit on how to deal with this, because first couple of rounds have been quite quite Ivy heavy. Which is part of the map that actually does kind of be forgotten about the majority of the time. An aggressive round coming out here from Aidsons. They want to just try and run down the CTs here. The low purchase could be a little bit dangerous, especially if they want to play up close, but no danger at all. It is a clean sweep of that A bomb site. And Fake Reality, just to maybe try and do a bit of damage and get away with a rifle if he can, but it isn't looking too likely. Every avenue should be watched. Although he does claim one. Nice headshot. He could still do a little bit more damage than he has done, but it's just a tag onto Dutchy. 4-0 start for Aidsons. And the UK side on this T side have really come out to get swinging, setting quite a fierce pace out towards that A bomb site too in a couple of instances. As for Sabre, they really need to try and discover how to maybe stop that if Aidsons are going to continue to kind of force that issue. Whiffen might be going for an aggressive stance with that AWP. AG is going to be alright. Flash is coming in and Whiffen completely blinded, so he is going to be forced to give that up to maybe try and get away. Oh, Moz, that's beautiful. Jiggle tap and Hodix is taken down completely. Tripex, so at least trades one back to keep hold of that B bomb site for now. But Wolfie and Prime, they want to go force him out of this position. It's quite wise to do so. They need to be very careful about their back door though. Niter is creeping all the way up, and Prime, he's the man with the bomb, but still, the T's are picking up the kills, and Whiffen able to at least deal with that pop player. And I wonder if Dutchy is going to call them back in this situation. They've shown a lot of presence over towards this B-bomb site now. Dutchy in a gunfight with Fake Reality. Jacasta is still going to be intrigued with this B-bomb site, and he's actually going for a little bit of a push of his own for that information. He's going to be hearing the steps out through Pop as Aidsons are going to slow things down a little bit, which is going to allow Jacasta to creep behind very quickly. But Whiffen has that avenue covered. That Opper is just sealing the deal with nearly every single shot, and Aidsons simply are doing no wrong on this T side. And I mean, if we get a chance to look at it, the replay of Moz's shot, yeah, see it. That was a ridiculous peak from Moz. Pre-fire perfect. Aidsons, they've come to play here in this game. Sabre need to stop them. Plain and simple, they need to stop them before Aidsons continue to get comfortable into this game, because they are confident into every engagement they're taking right now. Wasn't Dutchy slowly and patiently moving in towards Pop here. The rest of Aidsons gathered up towards A main. I was thinking about going a little bit closer. Dutchy has revealed his position. Mazdo going to be blindsided by the player up close as the pistols begin to do their thing, picking up kills left and right and deal with that Pop presence as Niter is going to gather up a rifle. The same with Hodix, right, or Tripex, excuse me, as the CTs go to converge now on A main, and it's all down to Whiffen. There's nothing he can really do in this situation except get aggressive, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Whiffen looking for the maul, but decides to take out the op. One bullet would have done. Niter was extremely low. Thought he had enough time to just take out that AWP, but Whiffen, unfortunately, cannot get that round over the line for Aidsons. And they're toppled by a very weak investment from the Ukrainian side. And you see a couple of nice shots. I wonder, was he actually low on Tech 9 ammo here? Was he out of bullets? He had 5 and only 1 to do. Of course, he's not to know. Didn't feel confident. know about the low HP, maybe. But he's back doing his thing again. It's another opening for the Opper. He's absolutely everywhere in this game right now. Sabre, it's a great round to win the last one, but you need to capitalize off it. You cannot, you know, win a pistol round, and then when you get the guns up, just get completely decimated once again. And Niter's gonna try and make sure that that's not the case. He's in the faces of two and able to deal with at least one of them, but the trades are still keeping 8sins in this. A molly behind from Dutchy will just isolate Fake Reality, but Tripex swinging right on through. Fake Reality spotted though, and molly burning up Tripex in the meantime means that 8sins are back to winning ways. A 6-1 lead on this T side is an amazing start. This is a team that is playing with unreal confidence right now. And as for Sabre, I mean, what are you meant to do in this situation? Again, you're put back onto a weak buy. You can't go for an investment. You just hope that lightning is going to strike twice. A little bit more passive from 8sins. Nobody making their way in towards pop this time around. It's the IV pressure that is going to be shown. A little gap in that smoke over towards Hell. I believe it has actually just bloomed. Where nobody can see it. And they've left Wolfie just to continue to apply this pressure here, and he's pulled a lot of attention over towards Ivy. 3 players are going to be manning that part of the map. And Wolfie is still not even aggressing. He's still just kind of waiting around, but Sabre made a good information play to maybe deal with the rest. Moz taken down. Great deagle shot from Niter. This is where 8sins get a little bit worried right now. Need to try and carve a hole in this bomb site. Prime swinging through. That's a really good headshot to find. They lose Wolfie though over towards Ivy. This is just a one-pronged approach. Everybody making their way out through main, and they're just being picked off one by one, just being tagged down low, whiffing. It's eventually going to be overwhelmed by Tripex, and again, Sabre are just going to overwhelm 8sins on a low buy. And at this stage, they don't even purchase the rifles. Just keep the SMGs out. Keep the SMGs and the pistols. That's what's working. I thought here, when Prime finds that opening, when he beats that smoke and he creates that space, maybe they're able to capitalize off it. But losing Wolfie was just a death sentence, really. Again, the attention taken. Only to one part of the map. Prime is out, and they didn't realise it. Good refrag as well onto Jacast. Now this means that Sabre are going to have to adjust, and I think the B player is rotating over towards A right now. 8sins are still thinking about this commit out, as Wolfie going to maybe try and work his magic. He's lurking all the way through Hell. Hodix is going to go back to have a look at him, but Wolfie is ready with the first, and he will get another 2. It's all down to Tripex towards the back of the bomb site. I don't believe Wolfie spotted him. Now he has, and he's dealt with him. Wolfie with 4 in that round. 8sins, they might lose 1, but they will not lose a second in a row. Good with the responses right now. And as for Sabre, when they have the rifles out, there's just simply no response. Pure aggression on Tripex. Probably should have done a little bit better there. Probably should have found at least one of those kills. A lot of damage, but again, it's an opening going the other way. Again, it's 8sins finding the entry. And even when Sabre are finding these kills, you can see the trades are just instantaneous from 8sins. Unity. And the problem now is there's a massive reset potential on the side of Aidson's. Moz goes down here. Money's going to be a big problem. 20 seconds. Now down to just 15. And Moz surely just going to be blindsided by Jakassi, who claims for himself. And that's a real sour round to lose. Because again, Aidson's were the better team in that situation. They had a 4 versus 2, but Jakassi just catching nobody looking his way. And sometimes you need a little bit of luck, sometimes you need a little bit of fortune. And FAVBET just got it there. Pistol play over towards B. Prime's going to be taken down. Well-timed molly. Trip-X should be good to just farm these kills, but they all just swing out so wide, and Trip-X just can't follow. This is a little bit of a problem to be given away. But it is a really good recovery from what could have been. Prime needs to be a little bit cautious. The flash coming in. He's waiting for a flash of his own. That was well-timed from Whiffen. Prime. Insane reactions to turn from his teammates' flash, especially being ran down. It was risky, but he got away with it. But still, no way out onto this bomb site. No space created. Savvy are just holding onto this, and they've dropped onto this bomb site. No space created. Savvy are just holding onto this, and they've dropped the bomb in the meantime too. Either spamming Dutchy. Don't know what went on there, if he pushed through that pop smoke to spray him down, if you've seen him, but we've seen this situation before. With Whiffen with it all to do, and this time he won't even get one. 7-5 is honestly a great recovery from the Ukrainians. But you would be a fool to say that that was an Aidson's half to lose. And although they may have lost a grip on things towards the end, you win this CT pistol and win the first gun round, and pretty much everything is forgiven. As for FAVBET, though, I mean, pistol is going to be really important for their chances. They're hoping that they can capitalize off that little bit of momentum, that little swing they got into their favor, who looked a small bit better with the guns in the last couple of rounds. But as for what was going on in the first, 7 and 8 rounds, it was a no contest for Aidson's. They were really just doing exactly what they wanted. Now, problem is for Aidson's, Whiffen has slowed down completely. He was the man that was kind of spearheading everything. He slowed down those last couple of rounds from 11-4. Now looking to maybe capitalize on this CT side just to do a little bit more for his team. Continue on that upwards trajectory. FAVBET are out and they're finding the frags and they're getting the bomb down as well. Dutchy, there's simply just nowhere for him to go either. As Prime, it has to be down to him to do the majority of the heavy lift, and Dutchy's doing all he can, gathering up information for Prime to maybe pounce. But Prime's been instantly taken down, and Dutchy will follow suit. It's a T-pistol that falls in favor of the Ukrainians. And all of a sudden, what was a 6-1, 7-2 lead, now on the brink of all evened up just after the half. Ve. Formation. Pushing all the way through pop. Dutchy has been doing it all, just kind of jiggling, tapping, making Fabry feel a little bit uncomfortable, and it's crazy that this round is looking competitive. It's still looking dangerous right now for the T's. If they're not careful, the dinks are flying and landing. Prime, though, the last man standing. And they know exactly where he is. And even though he claims one more, and even though it's a lot of damage done, unfortunately, it's not the round that Aidsons were maybe hoping for. But it is a fantastic eco when you consider only 2 players survived, and there was next to nothing invested in that round. Prime up top red. Prime up top red. Spray it down. That's an opening where really Sabri needed it. They needed to find an entry in this round just to feel a small bit comfortable. Lower upper set. Time bought by Hodix to make sure time that Niter gets that little bit closer, and Aitons, they can count themselves a little bit unfortunate that they don't find the initial kill with and landing the leg. There was the big problem. If he finds that kill, drops back, hits the second shot, then it's completely doable. Take nothing away from Fake Reality, who just ran into that P-bomb site and double entries. Now, Prime with a Nova, not too often you do see this. It's a scary, scary weapon to be up against. And he spots a shoulder here. The time with the jiggles, it's a little dance going on. Tripex needs to be so careful, and there's the headshot he needed. Shotgun down, panic averted for now. Dutchy's spotted though. He's underneath the train. That molly means he just has simply nowhere to go. There's just no space for him to move around. Great util. With a nice eagle shot though. Does pique my interest. Saves his armor. But this is looking sweet right now for the Ukrainians. They are back into this one completely. 6-1 to 7-2 to 9-7. Looking to make it 8 rounds in a row here. But you've got Whiffen back out on that AWP, and he really could be the difference maker. In a lot of those T rounds that Aidsons were winning, they came through him. He's been missing shots, and there's another one that he will not miss. Hodix taken down, although he is dropped quite low, and Prime and Dutchy losing their life to Tripex once again is going to be the big problem. That's why I was saying look out for this man. Tripex just spinning around and hitting absolutely everybody, and he's not stopping. He's not slowing down. He wants whiffing too. He's hearing the scopes, and he will get him. Tripex now on for the ace, and Wolfie wondering what the hell has happened to my teammates. Pretty much a triple entry made into 4 later on in the round. And that's 10-7. That is 8 in a row. Tripex pretty much just terrorizes all of Aidsons. But he wants the ace. Tripex, is he going to get it? In the corner, spotted out. Flash is going to be good. He runs out of ammo. Wolfie needs to try and hang on to it. Jackass will clean up and do what Tripex cannot. But it means nothing is saved on the side of Aitson. So let's have a look at this again. Tripex for the first. The jiggle's coming in. Lovely spray on the next. And the peek in. Waiting for Moz for the swing. And he made it look so clean. There, Tripex. Finding all the angles, all the right moments. Now, Aitsons, once again, unfortunately, are going to be back onto a pretty weak investment. They buy up what they can. Wolfie is going to try and be the hero that Aitsons need, who have gone quite stale in this game after leading from the front so long. Now find themselves 3 and possibly 4 rounds behind unless they can strike up some success. And Sabre, we're on the money with a couple of these rounds with pretty similar investments. Can Aitons do the same? Moz needs to try and find the head of a couple, but Fake Reality just taking him down. Do they know about Pop? But Jackass trades out his teammate, but also he was the one that took him down. Dutchy now trying to strike, and this is just chaos right now. Sabre need to get a grip on this round, and Fake Reality will do so. A transfer worthy of the round as he claims 4 and Sabre will claim that 4-round lead. But man, that got messy for a moment. We'll have a look at Fake Reality's POV here. Jackass a little bit unfortunate. He does find the kill. But Fake Reality, that transfer there was ridiculous to make sure that that didn't turn into anything more than a Sabre round. Aitons, this is last chance saloon. You feel this is really the do or die moment for them. The last big investment that they're going to be able to field here. And if this one goes south, how does your map pick? This is really going to be the first time that Sabre are going to be testing over towards the B-bomb site this early on as well. But Whiffin is going to be poised up and ready. And that's a lovely opener. Tripex taken down. It's now Fake Reality. Dropping Moz with me and Whiffin is going to have to try and seek a little bit of safety. And he takes a more passive angle so his teammates can arrive to maybe try and help out. But they're just being continuously mollied in towards Con. And bomb being planted here. Aitsons. Are they thinking about maybe calling a save? Will Whiffin hitting another shot? Definitely not. They'll give this one a go, but still, 2 players in upper. Niter towards Oil, you're going to need to be so ready. Niter could really do a lot of damage here in that position, but Niter is just claiming more by the second, more by the hour, and now Whiffin, it's all on him. He's trapped up in towards Device, and Niter, he's looking to try and find that head. Nade's coming over. Jackass will get that job done, and is the job done now for Sabre? Are they over the line on train? What was a close endeavour last time out that Aitsons arguably should have picked up. This time, after an ideal start from the UK side, have been completely undone by the Ukrainians. And now need 5 rounds in a row just to secure an OT. That's a fantastic opener to get. You need some kind of fortune. Something going your way in Prime. He's collected the first. Tripex though, he's already crept around. Prime's caught a glimpse. That's enough. He doesn't need to over-invest into this fight right now. He still wants to try and take him down. Knows that's a big player that he can take out of the round. Obviously has no idea who's on the other side, but if Tripex falls, you really have a chance at this one. Another player will bite the dust in towards main. Opper going back to get the bomb here, as Tripex is going to be forced to try and make his way out here. Dutchy up close, mess here as the SMGs are just hitting bullets left and right. Jakas has to now just back up a little bit. He's found one kill. Hoddick's now hoping to strike one down, and he has done so. That HE, fortunately, not going to be on the money. When you're so separated right now, if you're the last two Sabre players, Cass is going to just show his feet. But that's enough for Moz. That's the information that he needed. Now he can double back. Bomb is still towards A main. And the swing coming out is not going to be enough. Moz and Wolfie will get that one. A close round, but finally, after 10 long rounds, Itsins finally have another. Still need to be perfect in these rounds, and that is not the perfect start, but that is though from Prime to instantly answer back with a double. He's still extremely low, so he needs to be cautious, but Aitons are just piling on the pressure over towards A main right now. Hodix tries to find a gap, but no such one exists. Jackass and Niter, again, they are the players with it all to do. Smoke out. Jackass trying to at least occupy some space. Is going to worry Whiffin for the moment. A little bit of damage tickled away. Wolfie, did he catch a glimpse of Niter? It was given up now, and there's a timing to be got. Niter is all the way lurking. He can walk all the way through B here. And Jackass is just putting that pressure on now. They have no idea that such timing exists. But Niter, is he going to be looking the right way? Depends where Moz has kind of gotten off to. And there he is. Niter, he could play for just a little bit more here. And that's exactly what he's going to try and do. He's walked all the way back through connector. Wolfie's going to be seen quickly, surely. There's Prime, and there's Wolfie. Going to try and spray one of them down. He needs to finish his dinner first, though. Chokes on his food. As now Jackass has to try and make a play. And Niter, panicked, spooked. You need to find the headshot. You still have three pistols they're going to be swinging you, so Whiffin needs to be on point once again, which he is, just knocking these pistols out of the round. Moz going down. There's going to be a casualty that maybe Aitons could have done without, as Whiffin, he's looking for the ace in this one, and he's going to go searching with the pistol. Dutchy steals it away from him. There'll be words said about that one, I can tell you that for certain. But it's another round in Aitons' back pocket as they look to mount a comeback in this one, and they're nearly there. Just two more. But it has shades of the Perplexity game earlier, where Perplexity had to come back and fell at the final hurdle. This time, no opening given away on either side to hold on. Still this A bomb site as the rotates are trying to get a little bit closer. Lovely jiggle, but the Opper not bite down on the second one as Whiffin will stand tall again. 30 and 16. The young Op working his magic once again. And being the difference maker that 8sins need, he is keeping them alive and well in this game, on this map. But still, it can all be undone by 4 Mac 10s and a Deagle whiffing wide with the first shot, but that util is crunching over towards main as Dutchy just will spray down too. Niter though, he's ran through a smoke and they didn't realise it. There's a double back all of a sudden, whiffing under pressure, but whiffing, making diamonds out of these moments time and time again. And 8sins have secured at least an overtime. They've locked in for those last couple of rounds and won 5 in a row, something I did not think was possible, as they looked down and out without a response for 10 rounds in a row. Sabre yet to respond in 5. And just like last time, 4 rounds required. Who's going to strike first? Who's going to strike first? Usually it's the team that got up onto 12. Not the team that have been mounting a comeback. It's Prime, unnoticed, unchecked and unclear, but completely blind. There's the double. Jackass spearheads the attack in towards this A-bomb site and trying to now recover this as Moz, but he's completely solo and isolated. Whiffen running through a molly. He's claimed one with a P250. And all of a sudden, Whiffen gets into a lovely position. He's dropped his op though. Wants to move forward with that AK. And the HE's doing a lot of damage. Maybe the call that the players are quite low. Whiffen, once again, is going to be alone. Trying to creep. He's going to be alone. Trying to creep through these smokes. And eventually it will fade. Hodix is ready. Sabre will strike back. Just a nice little tempo change. The pop there as Prime had to do a little bit better. You can understand he wanted to take a couple of shots as he was blind. He maybe caught a glimpse before the flashbang popped in his face. And on another day, he probably gets a couple more. Maybe that's an 8sins round. Sabre are going to go back to the well here. They're going to try to anyway. Prime up close, this time undone. And again, it's another double entry from Jackass, who looks for that little bit more. But Whiffen and Wolfie are trying to save the day once again. It's Wolfie with 3, looking for the 4th, but he won't get it. Hodix, rifle in hand, and Whiffen will get it done. It's that W duo looking for the W. Their first one in EU competition. Their first map win in an EU event. 8sins are still after it. They're still chasing it. And they're still in with a chance. Thankfully for 8sins, Sabre have gone away completely from that aggressive stance through A main, but you can see actually 8sins have made a little adjustment just in case that was going to happen again. Everybody's playing from extremely far back, and the problem with this is you don't have a lot of information. You don't know if they've gone in and taken A main. You don't know if anybody is in pop, so you have to just smoke it off and hope for the best. But Prime has to rotate over now towards B to man it with Moz, because this is where the hit is going to happen. Prime waiting, anti-flash as he's waiting to receive them down, and he drops 2 of them. Absolutely perfect right now for 8sins. Sabre, the rest of them are making their way out upper. 1 back oil. Jackass has the bomb, so he can't go as aggressive maybe as he wants to, but he might have to take a risk here to at least try and find a kill. Prime is still up close, and they need to try and clear him out. They lose the bomb in the meantime as they claim 2 lives. And It's Aidson's down to just 3. Mods is hearing the steps, needs his teammates to get a little bit closer, but gets the job done himself. Still, though, the Opper is a massive threat in this round. With only 20 seconds, though, it is just about buying time. It is just about seeking safety for the moment. Wolfie thinking about going for the peak here as Hodix just gets a little bit closer, and as he turns away, Wolfie will seal an Aidson's victory on that side. A 14-13.5 is not all that bad. And especially when you think how Aidson's started their T side. And Aidsons are looking for this start that they were able to have in the opening rounds that feels so long ago in this game. Maybe Trifex getting aggressive in the early instances. If he shut down one, is the refrag going to be there? No trade at all from Wolfie. He had the bomb on his back and did not want to go swinging into his demise. So instead, forfeit. A lot of control. Nice position underneath, looking at lower. Nobody's going to be making the way out, so he needs to turn and needs to be ready, and he is. Another multi-kill from Jacast. And it's all leveled up. It's all even Steven. 14-14. Talk about in this overtime, Jacast with multi-kills, man. Twice on that A-bomb site. He just ran in and double entry. This time anchoring that B-bomb site. Locks it in with the double. And now Aidson's, you get a little bit worried because you had the lead in overtime. But now you've already lost Prime. You might give up yet another map point. Something that you yourself have not been able to even get close to. But you've stopped them before. Can you stop them again? Whiffing waiting. Moz needs to be so cautious. The double walk through pop here. All down to a timing, and he's going to get it wrong. He's going to get it so wrong. Looks away to go over towards B, and Sabre just make an easy information play. Wolfie, he needs to be cautious himself here. Nearly caught on a timing of his own, but instead it's Niter that looks the wrong way. So that's one back at least. It is only a one-man deficit. You can work with that, but what you can't work with is 35 seconds to get back silently to A main and make your way out. Wolfie has the bomb too. There is only 2 players here though. This is what it's going to come down to. Just a heavy hit of this A bomb site, but Jacast is holding once more. This time over towards A. Misses the opportunity. It allows them out for the moment, but 15 seconds is not a lot of time, especially when you've got an AWP in the server. Whiffin trying to make his way forward, trying to get onto this bomb site to plant, but no such thing was ever going to happen. And Tripex just letting Whiffin know, you've been so close, but yet so far. And again, Sabre have a chance to play for the map. Aidson's ahead and calling what I believe is their first tactical timeout of the game as a whole. The reason that it's 1-3 though is you only get one in overtime. I believe this is the first hack that we've seen. What is Dutchy going to cook up in this round? Is it going to save Aitzen's skin once again? Or after another grueling overtime, are Sabre going to get the better of Aitzen's on train? And Aitzen's aggressively heading over towards me. This is quite quick. Not to commit off it though, not just yet. It is buying a lot of the rotations. There's a heavy bite down over towards B right now, and it's because there's no pressure over towards Ivy. Fake Reality's got all the information through A main. The Hodix and Tripex are going to be set and ready to try and deal with this as the util comes flying. Mollies need to go down, and they will, but still Aitzens are going to disrespect him completely. Flashes are good to create a little bit of space, but a lot of damage has been done by that util. But a lot more damage been done right now to that B defense. Neither trying to rescue this one and pull it out of the fire, but is it too little too late? A 3v4, you'll give it a bash, but Aitzens just need to hold on to the post plant, and they've got some info on one. Dutchy has crept through the back door as he's found one in towards connector. And this is where it is panic stations right now for Sabre, especially for Jacast. I spoke about his multi-kills. He needs not just 2, he needs all 4, and he will not get it. Once again, Aitzens saved themselves and forced an overtime. This is the exact overtime. Overtime 2, UK side. Tripex again loves this aggressive little stance over towards B. Tripex again loves this aggressive little stance over towards B. It's not there with an opening over through A as Aitzens. They try and go a little bit quicker about things. Don't want to slow down, and it's working out completely because they found complete avenues on an open A bomb site after that triple kill. Odix nades himself a little bit as he gets spammed and tagged. And Tripex now walking all the way around the world. Tripex doesn't get anything out of this situation. This round is just done, and indeed, there it is. Aitzens will strike first in this second OT. Botics feels like he needs to hang on to this op as well. Maz making sound going up the ladder. It's going to be heard every step of the way, but Hodix still falls, so that's a big purchase that you have to go and get once again. And that could really hurt your bank account if Aitzens win this next round. A little bit of a switch up there from Aitzens where they do try and just play that little bit faster. Whiffen has to spawn if he wants to go for this peak. And he is going to try it. Flash is going to rain on in. He's not going to say anything though. Nobody crossing in towards Pop. It's Dutchy down though. In the early instances, it's Hodix. The other opper finds that opener. And Aitzens gonna try their luck and try their hand by heading over to Ivy. Fake Reality wants to back up into a safer position, maybe to get a reload off. Doesn't want to give away too many sound cues, just in case there are people lurking behind that smoke, which there is. As for Moz, though, he has to try and at least maybe cause a little bit of a distraction, because eventually 8sins are going to try and make their play. And they have done. Moz is coming all the way back. Prime is going to do exactly the same. They're going to leave Whiffen posted up. Niter still aggro, though. He's got all this information in through main. And 8sins, they're not leaving themselves a lot of time. 50 seconds, yes, it's a decent amount. But you think about all the angles that they have to clear on out of this position. Especially when that smoke comes down and Niter dropping the bomb means that this round is Sabre's for certain. Even if Whiffen finds a couple of kills here, there's just simply no way he's going to have enough time to get the bomb back. So it's round for round as we continue to go in OT2. Whiffen going to try and hold the point with this up. Swings wide. Hodix is going to miss. Doesn't get overly punished for it. He gets tagged down low. Whiffen, great. And actually, Tripex is going to burn up, trying to get out onto the bomb site. He needs to be so cautious. Walking through that smoke is going to be Prime, and he's found the timing to strike him down. Still, though, the CT's in with a chance, in with a swing of things, but not when Dutchy finds a kill like that. Hodix, the AWP, spotted out, and Whiffen will put him in the dirt as 8sins. They will take their advantage over onto the CT side. And they're hoping that this time things are different. This time they're able to capitalize off it. Still yet to have a map point. Alright, this UK lineup. But are Sabre gonna allow it? And now a lot of the T's success in the overtimes were coming through these fake steps. Might have Wolfie thinking that Ivy is completely clean. Whereas he couldn't be more wrong. And now he's not feeling confident in his position. Wants a little bit more safety. Towards the back of the bomb site. The jiggle's coming in. There's the info that Sabre are looking for as Jacast maybe trying to strike one player down. But they're all converging around Wolfie. Dutchy has to come back to take a peek here. He has to come back to have a look. And he hasn't seen anybody just yet. But he has been spotted out himself and he's been tagged down extremely low. Wolfie going down is a big problem. They've lost all control of this bomb site. And now, Sabre can get this one down safely. It's Moz and Dutchy to try and get that 18th round. Oh, and a missed chance. Hodix needs to try and find the flick, which he does. Makes good at a second time of asking. And 17-17. We are leveled up once again. A different approach. It's just too much for 8sins to handle. And this sniper, especially over towards heaven, he's just finding that impact left and right, nearly on 40 kills. But still, it could be undone by this triple walkthrough pop, and the timing's been missed completely. Prime, caught a glimpse of Tripex there. Prime trying to seal the deal with that one. Whiffen, he's rotated in to help out too. And 8sins not losing a single player, finally. After so many times of asking, will it get onto a map point? And just one more needed. Whiffen 39 and 22. It's 9 and 22. The snipers had to go above and beyond for Aidsons to even have a chance. But they're one round away from picking up their first win against EU competition in a CCT. Their first map win in a CCT. And the argument was there. They could have won Train last time out. It was a close game, but Aidsons had a couple of chances to time out. It was a close game, but Aidsons had a couple of chances to get it done. This is their very first one in this series. Can they make good on it? Figure out. $18-18 OT number 3 coming up. Who's gonna win this one? I honestly have no idea, but we're definitely getting our money's worth out of this one. First 22 now. We'll take the map. Whiffen wants to go aggressive. Don't blame him, do you? He's been a difference maker in a lot of scenarios throughout this one. He might have another chance at it, but that is a well-placed Molotov. And that hurts. And Aidsons ready and waiting to receive a fake going over towards that B bomb site. It's just an upper smoke for now. Sabri will try and make this play. Fake reality again, finding heads. Primus up close. Know about him. Do they have any util to force him out of this position? It doesn't look likely. That molly not being used just yet by the Opera. He has to get a little bit closer to put it down, but Whiffen is using that op even on the low HP. He's still doing the business right now, and Prime just dancing, trying to keep himself afloat, trying to keep his team alive in this round. And he's doing a good job of it. 35 seconds to try and make their way out, and Wolfie cannot react to Jacast this time. Whiffen and Moz to try and get this one done and over the line, and they're doing it all once more. Fake reality. Low HP players on the other side, and he scampers off to the B bomb site with just enough time to put it down and maybe get away safely too. Aidsons, the penny not dropped. And even if it has, maybe they've decided just to play this one together. That bomb is going to be planted, and Aidsons surely now realise that they can try and get a little bit closer. Whiffen going for the rifle. They go a little bit too early. They go one by one, and they give Fake Reality a chance, and he pulls it off. He is not the man you want to be giving fair fights to, and he proves exactly why. 4 kills in that round, and Sabre, it is them in the lead once more. Whiffen has hit 40 plus kills, 41 right now for the Opera. Fake Reality gonna try and spearhead an attack towards A once again. This time though, no such success, as it will be swatted away like a pesky fly. Bomb dropped in the meantime, and Aidsons in complete control of this round, looking to answer back instantly. And unless a massive misstep on their part. This should be all evened up. Now, Hodix, with a shot like that, can give you a bit of hope. But it is the slightest sliver of hope. But with Dutchy and Prime low, and with Tripex and Hodix still alive in the server, anything is possible. 40 seconds though. Is it enough time to make your move? Is it enough time to really make your play? Whiffin tries to creep into contention, and he has done so. A lovely kill. Probably will just seal it. Hodix still hitting everybody he needs to, and all of a sudden, 20 seconds, he's got a chance. Oh, and he was hitting heads. Moz needed to make sure that he put him down, and put him down for good. 19-19. This one cannot be good for the heart. My heart is in bits just watching this, just trying to keep up with the pace that's being set by both of these teams. And again, it's so quick out through A. Prime can only get one. Maybe there is a little bit of success to be had here for the T's as they make their way out and occupy a lot of space on the bomb site. Damage being done to the T's though, and this kill needs to be found here from Dutchy, but he can't do it. It's whiffs on both sides, and it's just a mess fight as right now the nerves are coming into play completely, especially for the IGL, who is completely left alone. And Sabre just get the better of them this time around. They just continue to try and force their way onto that A bomb site. Time it works. And it's a whole lot sweeter than the couple of last attempts. And especially when you think that Sabre are the very first team to get 2 rounds on this T side in OT. Is it enough to keep them going? I tell you one thing, I'm extremely thankful for these little breaks in between. Gives me a moment to just catch my breath, because man, this has been an incredible game so far. It's been going on for quite some time, but it has been entertaining throughout. And I still have no idea which way this one is going to go, which makes it that much better. CT side, Sabre coming up. Are they going to get a chance at all 3 to close out Aitzin's map pick? Success here would guarantee that. And it started off perfect. Hodix with an upper peak, been taken down. The heaviest hitter already out in the server. And Moz not going to clear his angles. Tripex able to gather up 1. And Dutchy forced away by a Molotov into the scope of the op. Between a rock and a hard place right now. Which fight do you want to take? Molly coming in. Tripex is just going to burn up. He's waiting for that Dutchy peak to come. But he'll be waiting a while. Wolfie trying to get in on the action. The double up was something maybe that Aitzins were not expecting. But Wolfie really doing it all to give his team a chance. Himself and Dutchy. You need to try and get him off it, Dutchy, as he's and he will overwhelm. It would seem like 21-19 Sabre. They just need one more, and Aitsins, 2 required. But they've done it before. They've done it from 5 down. Surely, the well is running dry. Surely the strap book is running thin. It's based off vibes now. It's calls off vibes. Do what you want. See if you can try and find the frags. But Hodix again dropping whiffing. Deja vu. But this time Hodix is going to get a whole lot more. Dutchy going down. Moz trying to deny the upper and at least seal his fate. But he won't be able to do it. And Aitsins, it's down to just 3 players. As a similar fate might nearly be guaranteed. And Prime, a peek on his own. Tripex, bullets is all that's needed. Mozto finds 2 over towards B. We're not done just yet. Wolfie needs to find his kill, but Tripex once again will stand tall. And can Moz deny this one? Can Moz stop it all? A 1 versus 3 and Fake Reality up close, and Fake Reality will seal it. As for Aitsins, it is pain on train once again. Sabre, they get it over the line, man. What an incredible map 1. I've absolutely no idea what is going to happen on map 2. If that is the bar that has been set already in this game, man, I'm excited to see what Ancient has to offer. I think Aitsins played their hearts out on that one, and I just wonder, is that fatigue and the morale of losing that map once again after being so close, after having that 7-2 start to give away, you know, so many chances to Sabre to actually close out the map, to fight tooth and nail, to, you know, really try and stay in that game as long. looking to pick up your first map in a CCT. Get this one. FAVBET looking to do the 2-peat. 3 for 3 in terms of maps as we get going. And this T-pistol, little to no resistance at all on this B bomb site. Everybody through CT and nobody's even gone down so far as the bomb has ticked on way too long. Smokes have to come in, flashes have to be good. This retake is happening right now. Can FAVBET deny the CTs from making their way in? Crossfire is mounted, and well, Defuse just being stuck right now. Dutchy, he's just going to sit head down on the bomb. You need to try and get him off it, and they won't be able to do it. Aitons are going to snatch that one from under the noses of FAVBET. It was chaos on that B bomb site, but it is a CT pistol, nevertheless, that Aitons will cherish. But such a close round means that FAVBET are just going to be investing everything they've got to reset the Aitons side, who have actually gone for a little bit of a B stack. They've left A completely open, and we're already going to be out here. They're taking donut control too. If I'm Aitons, if I don't find a kill in first couple of moments, probably calling a save. You need something to be given to you here. Here's the peak, and there's the kill. Now you go for it completely. They're taken down. There's a swing coming out onto the site. The CTs are trying to get this one over the line, and it looks like they might as well have done it. Jakas smoked off. There's nothing that he can do for the moment. Wolfie doesn't have a kit though, so it's going to be a long defuse if Jakas wants to go for a peek, but the smoke was up for way too long. Decides against it, in towards the corner, trying to just keep himself alive. He will be able to do that. Aitons only lose one player, and well, FAVBET were hoping for just a little bit more. They were hoping that maybe they could just hold on to that bomb site, but just the sheer amount of numbers that were making their way through Temple, too much for FAVBET to handle. And Aitons not phased really by that last map going the distance, going to 3 overtimes and coming up short. They're looking for another hot start, but let's not forget, I mean, they had a hot start on train. It was 7-2. They were in the lead. Then lost 10 rounds in a row. Technical pause here as we get Hodix and Moz back in the server. Hodix is already back with us. Moz is now back in as well, so should be going live in a moment. Aitons are hoping that it doesn't. This execute is going to be thrown over towards the B bomb side. Dutchy in towards the cave right now. Fake reality trying to occupy a lot of space. Wolfie over towards short though. Good enough for the double. Has to try and get a reload off or wait for his teammates to get a little bit closer. And he's waiting for a flash that eventually will come. But still, Hodix is doing the damage here. He picked up the bomb and he can put it down as well. Bomb plant is going to be massive for FAVBET in this round. And he still has a chance at it, but he's so low. He needs the insta headshot onto both of them, and Prime will deny it. 3-0 lead for Aitons. It's a wonderful start for the UK side as they're looking to respond with a second map and force the decider, which would see us over on an Anubis. And I just wonder how difficult of a team are Aitons to actually prepare for a team like FAVBET, because Aitons do not have a lot of film on them in terms of HLTV events. You know, we're talking, especially on Ancient, we're talking 2 maps that they've played in the last 3 months. As he finds the kill, and Dutchy, through that smoke, will collect 4 in that round, and a 4th for Aidson's now on the board as well. Again, it's exactly what we've seen on map 1. It's a perfect start for Aidson's, but the question is, Prime going for the spam. Nobody home. Eventually we'll take us closer to. When I say Aidson's, it is pretty much Wolfie and Prime. Dutchie is nowhere near. Wolfie's already been spotted out, and missed chance with that up. Jackass and Hodix need to try and hold on. Prime is low, and Hodix, he's thinking about getting a little bit aggressive in towards CT, and that's going to pay dividends. Wolfie going to look the other way, and Hodix will just take 2. Jackass with the last. And Sabre finally on the board. Mid-control. Try and be taken here for the tease, Dutchie. Hoping to hit a couple of heads through that smoke, but it's that mid-control that's been lost by the tease and held on to by Aidson's. Prime still just sticking around in towards Donut means there's a refrag available that they will get. Wolfie can't adjust onto Jacast, but Whiffen will be able to just nip that in the bud before it blossoms into anything more than just a kill. You've got Moz over here towards this A bomb site. Now seeing the smoke land in. Does he want to try and risk going for the spam? That's a dangerous game to be playing, especially teammates a million miles away right now. And again, we're going to see another plant over towards this A bomb site. It went spectacular for Sabre last time out. Is this one going to be a little bit different? The CTs are hoping so. Dutchie is the only man with a kit right now. So it comes down to if the donut play is going to happen. And Nightmare is now left alone. Moz surely spotting him out here. Needs to get that reload off Dutchie. As I was saying, the man with the kit waiting to try and find out Nightmare. They need to try and run him down together. And he's just playing this one perfectly right now. Dropping the player with the kit. Whiffen has to go scrambling for it. And there just isn't enough time. Nightmare has done enough. A 2v3 going to be converted. Whiffen just about saving himself. Saving that AK is at least a little bit of a bonus, but that is going to be the only rifle you've got heading into round 7. And this is Sabre getting themselves back into this game pretty early on as well, might I add. Wildly aggressive play here from Whiffen. And he lands the dink with the AK, which is unfortunate. Through the wall, hits the upper. And does he actually purchasing up? Oh no, never mind actually. I thought he was purchasing up a kit. Picked it up off the body. Prime finds a deagle headshot. All of a sudden, this one gets interesting. I mean, I know Dutchie doesn't have any armor, so aim punch is going to be a big difference maker if he gets into any engagement at all. Look at Prime. All the way in the back line. This is a freebie onto the opera if he wants it. And he might even knife him for a little bit of extra cash, but no, decides to just take one while he has it. Prime's got two. Deagle in hand as well. Looking for maybe a third here. Fake Reality being cautious as he goes to try and peek in. As Prime tries to line up the headshot. One more would really just throw a massive spanner into the works. As if he hasn't thrown one in already. 38 seconds. You spotted the bomb. You know it's going to be B, but for some reason, Dutchy's rotating away. Crossfire mounted, and this is where Fake Reality has to try and get it all done, and that AK gets back just in the nick of time. You snatch that one away if you're 8sins. Sabre might have got into this game a little bit early, but they've fell at that hurdle where they should not have. The opening kill found. Prime finds the Deagle kill, continues to push behind. Nobody has an idea that that is a possibility. Trying to find a success of your own with Deagles of your own. Prime is going to make its way back, but Sabre are going to be all over the bomb site right now. Hodix needs to try and find this kill though, just to feel safe about this one. Already, CTs are getting a whole lot closer. You're forced away. You can't just stick around on the bomb site like that. Sabre felt like they really needed a bomb plant in that situation, but didn't get it. So, still a couple of opportunities. Still, damage could be a massive factor, depending on if they can take a couple more rifles away. That could really kind of hurt the Essence economy. And actually, if they decide to go heaven to be here, Essence might not catch them in the act, but instead they're walking through to try and go towards Donut and Fake Reality. That Deagle hitting the mark once again. And they try and maybe accelerate towards this A bomb site. Whiffin waiting to try and peek out from this temple position. Bomb is only tapped and Fake Reality is just holding on. They are making a round out of this right now. Fake Reality, should I say, is making a round out of this. He's found 3 kills. They've got a bomb plant and they've got a 2 versus 2 hit on Dutchy. A lot of util on Wolfie. Molly is going to do absolutely nothing for them though. They're sitting in the smoke, ready and waiting. Smoke on the bomb here as Dutchy has to try and get on and tap. Nightmare's going to try and walk on through and he finds that kill. Dutchy going down. Fake Reality waiting to try and go for a peek of his own. Spam doing a lot of tag damage. Nightmare looking to finish the job. And now Wolfie has to try and get on and stick the defuse, but Fake Reality will not allow it. How have they made that one doable? How have they made that one work? And 8sins are wondering, how did that all go wrong? That should, you really are. You've invested in this round. If this one goes south, if this one turns sour, all of a sudden, Sabre should have and should be a shoo-in to take a victory in this first half. Whiffin going to be taken down from behind. Timing found is going to be perfect. Dutchy. Oh, nice peek there onto Jacasti. Not handled that one. However, T's are already out on A. They can get this bomb down. Sabre just need to make sure that they're not going to be caught off guard by a couple more pistols. This is where it gets scary right now. And it's just a decision for 8sins. A 4 versus 3 decision, I think, has been made for you. I think you go for this. Yeah. Nearly. Now all of a sudden you've got Sabre on even terms. The B play Moz tucked in towards the corner, trying to mount a little bit of a crossfire. It's completely sideways. There's a lot of problems peeking their heads. Struggling to connect on the headshots that they need to. It's down to just 2 CTs, and look at the HP on the T's here. The pistols could get it done here. Dutchy trapped in the corner, but the wide swing is enough. 5 HP and 38 HP is all that Sabre stand on as they level things up. They're going to go for it again. Rush up towards the B bomb site. Surely there's not going to be a stack here this time. Mark 10 proving difficult to handle in that position, but Whiffen able to mow him down. Needs to try and get that reload off, but Hodix is just spearheading this attack once more. Just running them down. He was the man with the bomb as well. If he falls, this round completely goes up in the air. Smoke out as Prime tries to swing across, but Tripex is just so ready. He's even just walked around the smoke here. Moz surely isn't going to see this one coming. Not on this timing, but they've evaded each other once more. Fake Reality, though, this time is ready. Sabre continue to claw their way back into this one. 4-0 down. Brought it back. Now find themselves in the lead 6-5. On the T side, no less as well. Seeing big improvements from Sabre, who are just able to bounce back after a couple of slow starts, map 1 and map 2. And Aidson's trying to get aggressive here as Moz. Fake Reality is just going to completely deny that. Oh, shadow spotted. Tripex has the info on the player close cave to back away here. Dutchy, though, can't clear him out of this angle. This is where it gets awkward right now. Flash timed and Prime trying to get away with that scout. Still tempted to go for a peek as he's smoked off, but can't trace him through the smoke. 4 versus 3. And Hodix really just finding timings left and right. He's walked all the way through. Red room. Whiffen. Walking behind, though, could be a little bit of a difference maker here, but it's being watched. Lighter with a good shot. And now Hodix will get in on the act. Wolfie now realising the position that he's in. He has to do it all once more, but not going to be able to. Sabre take a 7-5 lead heading into this second half. And Aidsons fighting for survival on this second map. Survival in this event. And Sabre look to make it 2 wins, I believe, for the very first time in an EU competition. On to this bomb site. Niter, though, has already denied one. Needs teammates to get a little bit closer to try and help him out. Bomb is going to be planted, but Aidsons are just taking way too much damage here. Surely as the retake will commence. They get a double kill and they force the CTs back for a moment, but still, you are the walking wounded if you are still standing on Aidsons. 36 and 8 HP is not a lot. 2 smokes in play. Us and Whiffen, they need to find the headshots as this defuse is going to be stuck here in just a moment. Moz, 1 bullet will do, and Jacast even finds the headshot on both. Sabre will take that CT pistol under their wing and take a 3-round advantage. And I believe I misspoke in the last round. It was Aidsons actually to get 2 rounds on to get 2 rounds on their T side, but still, it was Sabre's CT side that was very prolific. And Aiton's with this purchase back because of the bomb plant. They are going to try and not give Sabre any room to breathe whatsoever. Tripex, does he have a chance? Maybe they've got an opportunity. All of a sudden, they've gotten a chance. Not a clean kill over towards middle. Niter, you're going to have to get out of there, mate. You can't. Tripex to spam through cave. They were trying to peek over through heaven right there. Tripex is going to be able to deny it. AWP just posted up to shut down Moz, stop him in his tracks, and they continue to go back for a little bit more. Niter even finding the AWP, grabbing it on the way back, as Aitons are just being cut down limb from limb once more. Tripex, he's already spammed down one, and if he continues to spam, Wolfie's a dead man. Surely if he goes back for another Wolfie will just fall, but he doesn't. Decides to play a little bit more passive in towards the cave. Whiffen jumping up. They're going to double peek him here and try and clear him out. Whiffen has to be the one to really do it. Actually, Wolfie finds the kill, but 1 HP. A lot of damage done. They'll molly them out the cave. Are they going to pivot towards A? Or are they just going to head down the ramp where Jackass is going to be waiting? He's made a nice read and call to push down deep. And this is something maybe that you're not going to be expecting. The boost coming in here. Whiffen's going to be taken down. And it's Jackass multi-kill once more. Something that we haven't seen on Ancient, but we're very accustomed to after watching that train map. 11-5. Still yet to pick up a round on the T side, Aitzens. And it's looking like maybe, just maybe, their endeavour, their outing in a CCT is going to come to an end. Was called in the dying embers of this matchup to try and get a foothold in what would be another insane comeback from Aitzens. Sabre have done no wrong on the CT side, so I can't doubt them. Not yet. We'll see what way this goes. A smoke's being thrown. And Aitzens are going to walk out in through middle. But Nier's read into this one completely. He's maneuvered into a lovely position to go for a peek. He spotted 2 going into the red room. That is a lot of information, because Aitzens were trying to be so sneaky about that. Prime, though. The Eagle headshot. Now begins to make things a little bit interesting. A team kill is a problem. Still, you've got a 4v2 right now as Aitzens. They wander their way through red room and get onto this A bomb site. Attack pause looks like it worked. Now, steps being made here from Jacast with up close, and oh, that was nearly horrible for Whiffen. If he went down there, maybe you've got a chance. Tripex hasn't been heard by Whiffen, and he's got his fallback. Take a couple of weapons. It could be great. Dutchy's going to miss a chance. Tripex can go for this. This is the problem right now. He can sprint onto the bomb site and maybe tap a defuse and get somebody more to peek. Prime waiting to go for the jiggle. There it is. He finds that kill. Need to get away before that bomb explodes. But still, Aitzens will not care about how they win the round. As long as they win it, they keep themselves in it. That is the main thing right now for Aitzens. And Sabre, Honeywell is already drying up after a singular lost round in this second half. They're going to have nothing left as a fail-safe should this one go south. Whiffing already finding an opening. That WP hasn't really done all that much in this game, but he's come to life there with a nice opener. And Moz with a second as Tripex jump spot out a couple of players, and this is where Sabre have to try and plan an escape route. But it nearly goes horribly wrong there, as a couple of rifles are going to be gathered up. 3 M4s brought into the fray in the next round. Tripex, he was thinking about going for a peek all the way deep, worried about his back now. Dutchy could really pile on the hurt here if Tripex is not careful, and he just goes wandering. So it is only going to be the 2 rifles brought into the next. 8sins. Do we have another comeback on the cards here from them? And it's only 1. Niter continues to peak.
Terrorists win.
Worried for his safety, perhaps. Thought he was going to be ran down from maybe elsewhere. You could see on the minimap, though, he was, pretty much perfect in the position that he was in. Nobody be attempt to retake. What are you really trying to do here in this situation? Nade is going to go deep. Fake reality. He spots the player on the boost, but the totem pole underneath him just gets knocked. So it's the rifle that is going to be safely carried out of there, as a couple of pistols will just hang about. See what they can discover. This would be quite the prize. Whiffin, still not seen yet. Chakast is going to go down now, realizing Tripex is up close, so there was a chance.
Terrorists win.
That glory there was a chance to get away with an op, but instead you come away with nothing in that situation but the M4 you brought in. Still, not a bad thing to take forward. Just means that we're going to have 3 M4s in the round to accompany the FAMAS and the SMG. 8sins, are they doing this again? Are they bringing it back? Are we going to see another overtime? Whiffin trying to take an aggressive peek in towards the cave right here. Tripex is already up close. Whiffin's going to try and walk in on him. Oh, spotted out. Stop shot going forward with the pistol, and he will get it done with that. The SMG fails in that engagement, and Whiffin looking for maybe a little bit more. Onyx needs to be so cautious as he gets out of harm's way and gets out onto the site. 8sins are happy though with the kills they've found. What they're not happy is they're still being absolutely bombarded with util. Wolfie is still being bombarded with util. Luckily for him, he just about sits above half HP, but it's still not a lot. A push coming in here from Niter as well. I mean, could be horrible for Dutchy. Could be horrible for the CTs as well. They don't quite realize it, but A is where 8sins have kind of ended up. And this timing from Niter has just been missed completely. Whiffin posted up with the op. Holding a little bit of a tighter angle. Niter needs 1 bullet to connect, and it's even to the head as well. You've got a chance at this right now. 2 kits in play as well. Wolfie's low, and he's in that right corner. Dutchy over towards Xbox as Wolfie gets taken down, and all the pressure and all the eyes are now on the captain. Dutchy needs to try and step up, and he sprays down Niter at least, gets him off the bomb. Fake reality supposed to push him round. Dutchy just trying to buy as much time as possible, but right now Fake reality, he's eyes for the bomb to get on it just in time, and this one has been stolen from 8sins once more. Sabre, they have 4 chances to close out this series. again bombarded with utility. Arda-T's Prime coming out worse for wear this time. You can see that the CTs, they want to fight from mid here. They want to try and take it away. It's a well-timed flash here that maybe could be the undoing of the T's right now. But Dutchy will hold strong with that double kill and nearly finds a little bit more. But Moz will actually get it. As now, Cast gets it into a 2v2. A situation where Aitzins actually came up short last time. And this time they don't even have the bomb down just yet. But this is what it comes down to. A 2v2 for Aitzins tournament life. 45 seconds. And Hodix. Oh, can he catch the timing? They walked up the ramp, but now they know. Hodix missed. That's at least something going your way. Molly coming in. Hodix going for wall bangs, just hoping something will connect. And Whiffen was the man. He was really just an absolute danger on train. Needs to make sure that he holds his nerve in this one as he backs up to play a safer angle, a safer position. Whiffen going in to look for it, but this time he will miss the opportunity, but the Tech-9 will not. He'll capitalize off it. Hodix trying to run him down, trying to punish the upper this time around, but it will not happen. Instead, he takes the fight with Moz and he comes up short. Aitzins will not. They will keep themselves alive for at least another round. At 12-9, this is getting interesting, especially looking at the money of Sabre. It's the nade, the pick off Dutchy early on. Oh, you know it was a low buy. You need to make sure that if you're going to go into an engagement, if you're going to go into a fight, you need to win it cleanly. And luckily for Wolfie, he finds two before he falls. But still, Tripex toying with fire here, trying to walk his way past. And look at the timing he's got. This really could be a spanner into the works right now as Tripex looks for that little 4, trying to line them all up with that 5-7 and a team kill at the most unfortunate of timings. It's down to a 1v1. Moz now to do it and try and save Aitzins once again. He found the final kill in the last round, but now surely time is of the essence. Moz gotten away towards the corner. Bomb is going to be stuck, and Moz surely knows that there's no kit in play. Steps are being heard, but Jacasta's got off it. He finds that headshot, but there just is not enough time. And luckily for Moz, no kit was in play. He could have had egg on his face there completely as well, taking down his teammate. An unfortunate situation where they line up in front of each other. But man, that was way too close. But somehow we continue. Whiffen with an opener, but traded right back. The upper drop. Now Tripex, ooh, a little bit slow on the trigger there. Snyder, oh, swinging out over towards mid. Dutchy heard him, decided to disengage. This is all about taking fights together. This is all about trying to get as many unfair advantages as possible. And speaking about unfair, seeing through that Molotov, Jacast spamming and tagging down Moz. Meaning that moving forward, you've got two players extremely low, and Tripex, he's already dropped one of them. Jacasta spotted them on the way out. Aitzins have committed into this B-bomb site, but look at the fast flank through Cave right now. Niter could really undo everything, but Dutchy is holding for him. That's such an important headshot to find, and a dink on the holding. Maybe spells a little bit of trouble for the CTs as Jacast lines up both of them. They peek right in, and Aitzins get shut down, and once again, they come up short versus Sabre. Aitzins are unfortunately eliminated. did not win a game in the server. They got a forfeit win versus Rage, I believe, and lost out to Sabre both times, not picking up a map. It's a sad day for UK Counter-Strike as both of their hopefuls eliminated today in game 1 and game 2. But Sabre, man, I can't take much away from them at all. They were absolutely sublime. You talk about, you know, some of the fragging ability of some of these guys, the entry power that Fake Reality does possess. He could really just run through, you know, a brick wall for you and find a multi-kill. So, you know, I think Sabre are going to do very, very good things in the playoff game that they've now qualified for. They keep themselves alive and they move forward. They've got a chance to qualify for a CCT event for the very first time. Man, commiserations to Aitons. Honestly, you know, it was a really good performance from them on train. I thought they were going to do it at so many instances, and after the hot start they had, I thought it was going to be a complete and utter whitewash, but Sabre, they just were never bet in that game, and you know, they really deserve to win that, in all honesty. Looking forward to our next games. We still have Unity versus X Permita and FAVBET taking on Leo coming up. I believe it is going to be Trav jumping in for those matchups, and we've got a little bit of a break in between them. It's the decider games from Group C and Group D coming up in around 40 minutes time, maybe 35 minutes time before we do go live with the pre-game. So make sure everybody at home sticks around for that one. You have enough time to go get a drink, get a snack, and come back. But make sure you join Trav and give him a warm welcome as you've given me today. Thank you very much for tuning into Game 1 and Game 2. And we hope to see you guys for Game 3 and Game 4 a little bit later on.
Welcome everyone, we're back for more CCT action, of course, back in Season 3, and now in Series 2 for EU and the closed qualifier for it, the very first stage of Series 2. Got plenty of teams involved, of course, with the VRS invites, got likes of TNL, look where Permitter went, the direction they went with this particular roster. Like, they've got one name that I have known quite well from, that's Foster, after being on many previous organisations in the past. The other four are pretty much completely unknown names, and the old Polish Permitter roster was just 10 times better, had 10 times more appearances at this level, and kind of like was always at a better level. And this roster has never got to that level, which is why Permitter obviously dropped them in the end. There was no progress whatsoever shown. It didn't surprise me in the slightest, considering the names on the team. There was no way they were going to push toward that next level, really. So, yeah, it's a shame this level. You've got storied names. So you've got Neofrag, who's kind of probably, alongside Kavida, probably taking the sort of the day in this tournament. So I think Unity will be quite upset with their current progression of the roster and do need to try and find this win, because to lose them at 13-1, I feel like they should not be in that position at all. Pretty disappointing for them. I have to have a look and see how the veto goes down, because that will tell the tale. Like, okay, let's do it again. Let's just go for it again. We won 13-1 before. Can we learn about what to do here again? Remember what we did right? Can Unity, on the other side of it, which I always say is often the advantage here, can they fix what went wrong, and can X-Permitter then innovate on Mirage, which is the question mark here. We do still have Anubis in the veto. It was Ancient as map 3 last time. It's Ancient as map 3 last time. It's Ancient, sorry, Anubis is map 3. Sorry, Anubis is map 3 this time. So it'll be interesting to see if they can find any differences, of course, as I said. Foster and Neofrag, shadow of a doubt here that Neofrag is the player to watch in the scene, in this particular matchup, I should say. In the scene, he's been much up and down in his career, obviously. Had multiple things go wrong for him. He's been a bit of a naughty boy behind the scenes, but he's put that behind him now, and I think he's at the point where he should be leading a team like this, right? He should be, not saying he's in-game leading necessarily, but he should be in a position that, I guess, is the experienced, wise head, and can also put in very good numbers too, right? So almost a necessity for a player like him to be able to do that. When it comes to X-Permitter, a player like him to be able to do that. When it comes to X-Permitter, if they're able to actually find this win here and get through to the main Swiss, they're currently. It was a mix that was signed, obviously, with a stand-in of Foster instead of Patrick. That's what I kind of was saying. Like, I just don't think Permitter ever really found any progress with the team whatsoever. So even if they do find a spot in the main Swiss and get this win again over Unity, I really don't see much more from them as a team at all. I wouldn't surprise me if they're waiting for individual offers, or waiting to, if one person takes an offer, then that particular team would disband because they're not under an org anymore. Very much doubt a team like this would find an org, if I'm honest with you, with their level that they're at right now. So we'll have to see. What I can say, of course, as well, is that it's not just, they haven't just been playing this event. They've been playing a couple of others around the scene as well. They've played Betera, Aurora, Johnny Speeds about a month and a bit ago. But that is the issue, right? That was 6 weeks ago in that Fragster Challenger series. So it's actually kind of hard to know how they're going to play ever since they've been sort of let go, because it has been so long ago. 6 weeks, and we saw the game against Unity, we saw the game against Alliance, they lost it 2-0, they beat Unity 2-0, like I said. That's just not much game time in officials at all, right? And maybe you look at Unity, they've played Henry 7, Fireflux, Sashi, Zero Tenacity, Yano, etc, etc, etc. So again, the results are bad for Unity. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row that are 0-2s. With those I mentioned, of course, X-Permitter being the most recent one. Using K27, Fireflux, Sashi, and Z10 comfortably, like I said. So it's a bit of a shame. They've been on such poor form, but they just have to win today. It's as simple as that. It's non-negotiable for them. They have to get a spot in the main Swiss, and we'll see if they can do so after the break when we get everyone in the server and ready to go.
Where do I go now?
Over the top towards short, and that's going to be awkward for Orbit. He's waiting on the little ledge next to window, and Nearfrag will just swing and take an easy headshot. But the trade is instant, and that's really important. Give them the opportunity for a plant to over toward A, and an open plant as well. And with Kreen in a really strong position in toward the murder hole, does make you wonder how easy this retake's going to be, and the answer is not very. It'll be an easy kill in the end for Twixter on toward Darbo as he walks it toward Con. One more toward Kafi. Eco, of course, for Unity in the following round. We've got Ruzi on the Zeus. Should be nothing special with this one. FAVBET doing the right thing here, not even using a hell of utility over toward A, not giving Unity a chance to use anything. Any smokes around the map to hide in, be cheeky with. Look, sorry, he's already all the way through. So a couple of kills in the back, and he will. Nice money for the Mac 10. I figured out where Nearfrag is. There's going to be no way he's going to get anything done here, and they will survive with all 5 players alive. But of course, that means that they're going to have to use the Mac 10s again in the gun round, unless they want to upgrade and just throw it away. I'd be surprised if they do that. They'll probably keep them and try and use them for a negative move somewhere, and they will do exactly that. Committer are very much planning to upgrade those Mac 10s into M4s straight away. Upgrade those Mac 10s into M4s straight away. And he's gonna die, like in the open, pretty much. Is Darba. We're seeing now why Committer had such an easy. They're all over them like a cheap suit right now. No initiative being taken at all by Unity in their opening gun round. Just sitting back, letting Permitter make their moves, letting them have full control. No rushing into anything here either for X-Permitter. Taking it slowly. Once again, gearing up for a similar play. Up con together. Don't need to go for anything too spilt. Clearing out every single position of the bomb site. There's the information for the 5-7 and sandwich. And it's going to be perfect once again. Plant will be free. It'll be 4-0. The money is just booming here for X-Permitter. Know that while Nearfrag has managed to steal an AK, there's not really much else to take away from them, so just going to let them have it in spawn. Green may look for something, but a little bit further away from the bomb blast first. Yeah, there's the information. So, it's 1 AK stolen, up and now available for Woozy, but X-Permitter are in a very, very good place. The extra utility Unity have in this gun round, are they going to feel comfortable enough to go for a bit more of an aggressive play here? More of a pinch in mid from short, count and window. And from con. And there we go. They do exactly that. Nearfrag actually gets himself an opening kill on this occasion. But the trade is instant. That's important. Rex permitter. Smoke will come through. Need one more site, but they can't get on the board. I'll give them more than one over the course of the map that we saw, of course, last time between these. Much better control of the round there from Unity. They were assertive from the word go. Permitter did kind of walk into them at the end, but what it is. Take the opportunity when it comes your way. Oh, we get this duel again going the way of Foster. Yes, we are. Darbo has tried to go for that a couple of times. So far, the con pressure has been won by X-Permitter nearly all the time. Kafita's in the middle of no man's land there. If I should get the kill with a picked up AWP, but he's about to peek into 3 players, so it's an immediate strike back from X-Permitter. Exactly why X-Permitter won this previous matchup so comfortably, at least on the particular map. Again, just allowed so much control, right? There's another gun round for Unity, of course, because of the money they have left over, but just, they're all over them. They're already up short. Woozy has to worry about 2 separate positions. Sure, he's got a teammate of Kafita, but it's an MP9 that has to kind of watch from that angle. You're not winning that duel in a month of Sundays. So he has to go towards short and fight there instead. That, thankfully, is a better place for the MP9. A weird setup. It does well, though, to find that one. Probably actually didn't even need to use that smoke, funnily enough. But Unity are making this one work. It's permitted to try and creep forward across the map and not allowed to make any progress on this occasion. And Unity will get an improvement of a result from the other day. 2 on the mark. Unity are changing up a few things from what we saw, of course, the other day a little bit. Again, like, they're not letting them get away. They're just trying to be a little bit more aggressive. But those moves will start to be learned by X-Permitter. They try and go for a flash in toward mid there to have a peek to an underpass, but Xar was already past where Nearfrag was pre-aiming. That's a freebie for Xar. The hole is a lot better. And Team B, they've actually not had much progress at all, Expermitter. So one side of the map that's been a bit of a more of a struggle for them. They have great success in mid, great success going up con to A, even walking out A. This round's not a done deal yet. Green has actually plenty of time to get the bomb planted, reposition. It's an AWP and M4 on the retake. There's utility and kits, but the isolated duel first. Pick up on the smoke, and it does work out for a quick trade. Frag will be happy with the 1-for-1, considering there are two players right in front of him as that happened. There's a Palace player, and unfortunately, I'm going to say, like, Purdy surely has no chance playing under Balk in that area. Being pressure from Palace and from Con, such a hard angle to face. It's always a T-favoured fight, it feels like. Woozy is mollied off towards CT. He can't even go for a wall bang on the triple plant. Foster finding Darba might just put an end to the round. There is a big flank to worry about. All down to whether Kafida can find 2 kills somehow, but Expermitter have found the plant positions. Palace could be found, but only... Yeah, I was going to say... It's going to be a position that will just fall back behind that Palace angle. They found Sandwich anyway. They picked up a smoke. That could change things. The up to hold bottom con. Tap the bomb first, but it'll be a shot missed. And Orbit will already find the one. Green didn't have to try and kill everyone. Green now kind of knows where he is. And there we go. Age where he was tapping that bomb in the smoke. Another good win for Expermitter, and it's another top con play that just works pretty easily in the end. Frag positioning himself in under this time, and get in front of the game in mid. That's what Unity have just over the course of the game. Is positioning up in that top mid area and bottom mid to take control of Con. That's a mouse wheel jump from Green, without a shadow of a doubt. There's no reason for him to jump there in any way, shape, or form. Why mouse wheel? Sucks. That will do often, even in tier 1. Uzi will go down, and so actually kind of mid-air will deal with Purdy, but there was always trade potential. It's all good for Unity. They will get 4, and they could get 5, which would be a brilliant half, considering the last time these two played. Ooh, spotted toward under for Orbit. He's done really well to find Neofrag without actually taking a death to the second player. They just wait. Darbo sticks around because he's worried about mid. They don't actually have much information on the top mid position, as you can see across the map. And yeah, waiting for that means that the MAC-10 can get in play. There is a T-spawn player to worry about, but that's not really pounced too much. Woozy's got Foster jumping over toward triple, though. With low HP on Twixel from earlier on, they're going to need to find these frags in these advanced positions. Green is going to be lined into the open. He's done well to reposition under Balk. You know where he is. There's only one option, really, and that little jump spot will force Green to fight. And fair play to him, he still wins that duel. Green will get the frag on the trade with a nade. Now he needs to find the defuse, and he's not going to be expecting Twixel just waiting in Palace after all the kills he got from earlier on in the round. So we'll be 8.5 for X Permitter. A lot closer than what we saw last time around between these two, but you can tell that their T side is, well, I think it was played better than an 8-4 for me. It played quite well. Second half underway. Unity preparing for a B pop. And honestly, from this position, I'm not entirely sure how they can lose it. The bomb's going to go down. There's going to have to be some smoke kills coming through, maybe from the market area. Crean's found near frag though. That actually might give them a chance. He was kind of the one player ready and rowing for this play. And Tyrannix with the smoke kit is still 100 HP, which is the most important factor here. Obviously, you can't drop a kit. So, not Twixar, for example, on 1 HP, but 99 in 1, I think, from that Glock. They're trying to force their way up now. Now it might be an issue for Unity, because they do have trade potential, and they are losing bodies. And that's a great pinch. In the end, it works out. Smoke will be available. Kit will be on the bomb. Woozy's miles away, and Apps can't fight from there anymore. He's being pinned back, and it's a really good retake. X Permitter was worried after they gave them so much space, but clearly they were prepared for that eventuality. Unity with a full force here. Mac 10s, Tech 9, Khalil and Deagle. Guilty is fine. Considering that, they have enough to make the play they want to make. And here we go. Charging up Cat with Darwin to come through Apps at some point. They're charging through a Molotov. Look at the AUG damage. I really love this choice of weapon on a round like this. But especially playing from a long range angle. Actually, in the end, will go down. And now the player on backside, Foster, really needs to stay alive to the best of his ability. Thankfully, he's got two players who are basically dragging their feet across the floor, but he hasn't played it aggressively, and it allowed Darba to get a quick Tech 9 jiggle headshot. HE is not going to complete the kill either, because it's planted empty. Twixar knows that. I'm surprised that Nade wasn't actually more judged for that empty pillar corner. Cody's now got an AUG set up. It needs to be a long-range tag, and it will be. Honestly, prized that Unity are able to get 4 kills from that round. It's a good retake from X Permitter. They'll take that. Of course, got a free M4 to grab that was lost. Thought the AUG would have done way too much. Look at this. Actually, it was a combination of the MP9. I tell a lie. We're just seeing that replay from Twixar and Con. Combination of that MP9 from Con, sorry, and the AUG on B site. The kills towards short. any significant damage. In the end, that's what really hurt Unity. But they're doing the right thing here. They're buying again with the Galils. It's Galils across the board, but no, they took Extremitter down to just one player alive. It's absolutely worth it here. But you need to do a bit better than kind of just dry peeking mid, I feel. It was Kreen a chance to farm with the AWP up to 18 and 6, by the way, silently doing expert work. Bit by bit across this one. Good flick down as well, Kreen. That recovers it into a 2v1. Much more of a comfortable round now, you would think, but he had to put another bullet through the smoke. He's got one left, but thankfully his no-scope is accurate. And there's one man that I would say I've been pretty impressed with so far in this BO3. Man who I've not necessarily covered before. This, called Kreen. Could be butchering his name maybe, but tell you what, I think he's looking pretty decent. And around in for a little while, we've seen him dating back to 2019. He's been on professional teams. The Unique and Permitter are his two most well-known organisations. Doing a good face here. Three. Lovely flashing toward lower. Kreen can't just get 20 kills on the board, but only 6 deaths. He can also set up his teammates as well. That's what you want from an AWP. Have those supportive elements and those aggressive elements. Linux doesn't get run down, but he's done the job, and he knew Twixar was always going to be in close range. 4 live. Map points ready and raring to go for X-Permitter. It's as comfortable pretty much as it was last time overall. Unity have not got a Mirage whatsoever. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's comedic. I don't think I've ever seen it before. In, like, you know, 11 years of watching professional Counter-Strike and 10 years of, oh, sorry, I guess you could say 5 or 6 years of casting it professionally. I don't think I've ever seen that. A player being so blind in window that he's just railed his teammate in the back. Look, some people like that. And I don't hold that against them. But in this situation, not the way to go. Funnily enough, it hasn't hurt their round at all, really. They've won their fights in mid. Boss has found 2. Tionix and Twixar have 1 apiece. And Darba's got a long, long way to go to either find any kills or even find the bomb dropped in that middle area. There's no way back into the round at all. They've kind of given him the bomb somewhat. We've actually got 2 players around A just waiting right now. Only Orbit, who's top mid, double checking that over and over. And the Ops got the line. So there it is. Very, very nice performance from X-Permitter. Once again on Mirage. Twixar 19 and 9, Kreen 20 and 7. That's exactly the kind of performances, of course, we saw from these guys last time they played Mirage. I mean, it was a very impressive win there. That was a 13-1. You can say they've had some progress, they've had some improvement, but really, I'll be honest with you, they clearly just do it was Mirage, Anubis, Ancient. This time it's Mirage, Ancient, Anubis. So Anubis will actually be played this time, and Unity trying to give themselves a chance by picking into that one instead today. I think that does give them a chance. I think they're still in the series. Wouldn't be surprised if we go 3. We'll see if that's going to be the case after the break. Map 2 will soon be getting away between Unity and X-Permitter. Kind of the result that we were expecting on Map 1, but it's kind of the result that I feel like Unity as an organization shouldn't be tolerating in a way, right? I mean, you're losing to a mix that's recently been dropped by their org. Like, for me, that is a result that when you've got players like Neofrag on the team, these up-and-coming young Czech players are good, and I would say are good enough to compete in like the Swiss stage of this tournament. If they don't, then if they don't make it through, of course, it's their last chance. This is the decider game. I mean, I think that's a big underperformance, and I do worry about that, like where this Unity roster is currently going, right? Because you've lost to Fireflux, Sashi, and Zero Tenacity. Fair enough. Those are three teams that I think are better than them. But then they got farmed by X-Permitter, like I said a couple of days ago when they played before. The team that was playing their first official as this sort of like X-Permitter roster before they were kind of like dropped by permitters themselves for like 6 weeks, right? So you're playing the first one in 6 weeks. You're playing your first game against them, and you get beat comfortably 2-0. The only team you managed to beat recently is Fisher College, who have also recently disbanded. And you've lost to like K27 a week ago as well, which only really have like maybe 2 players that I would say are maybe more known, like X5 and Cashield, right? So yeah, I'm not very convinced at all, and we need to see how they're going to do. Unfortunately, we've still got 1 player missing from the server, so I think we need to go to a bit of a break before we can get started. But it will be Ancient. It is a bit of a better map for Unity overall in their pool. Hopefully they'll be able to figure things out. We'll see in a moment. And welcome back. Get ready for Ancient, Rex Permitter, and Unity. Unity need a improvement in their performance here quite desperately. A rough run of form of them as of late. Last player in toward B. Allow them to plant. There is a good chance they're going to take this pistol now, because Twixar's 10 HP, Orbit is 2. Next will manage to tap down Kafida though. Unfortunately, he's been goosed as well. Got 3 players who are walking wounded, but the kills are still coming through for the CT side until Neofrag steps up, and there we go. Tap on the bomb there. The Molotov prepared all this time. There was no way they were going to defuse it, even if these players were healthy. There's a very lock, or a pretty much a locked pistol for Unity when you have that molly in play like that. Here's the full force from X-Permitter, and to keep the pressure up. Unity could fall foul of these rounds. It can just change the course of the map. Of course, as I said earlier, this is the map that was not played. The game went down the other day. Give Unity a chance to force their way back into the series. Will it make a big difference? UHE entered Orbit's position. They are aware of that being a possibility, clearly. Darba's ready for the Jag aggression, though. Only get 1, however. MP5 Orbit did get his 1 kill, despite them knowing what was going on. Bomb is planted on A. Thing is, rotate and retake will be still very difficult. Got 1 smoke, 1 molly, no kit again. Fido, advanced position. Would love to have gotten 2, but it's a really good trade from Crean. They need to up the pace now. He's picked up the MP9 and he's found another kill. How is it all on Neofrag? I'm not quite sure. One man you want it to be, though, on it would be him, but not if you're going to whiff like that. What a retake from X-Permitter. They're on the defuse. They're definitely okay here. And Neofrag not able to connect 1 bullet on that player jumping across. That is crazy. Would have been instant traded anyway, to be fair, right? He would have got the trade. Oh, they would have got the trade, X-Permitter. If it happens. If he got that kill on the player baiting. Here's how Orbit got his 1 as well. Darba actually just sat dry, even though he knew where he was. Not really sure if that was an absolute necessity there for him to just commit to that all on his own. When they had maybe information he was up there. Again, Unity full foul of a round they shouldn't have lost. And they choose a full eco in this one. Then it's a slightly strange decision, but usually, you know, you're in a forced by war at this point. But with the plant, it gives them an opportunity to go for a full eco and have something. Round 4. Ooh, nice shot, Darba. That gives him a conversation now all of a sudden. Right. An M4 didn't have armor. He's picked it up. He's found 2 more. Twixar's 10 HP. They could be answering back on what actually is their full eco here. What is going on? It should not have gone awry. They have to mostly be Orbit, you would think. Twixar needs to go on a timing, but they know he's in there. It's going to be an easy headshot. It's just fallen apart. Very disappointing. Trying to pre-fire 1 player out there already, and that's a good frag from Orbit, and now he's going to decide to hold it. I really appreciate this decision. He's going to win the round. Incredible. Exactly the right call there from Orbit. When you're running down the first player in that sort of high-paced scenario, and then go immediately for the full hole, it does give a second of doubt to your opponent. And you can see Darba's frustration. He's had a great round. He's not rewarded with a win. They can keep the pressure up, though. They managed to get all 5 kills when they had no investment to the round whatsoever. And they got another plant. Their full investment is coming in now, and Experimenter have barely any money at all. They barely any money at all. Obviously, they can afford a purchase. I mean, residual cash. You get the AWP out on Crean, but they've got nothing left over beyond that. That gets away with his 1-for-1. Frag waiting in red room. 2 players rotating round. You can hear that. That will give a lot of information over to near frag, but he's cleared properly by Foster. That's big. And now Darba, after his heroics in the previous, needs to get the kill here, but he's not going to be allowed to. Next permitter, they're winning these rounds the hard way. Nice long-range burst there from Lex. Took his time, lined it up. No full clip either, so that was a good play. And Orbit will run down Kafida. They had 3 players in mid looking to try and push him down, so very comfortable. This hard work early game for Experimenter, winning that round on the slightest of margins. All about fractions in Counter-Strike. 10th of a second on the defuse by Orbit. Give them a chance to push forward. That's okay. Foster's quite lucky to get away with 2 kills technically there with the team kill in play. Crean's just happy to fight Woozy in the open. Again, I don't understand why Experimenter are going so aggressive in these sort of situations. That nade hasn't reached the planter. Thankfully, Twixtar's doing the damage, and he's managed to leap his way through. They didn't know where Purdy is, and now they figured it out. So they're going to win it with 3 players alive. It's all good. Little bit lazy on some of the duels. It's no worries at all.
Counter-terrorists win.
Like this from Orbit. He's going straight in. Once again, playing this deeper long position in this gun round to keep the pressure up on Unity, who are just struggling not just in the scene right now in their recent results, but clearly in this game as well. Even the small things are going against them. This is one of my favourite angles as well that Orbit is in. Any attempt at a take of A long at this timing in the round is very difficult for Orbit. Very difficult to remove Orbit without him getting a 1-for-1. He's got his crosshair in the right place, so... Now you might get an opportunity up against Purdy. Trying to clear out the position he was in last time, but Orbit changing up his position is making Purdy worried about that angle. And there you go, that's a great clear. Cream again is looking great on the AWP, but he's not able to get one more. And there's Darba and Woozy, a duo of this sort of entrying toward the site from Donut work out. And Foster was left in the clutch. Finally, Unity going to hit some headshots, some quickfire ones as well. It's taken him a bit. Foster's picked up the smoke, and he's picked up the kit on the floor. Surely we don't have another one of these to come in this game. He's going to choose not to tap it straight away. Seeing if they're going to get nervous after what's gone before. An Orbit smoke defuse. Going to creep up together, though. First duel will come through. He had an opportunity there for sure, but how close he was on the swing caught Foster off guard, and Darba will make up for that previous mistake. 12-3. No one is anywhere near him on the server right now. This from X-Permitter. Exactly the right round to do something like this, I feel. Two MP9s playing close. AWP is ready, and they're in the process of trying to draw utility. In comes the MP9 swing. They're going to get completely off guard here. Thankfully, Purdy's done a really good job from that mid-range to find two headshots, and there's Neofrag catching Crean in the back. They realised the AWP was also in the process of that push down toward lane. That's a recovery for Unity. The course of the map and the answer in these tough scenarios. Saw it in that previous round with Foster was left in the clutch on A. Great headshots from Woozy and Darba. Now we've seen it in this round as well, with Purdy doing good work from range to stop that MP9 aggression. Got the opening two, couldn't fall away with the two. Xar is rightfully quite a long way away from this duel. I would prefer him not to even go in for it at all. But yeah, that's going to be the AWP lost. And there'll be no funds to be able to buy it up in the following round. So I understand he wants to try and push in and help there, but in the same sort of thought process, maybe he would have been better off helping his team in the next round and just running off towards or something. You'd have a path up there to go back toward B, run through lane toward T spawn. Probably would have been allowed to keep the AWP. Now, Unity have some money to work with. X-Permitter don't. On scope from Woozy at the worst possible time. I like this decision from Unity, trying to keep the pressure on, trying to keep it dynamic, keep it pacing, keep it simple, most importantly. And Tionix has got nowhere near that duel toward Kafida. He's going to be allowed a double entry toward Queen as well, and that's just round over, just like that. I say that. Hang on now. The bomb is dropped on the doors, on the lane doors, and Orbit has found Kafida as well. Suddenly, the big issue for Unity. And Orbit's found Purdy as well. Twixer now might feel like he needs to go for a push through the smoke, and he actually just get the trade through it anyway after Darba takes Foster. It'd have to be a Woozy clutch. He could actually go all the way. I was going to say, yeah, he can just go all the way around to A now. So, oh, he's going to be cut off. He's going to be cut off. He's got time to hold the angle for a second, but he's making noise. Now, Orbit will know he can maybe push in a bit more aggressively. It's going to be a straight-up hold, but he's about to get peeked from Donut. Actually forces him off the plant and forces Woozy to go in for a fight. Oh, the cat on Twixar. There's barely even an arm showing there as he tried to strafe around the angle, and now Woozy's got a chance. 1v1. FAVBET on the angle. Big swing, though, and Orbit's going to take it. Huge round for XP. It's another one with only one player alive, and Unity will be very, very aware of that to keep the pressure up with their money they've got in arrears. But critical. Not allow Woozy to clutch that one. Great recovery, managing to grab that bomb in toward lane. Was the main factor that secured it. Onyx needing to swing with the MP9, and Unity are keeping the pressure up toward B. Foster's done really well to find one with his SMG, and he's got teammate support in toward Cave as well. That runaway is going to bait Purdy in to try and trade him. They weren't aware of Orbit. I think maybe they were aware of Orbit being in there too, but just the fact they're doubling up in that position was too strong. Too much counter utility trying to prevent from pushing forward. And that push in toward Cave there, even worse. I believe that was the bomb. You can see it over the icons on the map. There we go. You can just see it between the T and the CT now. It's no worst case scenario losing the bomb in there. Not feeling comfortable to go for a plant while there are so many players. That could be a bit of a mistake, I would say. Once again, we'll give X-Mitter space to work with. Good timing on the incendiary, it forces him to run through it. The AK is in a good position. Orbit finds 3. Tech 9 push was a bit disjointed there. There was no trade potential really whatsoever. They'll finally take Orbit down, but he's already done the damage. 7-4 confirmed. Could be 8-4 once again, like it was on map 1. Oh my goodness, Orbit. The fact he's actually been able to get away toward Red in there, get that kill on toward Purdy. Pretty crazy. Unity trying a bit more deep mid-roll, and it's only worked for a 2-for-2. And TLX is, I think, as you heard the player running back through T-spawn. Thing is, look where near frag is. He has slipped the gap here, even though they know that entire portion of the map's been taken. They're kind of all split up right now. Twixar's worried about the push through Temple. And rightly so, but the thing is he could come sight. You can see where Neofrag is on the minimap right now in your top left of your screen. Got no idea where Twixar could be. Experimenter are converging onto the right side of the map. Two rotations are going to be ready to go. Tionix waiting, I would say, correctly. Even though Twixar has kind of got information with the lack of information and lack of sound cues. But it's a great peek from Kree. Neofrag just waiting behind the site, but they might not commit yet. And now they'll finally realise they do need to stick around. Could be comfortable. I mean, you've got Feeder on 18, Darber on 17. Flash in front of Twixar to go for a peek. It's very badly mistimed, though. He only just gets away with his life toward Big Box. Doesn't matter. That's the only bit of the round that was mistimed there from Experimenter. They play it so patiently. They wait for Unity to make a move. They finally have a little look to see if they're on the site. Green finds Neofrag, and there's no way back from there with the health on the final two. Once again, Experimenter showing what they are made of. Unity not at the races. Do Unity have anything to show for this series? Darber is 18-8. For the moment, it's in vain. Don't be fooled by the scoreboard. It is Experimenter up 8-4 right now. Green and Foster will stop Woozy and Darber from working their way forward. Bombs already planted on B. No chance at a retake for Unity on the CT pistol again. Reminder, on that CT side, focus on the lower end of your screen, not the top end of your screen for now. There's going to be a Experimenter pistol. They'll realise that the pistols are only going to be saving their Kevlar. Alex and Foster will go down to that massive bomb explosion, but they won't mind the fact that all that Unity have saved is a little flash and some armor. That is it. Right now. I mean, if you just look at recent results, it kind of just doesn't make sense for the both of them in a way. Let's see, I've got a team that really should be competing in these sort of lower end CCT. It should be a team that makes it through to the main Swiss, in my opinion, through these close qualifiers. They've lost like 5 of their last 6 matches, 0-2. Your Experimenter, who haven't played a match with their organisation, of course, for 6 weeks. And that was the last match they'd played, just for clarity. Without an org for that long, they haven't played a match for that long. They come into this close qualifier with the VRS invite, of course, trying to put a team back together. They play with Foster as a stand-in. They've only a few rounds away, making it through to that main Swiss. And the rundown as well. Does the 11-4. And the rundown as well. Does the 11-4 round for Experimenter. It's a free path, of course, but still. Experimenter, it's a free path, of course, but still. It's just way too easy, isn't it? A team that's orgless versus a team that's got an org. I would say for Unity behind the scenes, I just get the feeling they're going to think this is pretty unacceptable. To have 2 opportunities to beat this particular roster. They haven't, as I said, haven't played an official in 6 weeks since they lost their org. To lose in this fashion, when you've got players who could be really putting in the hard work. You've got Dava playing really well here, but where's NeoFrag been in this entire series? Very disappointing for them. With their recent results, as I've said, you argue what on earth are their goals for the future? How are they going to look decent again? What's it going to take? They might win this round, at least. This was a non-negotiable round for them. Oh, I tell you what, though. Birdie is caught betwixt and between. Thankfully, Woozy's got an important trade. They now know where he is, and they know that's the only player that's going to be very quick on the rotation. So, Green and Twixar can play off each other here in a 2v3. Green's found Darba. He's found Kafida as well. And Woozy... The thing is, Woozy was still quite a way away there. Forcing the pressure up. Some unpredictable. I found a new founder for this mixed team, and they will thoroughly deserve their spot in the main Swiss. They're kind of under the Permitter banner, right? It's funny now that they're taking Foster in as a stand-in. It's worked out for a lot better results for them. Sure, you could argue the draw was a little bit better for them. They're winnable games, but, I mean, look at Unity. It's a bit of a pathetic performance, I'm afraid to say. And honestly, I think they'll be the first to think that as well. They'll be very disappointed with themselves. It's a very comfortable win, again, for X-Permitter. We saw it in the first game. We saw it in the second game as well. And actually, to even more of an effect. Incredible, really. I mean, the map 2 in the first time they played was the 13-11. It was actually close. This one wasn't close by any stretch of the imagination. And honestly, I don't know where Unity go from here. They've missed out on a CCT. They're going to be plummeting in the VRS once again by all these teams, of course, and these other who have made it through this close qualifier. Will get to play in the Swiss stage, continue to gain points, continue to get some prize money if they make playoffs, for example. They're nowhere in the scene right now. They're in that massive pool of teams that are not making progress, are on bad form, and are just trying to exist in the scene. And right now, they're barely existing. So there's a lot to think about, I'm afraid, for Unity. Back to the drawing board will be an understatement about what they need to do here with their current form. It's not looking good with any stretch of the imagination. Actually, because that game was so quick, we've got an extended break now, of course, until that next closed qualifier match. Between FAVBET and Leo. That is a Ukrainian derby, of course, and that other closed qualifier decider match in this tournament. And I've seen quite a bit of FAVBET recently, so it should be a bit of fun to see if they've improved from when I've last caught them. And of course, against Leo, it actually could be a very close game because derby matches can go like that sometimes. So we'll have to see how it goes. But for now, that extended break will have to be coming through until we get started with this one. And I'll see you in a bit for that.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything.
Welcome back, guys. We've got one more closed qualifier matchup cover, of course, in CCT Season 3 Europe Series 2 in this CQ. So we've already got all the information and all the results for every other group so far in this particular closed qualifier play-in. We've got TNL and Sangal through Group A. We've got Copenhagen Wolves and Sabre through Group B. We've got Alliance, as we saw, of course, earlier on, X-Permitter through Group C. And now we need to figure out whether it's going to be FAVBET or Leo in Group D. And honestly, I think every single result so far in every single group I'm looking at, I think Amcal probably the biggest surprise of them all, struggling in Group A. TNL are clearly probably the team in this entire close qualifier through every single group for me. TNL are probably the most exciting and on-form team at the moment who deserve to make it through. But if we look at this final matchup of the day, FAVBET Leo, I've had an opportunity to cover quite a lot of Fav recently. It's Eco Warriors, who obviously came last. They got by Rush B and FAVBET. Rush B managed to go through 2-0. And FAVBET are definitely the more known team than this Leo roster we look at right here. There are a few players that are known in the scene. I think Krivda, Marat 2K, One Unique, the main core that I know of that I've covered once or twice before. Malkis and Cleo are the two that I haven't had a chance to have a catch of. But yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because obviously this is a Ukrainian derby. There's a good chance that these two teams know quite a lot about each other. The only non-Ukrainian player in this entire server is Marix, of course, from the FAVBET roster. So listen, there is definitely some history here for these Leo players. They've played against FAVBET a couple of times already, of course, in this very close qualifier. It was a long, drawn-out game. Actually, it was a Leo 2-1 victory. They won it 13-6 on Inferno. They lost us 2-13-9, and they won Ancient 13-7. And previously, they have, of course, played against each other last year when they were under the LNG banner. That was, of course, with a very similar logo that they have now, obviously. So, pretty much the same. That was a very close game, actually, back in December. Again, these two always seem to go to 3 maps. I went to a third decider for FAVBET on Anubis. It was exactly the same team for LNG back then, and it was exactly the same team for FAVBET as well. So we're kind of expecting that to be similar. Here is the FAVBET roster. I love their Power Ranger setup with every single player having a different colour jersey. I think more teams need to do that. Aurora back in the day had different colour hair, but that's... No, that's hair. That fades away. Jerseys don't fade. And yeah, I do like the way the roster looks. And honestly, I like how the players look as well at the moment. They can look very, very stagnant and static at some points, but also they can get wins against teams you wouldn't expect them to beat for a team of this quality, right? I mean, they managed to get a really good winning over Navi Junior a while back as well. They've beaten Passion UA, managed to beat Partizan, Sinners. Historically, this team actually has had some okay results. Of course, the lack of consistency is the issue. They got beaten by Saw, expected, to be fair. I'll give them that one. But that was, of course, against an invited team that made the playoffs of Series 1, right? And they did take a map off of Saw. That was Train. So they definitely got a map that they can take maps of tier 1.5 opposition off of. So pretty interesting to see if they can continue that. Tension is the main guy to keep an eye on. He's the AWPer, always been incredibly talented, and I always like to see how he does. Same with Bondic, just because of his storied history, how many years he's been around the scene, and how many years he's been a professional with various different rosters, whether it's Hellraisers back in the day, or even that hilarious stint on Tai Lu for a bit, where I'm sure he wouldn't understand what on earth his teammates were saying, but he still played. Anyway, here was the veto. Dust 2 will be Leo's pick. Inferno is FAVBET's pick, and they have the opportunity to pick into Train here. And that, as I said, that they are quite good on. But they know that Leo have got lots of reps on it. So we're keeping it to a middle ground map decider, I guess you could say. Because Train, as I said, Leo played it 16 times last 3 months. FAVBET, 7 times only. But it's one that FAVBET have found good results on. Inferno is more of a first pick choice for FAVBET. And they've got that with 16 times last 3 months, 56% win rate, and good results on Inferno for a little bit. They managed to beat Sangal, Sinners, Passion UA, Fireflux as well. Honestly, pretty good results. Especially Passion UA and Sinners. I think those two teams are rosters for me that should be good on Inferno and have been good on Inferno historically. So definitely something to talk about here, and definitely something to talk about in terms of the fact that that game 2 days ago, Leo did win. And the veto back then, of course, those 2 days ago, was Inferno D2 Ancient. So we've got the two expected picks coming through again, but not the same decider. So I'll be very curious to see what that changes if we do get to that decider. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get there, knowing what, of course, has gone before in these two rosters. So let's see. I do think Dust 2 is a map that FAVBET actually do play quite a lot of as well, but clearly they have been exposed somewhat on it recently. It was 4 in a row before the win against Leo the other day. So it isn't interesting that Leo is still willing to pick into D2, even though FAVBET beat them on it just the other day. So clearly they've got stuff they can learn from. They kind of know it was a mistake. Or know what their mistakes were, sorry, and maybe they can find a way to fix those for this opening game of the series, and maybe they can find a way to get a 2-0 instead. Who knows? Here's our head-to-head, One Unique and Tension. I mentioned Tension already for FAVBET. I really enjoy watching him play. I think he's got something about him. I think he's actually got some very flashy AWPing and some great ability, so I want to see how he goes up against One Unique, who I've only seen, I think, once before, historically, so definitely a bit of a new one covering a lot of these Leo players for me. So we'll see how it goes. Overall, I think that the veto is probably an expected one. You'd kind of expect the one change to be in a game that's happened, or it's happening again 2 days on from the previous match. You kind of expect that change to be the third map decider, not necessarily the picks. I thought maybe Leo would change their pick after what went down on D2 the other day. That's always a possibility, right? But what can you really say? Like, I do think it's obvious that there's only really a couple of options for them for both sides, so maybe it's an expected veto. And yeah, as I said, for the individuals of FAVBET, I mentioned Tension, but it's really important for me how Smash plays. Smash is a player who I've, as I said, covered quite a lot of FAVBET recently. Smash is an incredibly hit and miss. You can either have games where he starts 2-9, or games where he starts 9-2. Rounds where he cracks open the A-bomb site on Inferno and looks like he can't miss, and rounds where he'll whiff an entire clip, right? That's really hard for me to tell what Smash is kind of like up on the day, because I think he's got the talent. I think he's a player, obviously, at this point, who's been around for quite a while, Smash. So I just look back through his player history here, right? Like, he's been on teams like ESC. He's on that Blessed team, which is what they were called before they kind of became FAVBET. That was the same roster as well. Just had Guthrie instead. And also on that Esports Club Kiev roster as well. That was where he spent most of his time. 3 years, actually, nearly on that team. And obviously that team was known for a number of that are still playing in the Ukrainian scene to this day, like Soltovsky, Amster, who is still playing a trade on Kono, I believe, at the moment. Looking at players maybe like he would play in these sort of tier tournaments, like he would in these Snow Sweet Snow CCT level of tournaments, and actually look like a pretty good player, right? So he was always part of that East Club Kiev core, still playing in sort of a Ukrainian team, still got some players around him that he knows well. Just depends what day and what kind of Smash turns up on the day, right? Which often can be a bit hit and miss. So we'll see how that goes, but before we get into the game, we'll go to a quick break, and we're back, jump straight into map 1. Short delay, but not too short for FAVBET and Leo. We're going to get straight into Dust 2 here between these two. Ukrainian derby to find the winner in this close qualifier, to find the answer who makes it through to that main Swiss. Ability available for Marat. Got double flash and a smoke. Question is, with all three FAVBET players looking to rotate in through, you move Leo from these angles. Two headshots in this round, FAVBET, which are not going to be rewarded with kills. Unfortunately, Smash has picked up the kit and he's found 2 kills. It's still on, somewhat. He didn't have to absolutely rush him down, considering the kit gave him 5 extra seconds. But actually, he found Marat, and Krivda was low HP as well, like I said. It took the instant swing on the trade. In the end, Leo play it properly and make sure they peek together. Give Smash no chance. But Smash gave it a good college try there. Unique's already been tagged by the scout of Marek's. Forced by from FAVBET that can so often be a successful one. Seen many of these rounds go their way. Bondic with the CZ is a bit of a menace. I usually say that the 5-7 is 10 times better, and I would stand by that still. You think you're borderline trolling if you take the 5-7, take the CZ over the 5-7. But Bondic, the way he uses it, he makes it work. Some players, even though it is just the worse, they do have the personal preference of enjoying a fully automatic weapon rather than a spammy pistol like a 5-7. Bondic has picked up the scout though, so I do wonder how much he's going to be using that CZ here. Marek's going down. Alcus is on 50 HP as well, also been tagged up, so Leo are trying to be extra careful about this one. They're clearing long quite late into the round. They have picked correctly. Look for the cross, but time is actually being a big issue here. They've got 9 seconds to get it down, and it's Marat2K who's covering it. And honestly, he should be fighting. Why are you fighting? He's only just got it down, I think. Oh my goodness, he didn't. I saw 4 seconds on the clock. And that is just Marat2K having brain fade there. There's 5 seconds on the clock, and he's trying to fight short when he's got the bomb. Excuse me, when he's got the bomb picked up. That is massive oversight from Leo and from Marat2K. They did leave it late. They did have enough time to get it planted. It's not like they were panic rushing up long. They did give themselves enough time. If Marat2K doesn't dawdle around and fight short for no reason. So that's a really poor, I guess you could say, late round scenario for Leo. Could have been more. Leo, do you like that one to look for? Right, but it looks like he doesn't pull the trigger so soon, but like it's a great idea to check close first to see if there's a player close. Knowing that that first player that you saw near mid doors is not focusing on the B-bomb site itself whatsoever. So he realizes that, checks close, gets a free kill. Doesn't have to commit to the fight against the other. It forces FAVBET to fall away with the 2 M4s on Tension and Bondic. Leo will make up for their misgivings on the previous round. A good burst in toward B. A good bit of decision making from Krivda. FAVBET looking to fight long early round with utility drawn. That's a long door smoke. They're not going to push too deeper on it for now because they know they're about to be fought back. There's a counter util. That area should force clear out into the open. The flash is excellent. Sends Marix in with the MP9 to hold W and A. Use that movement speed with the MP9, make yourself as hard to hit as possible. Marix has found a great timing here. Realizing that they've fallen back away from long, that's just good map knowledge there from Marix to take some more aggressive control. Now he wants to get away, and part of me would have liked him just to stay in long doors there before he went for the fight. Don't go for the fight at all, and then wait in that long door position with that massive shadow advantage. Sure, they could have flashed him off the angle, but as you can see, utility is already limited for Leo. So, sure, I know Marix isn't to know that, but I would have preferred him to stay long doors there and not gone for a peek whatsoever. Would have been a bit more forward control than he has now. It's going to find Krivda as Leo tried to walk their way up short. And again, they're leaving it incredibly late here. HP isn't too great either. Will the plant be safe this time? Bondit could try and deny it if he wants to. But in a 4v3, you'll know that it's better to play the long game when you've got a kit on Jakey as well. So it will go down. And Smash is running his way toward long. Marix is like, oh, okay, there's still a guy there then, and we're crossing paths in the smoke as well. There's a player behind you guys, and it should get two. It will get two. Fortunately for Marix, he was away toward long for so long, he needs to pick up this kit and get back toward the site, but he's only allowed to do one of those things. Rat 2K will put an end to it. Leo in a good position now, having broken that CT money. Full USP rush up mid. It's got quite a lot of damage done here. About 2K's calm approach there with the Gulhill to get 3 kills. But then Cleo will finish it off. 2 kills. Actually been 4 overall. If they got 4 from that, that would have been incredible. Usually 2 is the maximum you can really hope for in a round like that. Zorp out on round 6. gone already. FAVBET forcing his way out, giving Tension no chance. Merrick tries to answer back and will, but taking damage to do that, and they're already out long. And they have one more. Oh, didn't see him in the open. I was going to say, Merrick's is in the open fighting there, not sure whether to fall back or not. Betwixt in between. Leo another path, pretty comfortable path up toward the A-bomb site. Marek gonna, ooh, there are 2 players on short, and that's a good dink, but I'm afraid it's not enough for Smash. 2K will get taken down in the end, but flash support for coming in from long. It's gonna have to try and do something toward Bondik, and Bondik can't connect. And it works out. Jackie may be here, but he's got 3 players to find. We're still going toward his position. But there's the headshot. Leo looking like they're in the heads of FAV right now. CT side dust 2 can look like this sometimes. A little awkward when you don't have the answer to what the T side is putting in front of you. Always playing catch up. Have another opportunity on the comfortable anti-eco here, you would think. Once again, only a CZ in play. And Bondik has invested quite a bit further down than the rest to go for Kevlar as well. I'm not sure why he thinks the CZ is going to win in the round here. So, we left with a little bit less in the following round. That's the utility. Unless Leo give him any freebies, which I doubt they will. He's already going for a little bit of a peek and tries to take advantage of that, but realizes there's a pistol up to get, so he may as well leave. We smoke tons. Pretty obvious, I think, where he might be playing in this round, though, so only one place he can play behind that smoke. They are splitting, of course, from mid, and they know he's here. There's no way he's not. Why one unique is diligently clearing everything, which is why they can probably check the smoke at some point. Guys, there's only one position he could be. Here we go. They've cleared out the site entirely properly and then overlooked the one spot that's actually a possibility. There's Bondik using that CZ like I mentioned how he uses it. He just jiggle bursts with it. It's actually like crazy how much success he gets done with it in those sort of situations, even when it's a mid-range kill. But, of course, it was never going to win the round straight up. So, only 1 kill for a bit of damage. Alex will fall away with the AK. It will be 6-1 to Leo in the end. Damage here for Marek, just keeping them honest and towards CT there. No reason that Malakis or Krivda will peek any further on that one now. Pretty much a must-win CT round here for Fav. Game's already somewhat got away from them, but it won't have gotten away from them if they manage to recover to a 7-5 or 6-all. is still very much on. Streak needs to begin here. Leo have dominated so far. FAVBET have only really found that one force buy win. Actually, I tell a lie. It was a force buy win. So that's not the bit I lied about. That wasn't the reason they won the round. It was due to Marat 2K just not judging the clock or even looking at the clock at all in that second round. So for that to be the only round FAVBET have won tells you the dominance of Leo so far. It was a significant error from Leo that actually got FAVBET the round, not a FAVBET excellence. Tech pause, not sure what the delay is, but hopefully we'll get back underway very soon. Back underway. FAVBET can't let that previous round be a flash in the pan. Lots of damage being done in mid. Bondic having to force his way back behind the smoke again to stay alive. And Leo really planning for this B split that they've used pretty decent success so far, but that's a great play from Jeki, realizing they could be creeping through the left side of it. That is actually quite a common play on D2 to have that smoke in position and creep through the left side of it to get a bit of a duel toward window in the outskirts of B. He does go down to clear in the end, and he's managed to clear Bondic from the flank too, but there is a back plat player. Smash has managed to get one, and now all he has to do is try and stay alive for as long as possible, and he's done an amazing job. He has done an amazing job. That's all Jackie there, and all Smash. Between the two of them, they figured that one out. Smash getting one more should not have come through. He was one bullet from death. Leo will be face palming himself on that one. The recovery from those POVs to see the I managed to recover it into 3v2, but Mash was the main man. Very important work from him. Showing more of that consistency that I've wanted to see from him. As I said, that is the round that keeps FAVBET in the game, and will keep them in the conversation. I said that they can't let it be a flash in the pan, and if now it's not, it means they're rewarded with the Leo half by here. And look at that HE. It's just hit every single one of the remaining 4. FAVBET are going to win this round with all 5 players alive. That is huge for them. Good stuff from Bondic. Suddenly, that 6-6 or 7-5 that I mentioned from a 6-1, it happens so often. It's so on. Big B play coming in from Leo, but again, Smash is in a good position. The flashes are okay, though. It's put his crosser off a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Smash again has still done good work to get 2, and tension. His flash assist did help out Smash with those 2 kills, but he will go down to crib that. Recovers it into a 3v3. Lots of damage done to Malchus as he tries to cross with the bomb. There's a couple of incendiaries available for FAVBET, none that can be put into a position to move him out of that area or take him down. And now with Jakey on 70, Bondic nated down to 67. You've got an AWP on the retake. You've still got Kit Smoke and a couple to be working with, but I do wonder if it's even worth going for. I want them to go for it because I wish this would happen more. Saving. But maybe they'll just be about to get it over the line. Bondic has actually managed to 1-dig Malchus. Now the time's low, but they do have that kit still on Marix and on Bondic as he picks one up. They've made it work. Well done, FAVBET. Really happy to see a retake come through B there with no tunnel presence and it be successful. And the final round of the half is going to be coming through. And look at the money on Malchus. Only able to buy the scout. Maybe that won't matter to him. A wall bang, smoke bang headshot. A banging from Malchus. Eric's looking to fight toward long again, finding where the scout is. Lucky not to get tagged there. He'll do really well to find clear as well. That picked up. Oh, Tension's had a bit of a poor half, which is rough for him. He's showing that he's got ability on the AWP as well. Bondic looking to reface him toward mid. He's about to see 2 players. There we go. That's big information. We have presence toward B now. But Marit 2K will take advantage of that. Just drop down, push forward. That's CT control. That's a 4v2. Marek's got the round in the palm of his hand, though. The fact that one unique is in mid means it's only going to be 1 kill. They'll know he's coming through short. There's no reason for him to decline going for that kill. The round's still on. Bondic got 4 HP to spare, and Marix, if he got 1 more, there was a conversation for sure. But in the end, Marcus will finish off the round, and Bondic will drop. Leo do get the 7-5 that I was talking about in the end, but FAVBET are, without a doubt, in the game. Second half underway. Here with that slight advantage. But I think FAVBET will be quite happy where they're at, only being 5-7 down, considering the fact they were at 1.61 down. But Leo's aggression in mid on this pistol, I really appreciate that. It's caught FAVBET off guard, and Marix cannot connect with the head of Cleo, and the pistol is over just like that. Really nice move there from Leo. You see as much of that. A couple of strats you can put into place with a CT pistol and aggression, especially on the likes of Ancient, A-Long, Inferno. You can even push down mid if you have the right utility. Obviously with some banana presence as well. The CT pistol, but running straight up mid is definitely a viable option if you've got a couple of players. One to keep an eye on Suicide, one to keep an eye on the left toward Long. And it worked perfectly. Again, a very common strategy we see on the T side of Dust 2. The AWPer will buy a scout, but it's not actually a full force. He's just happy to use the scout in the full gun round as well. That's always going to be a tasty HE, isn't it? Becky down to 46 already. It's not able to connect with the kill there, so as the scout is there, you can play it a little bit more carefully. I like that move as well by Leo. The MP9s they've still got, go aggressive with them. They go for a pinch toward tunnels, and Jackie was not ready for it. Perfectly done. Exactly the play you kind of have to make on a round like this to win your bonus buy. Good decision. Good counter utility from Krivda. Smash tried to force his way through. Not allowed. Played that one well. About survives as well. 35 seconds. FAVBET have no control anywhere. And Bondic is walking back toward T with the bomb. So I think we're looking at a 3-man T-side save here. So this is like makes it even more of a nightmare for tension, by the way. Because as I said, looks like he does want to try and find the losses here, which is actually the right thing to do. Because, as I said, bought the scout in round 2 of the half. Had to buy it again in the actual gun round. He needs a loss bonus to go. So he's going to get that now. But if he had to save the scout again, it would have been stuck with it for however long. So he'll take the 2900. And I do like that. I know it looks stupid him going in alone and the other 2 players are saving, but it's the right move to make. A painful move to have to make, but it's the right move. Tension can now obviously eco in this round and probably get the AWP out in the next, right? Be awkward, of course, for Marix and Bondic, who did save those rifles. We'll see. We'll see what decision they intend to make. I think we're calling a not live, I think. Yes, we are. The ticks in chat. TikToks. Yeah, not live. And there's been 1 point of damage done. That means absolutely nothing, so... Some ping loss to figure out. Get back underway. Round draw. We're back underway. FAVBET looking to go for the same sort of plan as it looked like it was before they went for that reset. A bit of faster long control. If the spawns were entirely different, to be wrong. But either way, they have been allowed that long control. Slight tension went for the AK. Instead, that is a little bit of a change up. He's up toward long already. A duel to be taken, but there are two near the elevator angle. That's a little bit messy for Leo because they don't want to body block each other. There is a nade to break up in that smoke, but Jackie will still get across with 33 HP intact, but unfortunately now we've got 0. Tension tagged down to 37 as well. They need to find some taps in response. Finally, Tension will do that, but it's still a man disadvantage for FAVBET. They're going to be allowed the plant, though. Leo will give them respect to fall back in towards CT and let them set up. Tension will realise that there's a chance they're doing that to allow a big flank to come through toward long. So he's going to go back and check that, and one unique has gone down to the Bondic spam, and that is a great headshot from Tension. Leo perhaps giving a little bit too much respect. Should be a quick trade from Smash. He's full blind, but still finds it. His crosshair was in the right place anyway. He's down into 1v1 off the back of that, and he'll hit another headshot onto a Clio 2. Huge win for FAVBET in a 3v5, I think it was at one point. Smash steps up again. Just going searching, flashing toward tons, spots information on one, and then decides to fall back because he doesn't know if that flash has caught any lower tunnel players. Doesn't know if he's just going to walk into his death if he tries to finish off that kill, so doesn't commit to it. Probably the fair decision. I'm happy to give them, again, a lot of space to work with here. They do as well have the 11-6 lead, so they don't want to go for anything too rash just yet before they truly have to. Got themselves into a good position in the previous round. It's just the end of the round which they couldn't manage to translate into the win. Oh, Maratsuke there tries to force his way forward, and that seemed a bit ill-advised. That particular timing, Marcus will get his one and actually go all the way back toward Long again. I actually would have preferred to see him stick around for a little bit longer there. Of course, he wasn't to know this, but FAVBET were out of flashes in the end. But again, they're deciding to play the 4v3. I don't mind that either. Both arguments can be made for that situation, but Marix and Smash are set up together. And that makes that short retake impossible. So maybe now Malchus wished he was a little bit closer. Bondik's timed out. Hang on a second. Round's back on, and they know the other two players were towards short. Griffin's got a kit. What an awful time for Bondik to time out. But the bomb is planted in the open, so it's going to be very tough for Malchus. Needs to pick up the kit. Has done. The time has expired. He'll get all the kills. FAVBET will stay alive. 7 on the board. And they managed to through this round without being affected too much by the Bondik disconnect. Play to them for figuring it out when it was not comfortable. We'll get Vondik back in the server ASAP. Leo guilty in the last rounds, giving them a little bit too much respect. While we wait for Bondik to get back to the server. A little quick summary of the game so far. Leo in a position where they can buy again here. I think in a position where they'll be able to deliver the goods eventually with an 11-7 lead. But you never know. FAVBET now got some money in the bank to work with. It'll be perfect, of course, with Smash and Tension having to rebuy alongside Bondik. So they're going to be low on cash again. But finding a way to get through these tough rounds. Reminder, of course, this is the last closed qualifier matchup in this EU Series 2 in CCT Season 3. Inel and Sangal through Group A, Copenhagen Wolves and Sabre through Group B, Alliance and X-Permitter through Group C, Rush B and Fav or Leo through Group D. FAVBET will need Bondic in the server before they can go about more hard graft at making that happen for them. Bondic has returned. He so often does over the years. Crazy how many teams he's been on for over 12 years now at this point in his career. The other day, Bondic played against not Navi Junior, sorry, Spirit Academy. I tell a lie. Of course, Kyosuke, the talk of the town at the moment, for many reasons. And I'm pretty certain Bondic's career as an esports professional, probably in 1.6 back then, began before Kyosuke was born. Kyosuke, obviously, I think 17, 18. Bondic will have started in, I think his Wikipedia history goes back to 2009, 2008. You can safely assume there probably some events before that weren't on Wikipedia, so... yeah, pretty crazy. When Unique tries to force his way up mid, I don't mind an aggressive play like that, especially after a little bit of a tech pause, so... maybe catch them off guard. Unfortunately, won't on this occasion, but thankfully Malkis was in position to immediately trade that. He's up to 18 and 8, by the way. Malkis now. Now at 2k, still very close to mid. He's going to hear this utility being thrown. I just feel like he really wants to push this one. Huge round for Leo. If they lose this one, we might have overtime in the conversation. Even there may be a loss in regulation at this point from what was an 11-5 lead. Given the time and space to hop across mid and get control towards... There's a rifler playing anti the stairs alongside the Malkis AWP. There's Marat 2k. Probably force him to open though, and it does force him into both those two players, but somehow he's been able to get that one kill. Yeki. Dink for dink. Okay, of course, will trump M4. Oh, Cleo went for a retake toward long. That could be the important one to repeat from tension. Top mid. He did a very quiet game thus far. It's a very tasty shot. One will go down on A. Krivda's miles away. But I've got a great chance of taking this one now, it feels like. Got Leo's number. He might not even be allowed to save here. Going to fight his way out.
Terrorists win.
Ooh. Tension was looking for him. Oh, great flash. Super flash there. And a brilliant pop. Gives Krivda no opportunity there at all to do anything. Even though I know it's a half-life, but... wrestle back the M4 and get a trade back, thankfully. Bomb now is eking back its way back toward the B tunnels. Right, as there with the MP9. That Molotov is well placed, or is it? Oh my goodness. If they go toward B, Marat could be in prime position here. Does Smash know it's not gone deep enough? That is the question. 30 seconds. Rotations coming in. There are 2 players on B. And Malchus' scout will get that one kill. Marat does not need to move here. He's getting help by Malchus the whole way. Tagging and fragging with this scout. This MP9 should just get 2 kills, honestly. And there it does. It's going to get 2. Cleo's there to clear up. And Leo, on the more unlikely of the rounds at the end of this game, will get themselves onto 12. A critical point. Molotov just not being deep enough from Smash. Assuming that plate that was clear, assuming it spread around the corner, he couldn't see that. Marat knew he had a chance to pounce and did. Perfectly played. The game is by no means done. It's not like Fav now on a sketchy buy for purchase. Already up towards short. Leo can't relax. Good HE on Jakey Intention. Smash playing the B default in tunnels. Have the opportunity to go for whatever play they want. FAVBET with 40 seconds to go. It could be a cat play. It could be a B split. Right now it seems like more of a B split with the way that Bondic has set himself up in mid here. Here's the bomb carrier. Rat 2K having that same bit of utility prime that we saw earlier. Didn't work for him before. Now time is becoming an issue. They're forced their way out middle. One unique needs to deliver. Gets his one and stays alive, but there's more where that came from. And it's a great decision from FAVBET to split B. Get themselves a 2-for-1. Sure, 3v3. And Leo actually do have a little bit of cash to go for this, but you can't really rebuy the AWP, which is the problem. They have got kits. The buy next round would be a little bit worse. Why? I think you should be saving, honestly. I understand why you want to go for it when you can at least get 3 rifles in this round. Rex does the right thing and strafes away into safety. Of course, still worried about there being some presence around the outside of Tons, but it was mostly... Or Windows, sorry, but it was mostly Tons. Leo in the end will commit to the save. I'd like to see Malakis save. There we go. Commit to the save for that long and then go down at the end there because you miss your shot. You've only got yourself to blame. And we are probably completing this game in a 13-11 fashion. I was casting that the entire time, but apparently I was muted. What a shame. Anyway, it is Leo who'll get it over the line. And honestly, I think they've done the right thing there. By pushing aggressive as they did top mid, they found some information, found what was going on. They managed to fall back. They didn't manage to fall back into toward lower, as we saw with Jeki there catching that one kill toward that lower tunnel position. But as soon as they did, and that there was an AUG in tunnels as well of one unique, that got one more. And just his presence was really frustrating for them. It forced them into a pincer with one unique in lower and Marat 2K, of course, on short. And it kind of worked out to perfection in the end for Leo. They do get that one over the line. Of course, last time these two teams played, it was a dust 2 in favour of FAVBET 13-9. So a great win considering FAVBET were on the comeback trail there. They were looking better the entire way. So, yeah, it was... That T-side was definitely a FAVBET T-side, but Leo managed to scrape it over the line. And now we go, of course, into map 2, Inferno. I'm expecting this to go 3, purely because of how often FAVBET have played Inferno and have looked good on Inferno. But Leo, of course, are in a situation where they've also got a decent record on it lately. Just maybe get slightly lesser opposition. It's very hit and miss with them on Inferno at the moment. So yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. That will be map 2, and we'll see how it goes after the break.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
We're back for map 2 between FAVBET and Leo. Should be interesting, of course. Inferno is what we're going to. We've just seen Dust 2. Leo managed to scrape it over the line, 13-11. Only just, though, are not the same as FAVBET. FAVBET played the map a hell of a lot more. Leo have played a lot less, and they are very up and down on it. It's win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. But you know, they've beaten teams like 500. They've beaten teams like, Copenhagen Wolves 13-1. Like that. Copenhagen Wolves are a team that are around their level, but 13-1, like, that was when the Copenhagen Wolves still had Andu as well, right? So, yeah, it's not so sure how I feel about it. I would predict a third map, and we'll see if that's going to be the case going into this map of Inferno right now. So, if it's not a third map, FAVBET will be very disappointed because, of course, they made the playoffs of the previous CCT. They would be failing in the closed qualifier stage of the next CCT if this was how this goes down. So, I need to recover quick. Opening for Krivda. Pull back to that advantage straight away. Goodies and Malkis will get some good work. But now they know there's one more player on the site. And that one more player on the site is 12 HP. Does that matter though? I'm not so sure. There's only tension left and he's going to get swarmed from either side. Great CT pistol from Leo. Starting where they left off. An immediate full force from FAV. Tech 9's in play. But these MP9s of Leo under a bit of pressure. The one rifle they have is a FAMAS after all. Left jump spotting Cleo toward Top Banana. Maybe it will bait in Madison Jackie. It is going to as well, you know. Alright, 2K does play the trick of discipline, but it doesn't matter. He's found his 2 kills. It still could be more because Cleo is picking off the contact. Very nice hold. The full force of FAVBET is deleted instantly pretty much with 4 alive and 4 kills for Marat. That's a lot of money in the bank for him. I think it's going to be greeted with more pistols to come in the following round too. One Unique should make sure to try and keep himself alive and hop away here, because another 5 alive round would be huge for Leo. The taps from Krivda. Some headshots have come through, but USP will finish it off. And the fact they've managed to stay alive with these SMGs, I wonder what they're going to do with it in this round. They have made the right at the MP9s, and they've had a lesser weaponry on the MAC-10s on other T-sides we've seen. Have been the team to take the initiative. Rush your way down Banana, all the utility in place. Perfect time to put in a round such as that. But FAVBET should be very aware of that. So should they defensive and play patient and wait for Leo to use what they've got. What Marix is doing right now. Double peeking mid is all they've got left in this one. And they have spotted one, but it's going to be awkward with Jackie in toward the boiler position. Now 2v5. Jackie's got all 3 kills in this round. He's done a very good job at it. They have positioned themselves correctly, but if they play off each other's contact to absolute perfection, there's surely no way they recover in this situation. So we're coming through now. Actually quite curious to see how this goes. If they hit their shots, there's a slight chance. Maybe then we'll get the one. The M4 is going to be peaking as well. 14 seconds. It's suddenly getting a bit nervy. The bomb's in app. The bomb has been dropped in apartments. It's falling apart. Damage is being done. And finally they have to commit to doing it via the kills. And Tension survives it with 42 health. Oh, goodness. That was not as clean as they would have wanted. Only 1 player alive. Leo will be delighted with that outcome. They weren't going to win the round. That's the best way to find an answer. Becky did amazingly in the apartment mission. 3 kills from there. And here's the hold from Marat and Cleo. They kind of do everything right. It takes Tension to swing by on that such low HP. Finish off the round when it should have been comfortable. Didn't even send a singular over toward B to see if it was clear. FAVBET just don't look on it today. Into a boiler. Malchus knows he's got an opportunity to go for a bit of a peek in toward the bottom of mid, and he'll see nothing. So the noise they've heard top Banana, they will be able to rotate round, you think. But it's mostly going to be a fake. We've got Tension moving back away now, and of course he's the bomb carrier, so we are focusing all our efforts on toward A. Again, Leo having to play a pretty stoic crossfire on the site. And again, FAVBET leaving it very late for seemingly no reason. There was no real need to leave it this tight. 14 seconds. They're finally working their way through now. And Bondic's gone through the long smoke the way. He might have to go through another smoke to win out this situation. Malchus will get one. The bomb's not planted yet. But Bondic, they were so confident in Bondic coming through that long smoke to kill Malchus that Tension just plants the bomb, even though he's still on the site. That's ridiculous. How can you even, like, rely on that in the future if you're FAVBET? Round's not done just yet either. I mean, they're slow Bondic and Tension. They've got kits on Krivda and Cleo. That's a crazy way to go about it if you're FAVBET, but it's going to work. They're going to win the round, I think. would say vaguely fortunate. They are going for a late retake here, Leo, and I really do like this decision, but Bondik's just looking sharp for it on this occasion. There is a kit available for Krivda, but it is a little bit too late. Should have saved. Should have saved. We're an attack as well. There's a chat about what's just gone down. FAVBET now in the game thanks to that round win. Again, used up pretty much every single second of not just the round, but the bomb timer as well. Crazy. Or to fix some stuff outside of the server, so we'll get back underway sooner rather than later, and all is good. Yeah, with this half buy will be dangerous. But can't afford to drop the ball. One. Moving forward on a timing. Tension could get caught off. Oh, but he'll decide to give up on that. As Marek's actually got the kill toward Marat. Maybe that changed his mind to peek then and there. We've got full control of the wraparound long. Malekith is about to get a rude awakening, I think, in that position. There we go. Jackie had the crosshair placement. There's no way that 5-7 will get one more kill from there. So Cleo may get one, but there's only a consolation and a bit of cash.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Orp now available for Malekith once again for Leo on the CT side. The only reason FAVBET are here are due to that one round they left out about like a second to spare to get the bomb planted on A. We're quite fortunate to get that one sorted without having even cleared the site yet. Opening. Dink is significant damage somehow. It's not been finished off yet, but he will now. But Cleo is using all this, or Marat, sorry, is using all his utility to get out. He needs support, and he's got that support. Well played. Out of bullets, doing a 360 to try and get away. Smash will get both, but guess what? Marcus is still here, but he's missed a big one. My goodness, he actually refaced that with a pretty bold crouch peek there. And now, oh, his positioning is all over the place. With the head of the smoke, with behind the smoke. Will finally make a decision to fall back and rotate back round toward Church. Intention's finally taken the kill. And that felt like that was always going to happen, because Malchus was playing with literal death there. And once he'd gone through the CT smoke and actually was on the other side of it, or on the site side of it, I thought he'd just from the site and hold from there. He tried to fall back behind it for seemingly no reason, and that mess of positioning could lose them this round again. Tension is set up, there's not much left for this one. One Unique's got a kit, but he needs to get on that ASAP, and Tension's refusing to swing. There's the kill from Smash. Good round from Smash overall, 3 kills for him. Unique is sticking around, but everyone's going to go down to the bomb here. No one will survive on this particular round. Unfortunately, I'm putting that one down to Malchus. I don't see why he positioned himself as he did in that situation. Good chances for in this one so far. They have deep banana control, but I'm not sure it's going to mean too much being 4v5 and on this half investment. One will go down eventually. One that realizes they've got full control, so you may as well plant open.
Terrorists win.
Eric's pushing forward, taking banana control. He'll see the trajectory of the utility. He's been burnt there once before when he was on that Mach 10, so won't play it too aggressively. More of a different setup for Leo in this round. I like the fact they're changing it up. We've got sort of a double short side setup here with the AWP. 25 seconds. Once again, FAVBET just leaving it so late in these rounds, man. I really want to see a pace change from them later on once these do get figured out. Good flick up from Malkis. He's got support from Krivdor and Balk as well. They haven't cleared that out, and again, the clock is going to be a problem for them here. Ashes are coming in so late. 9 seconds to confirm a plant. This one's just going to be done. The Orp will get one more kill. They're trying to plant in the smoke. What are we doing? What are we doing, lads? Come on now. Just leaving it way late in the day. Leo deservedly win the round with all 5 players alive. And then maybe it's time for FAVBET to pace a little bit. I'd say FAVBET have one more buy available, but Smash and Bonding a little bit extra cash, so I'll be able to have some sort of half or force after this that is very, very competitive. Leo having 4 on CT already is really not that bad. I mentioned, of course, the game they played the other day did have an Inferno on it. Leo did win 13-6, and Leo got 8 rounds on CT. So it's not possible now, but that was definitely one of the main things that let them win the, or sort of gave them the opportunity to streak clear in the game. Just having a great CT side. Might be back in the lead in this one, FAVBET, but their timings have just felt so off so far in this, not just game, but series as well. Not the first time overall we've seen them mess up a plant. Leave it too late. Leo's done it, yeah, I've done it once too with Marat 2K. It has to be, it deserves to be remembered. Going for a pounce that looks like a little bit quicker than before, which I do appreciate. We've left it till 30 seconds again. Make that now 20. We're actually going for the execute now. Trying to force away onto the site now. It's going to work or not remains to be seen though, and Marat and Cleo have done a great job. 5-7 drawn. Kiana is trying to waste time. He will go down. The bomb can come through toward the fountain position. This is now actually winnable for Tension and Jeki. Both still healthy. Available on Krivda, but no retake utility but for this one flash. This is not easy. They're trying to play together toward that church position and past Coffin. But almost a team kill will come into play. Malkis, that's a huge kill to take, honestly. Tension, he made the right move there by going for an aggressive peek to try and make it 1 versus 1. He had to make a decision whether to go for a peek then, or try and get an unlikely 1v2 done without any initiative being really pushed by him, and he thinks that going against the Orpa is the easier of the 2 options. Usually he'd be right, but see here, immediately Krivda dies directly in front of Malkis, but here's that second kill for Malkis. That's huge. Really nice reaction. Probably should have been taken down, but all his expertise. Very well played. Now, as I mentioned, the buy is still available for FAVBET, but there are limitations. Those are the Tech 9 and the 250. Just forced his way out, but he will get pinched from short. And oh, one unique. He had his chance. but not to be. And now Malchus is stuck in a very awkward position. He's getting peeked from apartments, and Cleo needs 3 more kills, and he's got like 5 bullets. So he's going to get overrun. FAVBET pounce at the right timing this time, realise what's going on, realise that one unit going down is a big linchpin of the round, and with the fact that a second kill comes through directly after that means they can overrun the A-bomb site, and they will be guaranteeing at least a tie on this first half.
Terrorists win.
As I said, last time Leo got 8 on CT. The maximum they can muster this time is 6, and if that is going to be the big difference that will give FAVBET a chance to wrestle this game to a third map. Oh, nice pounce from the M4 there. Malchus gets that kill, and he knows they're going to be distracted, and he pinches from that long side. I'll just all collapse into a 5v2. Good play from Leo. Bondic decides he doesn't give a damn anymore and just leaps his way through the long smoke. It was only way back into the round, to be fair to them, so I respect it highly, Bondic. There is cribbed up. Arix is not got a hope in hell on this one. Fortunately, as I mentioned, he's one of the FAVBET players. Well, he seems to be one that has a bit of a poor game. 2 and 9, I'm afraid. He has got the B bomb site open, but say open, as soon as he plants it, probably get peeked by Marat, and you could have killed him there, but he's toying with his food so slightly. We'll get peeked from Banana. Diligence here from Leo. Actually they didn't need to do it like that, but they actually play it correctly. They know they've got the round and got Marek dead to rights, but they still flash from Banana. They still wait for the pinch. Marek doesn't commit even though he could have. Probably got the kill. They play it as if there is a next round. They play it as if you need 4 alive. But they didn't. Doesn't mean you can't play it properly though. 6 at half. Second half utility bought up. Smash on the nade smoke flash combination, actually. Done for all of it, but no defuse kit. If you're going to commit to that utility is maybe a little bit questionable for me. Maybe this is why, because their play is to force their way down mid. And I mentioned I like aggressive CT pistols. We saw one earlier from Leo on D2. I gave this as an example of one you can do on Inferno, and FAVBET are the ones to throw it in. Smash will then do the right thing. Right-click his smoke down and play behind it. But Leo aren't going to respect it, so they're going to jump straight through together. They've got a Molotov on clear as well to use whenever it's necessary. Smash is try and tap A alive. He is dancing pretty well here, and Smash has done a great job. Well played, Smash. It's 2 in the end when he's getting completely run over. Smash plays a perfect CT pistol there. Not just the kills, but the decision-making too. You know, he might get a kill. There's no point using those flashes. You know you're just gonna or smoke. Sorry, you know you're just gonna get cleared from that cubby. There's no way out. Marek's going to commit here, and commit very pacily. There's a player above him in Marek, and Marek has done really well, and actually Krivda, I know he had 1 bullet left, actually hits a dink with that 1 bullet. Malchus knows there's no way out, so running kind of alone, and as soon as FAVBET got the opening picks toward the bottom of Banana, they kind of knew and that one sorted, because then segregated for Leo. And now Felica will come through. 9-6 FAVBET. Do something. Chance to take us to 3. The deep nade. Hey! Saw it coming. Beautiful dunk. Alright, looks to his right and is like, oh, hello, and goodbye, says Marix. Taken down by Smash. Looking sharp is Smash today. Now the all-important gun round for FAVBET. They have that. These 2 MP9 still in play. Not willing to go too hard with them just yet, though. Nades will continue to fly in. Marat could not avoid them. We're doing the right thing here by still focusing efforts toward B. You have an Apps player to maybe still have a bit of effect, but if you go B, you have a 3v2 on that side of the map. And Krivda's found his one. That's excellent. Now that will force Bondik to still play around the A bomb site. You can still go for your 3v2 on B. And you might be able to get your fourth in play as well. FAVBET need information, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're playing double long, which means they can have a quick toward mid, they'll see nothing, they'll hear nothing, and they'll realise that they can rotate ASAP. Everyone's going to be here in time. 15 seconds for the plant for Leo, and Marix goes wide swinging from CT. That seems a bit of a mistake, but there's a great flash assist coming in from Bondik. It sets up Smash for 2 kills, and Bondik will even get one of his own. It's a 1v1, 6 seconds for a plant, and one unique. Will he get it down? He just about will. Thought that tension might peak him a bit faster, but no, he was smoked off toward that coffin position. So 1v1, one unique on quite a significant off angle here, but it's a bit of a right eye peek, I feel like, for tension. Thing is, there's no way you expect him that far away and on that sort of an angle up against the AWP. So well recovered round from Leo. I think they made every single right move there, even though they were down 4v5 early. Of course, it's still an expensive round. Player alive means 2 Mac 10s to follow immediately, and FAVBET have the favourable buy. Just jiggle peeking the smoke. That nade. Waiting for a flash to come through, but might be a little bit too late because look how far they're up. 3 there. Guaranteed that one player plays anti. And Malakis has found an all-important kill on toward Jackie. It's only Bondik on the site. They're locked off by the smoke, but Bondik is getting pincered. Somehow still gets one more. Well played, Bondik. That's probably the maximum he can possibly do there. Oh, that's so bold from one unique, but he's still able to take tension. If he goes down, he's leaving Cleo in a 3 HP clutch. Guaranteed instant trade for Cleo. Actually, he's the one to win it on that 3 HP, as one unique does get swung on by Marix. So a very dangerous way of going about these rounds for Leo. They are winning them. They're within 1 again, and now FAVBET's money's in the bin. Forcing here, even though they've survived with 1 player up in the last rounds, would be a bit foolish. But also, even though I said that, I wouldn't be surprised if they do it. They're taking a pause here to discuss it for sure. We're looking at it and say, okay, 1 alive twice in a row. They've built up no money whatsoever. They're still going to have SMGs. Is it worth it? They have gone for it. So I thought, still think it's ill-advised because you could have saved once, right? And you would have had a buy in the next round. But as it is, they're deciding to pull the trigger on this one. It's very dangerous. You lose this, 9-all. For Eco, 10-9, you've lost the lead. You win it, though, there is a big reward. So I do understand. This sort of a buy is kind of what the meta dictates right now. Again, Bondic on his trusty CZ with 5.7s and an MP9 around him. Similar setup for FAVBET in that previous round, actually, where they had those two rotates toward long, ready to get into play. There was one unique, he won out the 1v1, I believe. Looking from the smoke, Marek will see nothing, but he'll choose to force his way forward in 30 seconds. Fab just have a little feeling that FAVBET might be able to get this one over the line. The Mac 10 is launching its way through. Flashes are really good, though. He needs Marek to support. We now know two are here, but they just can't connect these kills. The Glock's now drawn, and thankfully one unique will get a reload out with the Mac 10 and get 2 kills. But Marek is still here. He is still doing so much damage, and as I suspected, there's just too many players for Leo to deal with, and the Force will be a success. Marek has got 4 kills. He was 2-9 at one point, remember. He's now 13-13, even with Jeki, and almost top fragging for his team, but for Smash. I say that, almost top fragging the server. Look at the kills on Leo right now. 13, 12, 12, 12, 11. What a recovery from FAVBET, and that is an all-important round win. It forces Leo to a similar buy that FAVBET had now. Tech9's AK and Mac 10. If they lose this one, it's map 3 almost certainly. Oh, Marek's again being the main man. Toward long, he's found 3 of those headshots. What a play. What a recovery as well after such a rough start to the game. His CT should be remembered. Just thinking about it for a second, as Tension will be able to find Marat. He was 2-9. He would have died, right? So that would have made it 2-10. Wow, lots of damage from Kriv, that. There are 2 low HP players here. He's got 16 seconds. If he had, like, 15 more... Tension's just in the open. It's cleared barracks! What is going on? Krivda is on for the ace, and Smash has not forced the issue. He's going to allow Krivda to play the angle, and Krivda has just won out the round from absolutely nothing. What have I just watched? I was just nattering along about how FAVBET and Marek's in particular have done so well. 2-10, he's now 16-14. That's like 14-4 on CT. And Krivda, I mentioned FAVBET were looking a bit lackadaisical today. Krivda's just won an unwinnable round. That's one I might not be forgetting. I didn't think I'd get an unforgettable round out of this series, I'll be completely honest with you. Force Spy on Force, back and forth. Not either one of these teams have been able to build up a bank in the last 4 or 5 rounds. MP9 and 5-7 and DZ again, all over again, and a similar buy for Leo all over again. Forcing the issue, top banana. So I just want to maintain my point, how that is one of the most incredible rounds in CCT this maybe entire season. That's a full 1v5 when he started with a Tech 9. But for it to have any impact, he's going to have to win it here. Thankfully for Leo, they've been given control of the site. One unique is looking to be very cheeky. Oh my goodness, Bondix caught the utility out. I bet he's thinking to himself, why on earth has this noob pushed the CT smoke? Honestly, I think the same. When you're the one with the AK, you're pushing the CT smoke. When you've got 2 Mac 10 teammates who could do the same and do it a lot easier and a lot more maneuverable. Insane decision from one unique. And Bondic will be swearing at him right now for sure. But they're going to get it. They're going to take this round. They're going to make it 10-all. FAVBET have no choice but to save what they've got.
Terrorists win.
One v5 is very rare commodities in Counter-Strike. I've had a chance to do a few in my time. There's one from, I believe from Nilo in an IEM qualifier way back when. Last year sometime, maybe a bit earlier. Maybe done one before as well. I think maybe think of 2 that I've done, but FAVBET has made it 3. It might be more, but all I can remember at the moment. Once again, put pressure over toward B. HE does significant damage to the boost as well. Another one will be coming in, and that hash will hopefully get them into a site, but they've put on that boost will FAVBET. Intention does get that 1 kill. The messiness will start to begin again here. But there's a double HE. Again, there's an HE that comes through that does so much damage. But FAVBET was one earlier. This time it's Leo's turn. It's going to get them up to 11-10. Don't walk through the CT smoke again, guys. Come on now. Okay, Marix was low. It's fine. Goodness gracious. Either way, Jeky's going to save a 5-7 and Kevlar, and that's not going to do much for him in the next round. They can buy next round, but it's going to be rough around the edges when Leo have a chance to get this one to a match point. Not hard, just 11-10. They've got Krivda to thank for it. Well done. round that truly matters now. This is what this game hangs on. Leo actually built up some cash on a couple of players too, so they've actually got an opportunity to buy again, even if it goes 11-all. Obviously, FAVBET do not have that luxury. If they lose this round and they all get taken down, they'll be 12-10 behind with pots and pans once again. MP957CZ. For Marix, top banana. 30 seconds left in the round for FAVBET to try and save this game. And again, time's getting low in a round. And unfortunately for Leo, they are going into the stacked site here. 16 seconds. The bomb's nowhere near. Look where the bomb is. 14 seconds. It's only now running its way through apartments. They should just get taken down one by one here. It's going to be free. This is the freest 11-all I've ever seen in my life. Round over. Again, just leaving it way too late there. Both teams have been guilty of that in this series, and on this map in particular. FAVBET had a really rough one in the first half. They managed to scrape it clear, got away with it. There's a couple on Dust 2. There's one really egregious one from Marat on Dust 2. Once again, Leo guilty of it. They got red, sure. I think if they went in for that round and maybe it was 30 seconds left rather than 10, they still would have perhaps gone for, probably would have fallen one by one because FAVBET had a good setup. They'd guessed correctly. They did have the 3 toward A. It was good work. But Leo would have had a chance to maybe trade their way in and plant. In that case, not at all. I bet rotated their 4th over too. Smoke. I'm not sure if they've heard that tag, and now we're running through a smoke, but surely it's traded, and it is. Cleo knows he's got a freebie on that trade. Marix is now rotating off of B, so the B site is entirely clear. And now Leo are leaving it right now. Will they get to B in time? Have they realised that the B rotator has come through? I think they have. Marix is going to be too late. I think Marix will be too late to this one. There's a CT smoke that's been used. There is an incendiary, but it's not going to deny a plant. There's still 25 seconds this time. They should be all right. Marix looks like he wants to play aggressive off the back of it, though. They're going to try and plot the bomb now, but they're not really covering him properly. Only at the very last second will Malchus get that one, and there we go. Bombs down. Marat takes Bondic. Jeky's miles away. 4v1. It'll be Leo with their first match point. As Ents have won the first EU series of CCT Season 3, beating Paravision in the grand final. Last event for EU Series 2 for this season of CCT. But our others, we figured it all out. TNL and Sangal from Group A, Copenhagen Wolves and Sabre from Group B, Alliance and Exeter from Group C, Rush B and perhaps Leo now from Group D. It would be a big underperformance from FAVBET if they were not to qualify. They were the 4th highest ranked team in this one. When it comes to VRS ranking, they were the 2nd highest ranked. So if they don't make it, a big underperformance. I said the same for Unity earlier. This is it. It's overtime, or talking about a Leo victory. FAVBET want Train. They've had good results on Train lately. You have a great opportunity and they know it. HE will be avoided by Malchus. Actually survives with 76. Life for FAVBET is obviously plus. They've only got 3 rifles. If there was ever a good opportunity for Leo, it's now, but we know what this game's been like. Lots and lots of errors littered with them. Especially with the clock. But it doesn't change what these two have had the most trouble with. But Leo ultimately have the Krivda 1v5 to thank. They will be thinking back on whatever happens here to that particular round. FAVBET just chucking that one was just insane. Can't believe that. Still can't believe that. "25 seconds. It's now or never for FAVBET. They won't be participating in this series of CCT if they don't win this round. Again, Leo leaving it so late. Like 15 seconds again. And there were 3 on A. They're circling around that long position, and Bondic will get run down by Cleo, but they're just trying to plant the bomb without clearing the site properly. Just ridiculous what I'm watching right now. FAVBET are going to win this round and take it to overtime purely because Smash is hiding in Arch. Honestly, just terrible, terrible control of the clock there from Leo. And not the first time this has happened. This is your chance to win the game and play in a main event, and you're leaving it till 10 seconds. You're not clearing the site with 7 again? What are we doing here, guys? Kind of pathetic, honestly. FAVBET been given another lifeline. And again, I will say that if Leo try and make that round happen earlier, maybe they don't win. They also going for that push on an earlier timing. Maybe they do just get cleaned up by FAVBET, but at least you'll have given yourself a chance to clear the A site properly, maybe get a bomb down. They had 5 more seconds. They get that trade on the site. They get a plant, and Mash has to try and clutch 1v3 with an MP9. elementary errors. But you get that double E out. We're back underway, and it is overtime. We smoke toward top banana for Marix. Got support with tension on the AWP next to him, of course. The money won't matter now, which is kind of funny, right? The money has mattered throughout the entirety of the half from these two. We've been back and forth with these low investment rounds and the, you could say, forced by wars. We barely had an opportunity to have both AWPs on the server at the same time. Head spotted. Matt will just kind of just walk into the crosshair alone. And again, Leo leaving it till 20 seconds. This is just kind of getting out of hand now. They might win this one because they've got up toward A and they're taking the bomb back. But again, they're going into what will be two players. Jackie can stand tall here and win this round. Taps through the corner from Live. Jackie can just win it by himself. 6 seconds, 5. They've got it down this time. Well done, guys. At least you did it with a second to spare on this occasion rather than 0 seconds. 2v3 retake for FAVBET. But only that one kit on Marix. But tension finding that kill could be huge. Oh, Marix, he knows there's a player right behind him. They can team up on him. Trade from tension. He needs that kit picked up, and one unique has still got the health advantage. 70 versus 38. Tension running around is going to be a hold, and non-unique has it under lock and key. There we go, Leo. Found our 13th, maybe a round too late. If they can push on from here. Oh, look at the damage in the banana fight. Goodness gracious, Marix, he's actually found 2 from that. The transfer on the second. They do not get pushed back by that barrage. They do damage themselves, and Marix gets away with 2 kills. Oh, and Malachis will be very upset about that one. That felt like it was on, but slight jiggle catches him off. That one very patiently. Played banana well. Herald in the madness. Oh, what a flash toward long. Tension. Not even given a chance to fall back. That's a bit more guess you could say, calculated aggression by Leo. But Bondic again is doing a fantastic job. Should find one more kill on toward one unique here. He's trying to get jiggled out, though, and Bondic doesn't swing wider because, of course, he's getting pinched from Pit. They don't want to run him down too aggressively because they see Crypto on 12 and one unique on 18. Larrick's trying to force his way through, but Malchus has got himself in a better position, and Leo will get 2 on T-side in this overtime. Could that be enough? Marat looking to try and battle and fight, but he's just not been allowed to. Goodness me. His quicker plays have been something that I've been really trying to put into place on CT at least, and this time Marat gets caught down to 6 for his troubles. Malchus wanted to stick around and hold it, but didn't feel comfortable doing so. Surprised actually didn't give the AWP over to Marat. She did run back away then. I was happy to just reface it dry, even though there was someone at the bottom of Banana. Again, they're just happy to play it very defensively here. They're actually going to stick just Malchus here. Quick rotator in arch with some support on long. On site. FAVBET will now slowly retake Banana control after the opening barrage. And with this smoke that will come through for Malchus, it just lets them know they've got Banana control for free. Of course, you could easily fake that and still have as top Banana behind half wall and sandbags, but not the case here. And from this back corner, dark position on the B side, I never feel like it's a great one. Thankfully for Leo, they are going to be very well set up here. They've still got that long arch player to watch for it, and I realise they can leave long because of that. Long will now be known as the utility comes in, but again, it's 15 seconds. I just don't see a world in which they're going to be able to crack their way through. There's still 2 more where that came from. There's a pit player and there's a site player, but hang on, they found the site player. I don't know how, but they have. And they will get the plant down with 5 seconds. Should be able to overrun pit as well. Marat will go down, and Malchus was always over toward B. I don't know how FAVBET have done that one again. Again, left it till the very last second. Sure, the flanks from long kind of give you insurance policies. It's the site player that really not getting one is the big pain. It brings us back to 14 all.
Terrorists win.
literally anyone's game. I have no clue what's going to happen next at this point. Oh, dear. If FAVBET go for an earlier execution to one of these rounds, I swear to God, Leo will just get completely caught off guard. Because, like, we're at the point here where they never go for any sort of play before a minute on the clock. They've conditioned Leo so hard that surely a faster play will catch them off guard. We'll see. I guess we'll manage to remove tension early this time. Toward library this time. He was the only guy toward B on the time before. And you'll see that they've gone through toward long, but it's a good HE. They need to be wary of Arch a bit more than they are being right now, though. Need to be ready. Oh, Cleo gets away with it in the end, just about. Good kill. Jackie will go down. And that forces them back in toward B. They know that that's taking a rotation off of B to get that kill through Arch and Marat. He's done so much damage to the smoke, but Smash has somehow headshot him. I have no idea how. Utterly ridiculous. Sees the traces, obviously, but really shouldn't have been Smash to get that kill. Maybe a little bit brash, you could say, to go for a peek there when you could have retaken 5v3 rather than 4v3. But Smash's 9 HP, it might not matter in the position he's in Banana. Might be able to just get away with it here. Again, time is ticking down. We've got all the kits available, but no smokes for that bomb. Only flashes, and Bondic will stand tall in pool. Once again, kind of going one by one on this retake, and it's just catching Leo off guard. Oh, too tentative, too nervous. And again, Malakis can't do anything about it. He'll be going down to the bomb. It's round done. And FAVBET have map point to send us to 3. Arguably, Leo shouldn't be here after the Krivda 1v5. Before the Krivda 1v5. That round should never have gone away from FAVBET. I mean, they probably should have won in regulation because of that FAVBET, but they have been caught by their own mistakes. Going for a double AWP BT here to change things up, but on Inferno, it's not the most advisable thing in the world. FAVBET have a chance to take us to train. I appreciate the slight change up in the setup, but Krivda, now they know where he is, and Bondic will immediately trade Marat. Thankfully, Cleo is an insurance policy on long. They've wrestled another advantage. He's going to take the initiative to push past that app smoke. And one unique on the secondary AWP is refacing top mid. I like this. Staying assertive. He has to. He knows it. Try and wrestle this back into another overtime. Smash will shift back around to help his team. He gets off the angle, but he reacts in time. It's well played. He's able to get himself into a good position. It's a 4v2. If Marek's intention to get back into this one, then I've got no idea what I should say. Honestly. The wallbang could be possible with that close sight position, but Cleo will win the duel long range, and they've tagged up tension. And it's actually 2 nice flicks and 1 unique. One being a tag, the other being the frag. More rounds on Inferno. we might be rivaling NIP and Amcal here. Well, I'll say. Tension at the top of the smoke toward top banana. Marat will go down. Good opening pick for Fav. They need the response from Malakis. Benjamin's having himself around, and even though they smoked him off, they're just going to force their way through here. Taking the opportunity to actually even go through towards CT there, and Cleo should just get found on the corner of all this utility. FAVBET are actually not choosing to pounce. They're going to use the position of Marix, and Cleo did gauge that possibility at the very end of the situation there, but not in time. FAVBET will retake the lead. There's really no need to save in overtime, but I understand why they have.
Terrorists win.
We'll set up for Cleo. Go for any counter incendiary or top banana. Counter smoke. Guess what, guys? 30 seconds in the round left again. And Malakis will do really well to find Smash from the apartments. Unfortunately, one unit's gone down, so they know they've got that AWP locked in pit, and this is a much better execute. They don't leave it till 10 to actually go for the proper push onto the side. They go for it then and there. And that will give FAVBET a 17-15 lead. The three-man lean over toward B will not see the light of day. think I got a bit too lucky in that first game, being like a 13-4, 13-4. The Counter-Strike gods have seen however many games I've covered in the last however many weeks, getting a bit too fortunate with some 2-0s when I've had like 6 BO3s in 24 hours. I think that's what's going on here. Travis, you need to have a painful evening. It's time. Considering every single player is static right now, I'm getting the impression maybe it was a toilet break. This game's been going on for so long. Well, like, okay, listen, I'm taking the opportunity to go. But there's no ETA just yet, I'm afraid. A lot of damage on Jackie as we get back underway. The tech pause, or perhaps medical pause, is over. Jackie will just get re-netted in that position. Not sure what he would have expected there. Usually one more that's either delayed or will eventually come through. And Leo look like we'll be getting one round at least on this CT over time, which could mean we have more. That usually tends to breed more over times. Lucas will get the last attention, has nothing to do in the 1v5. You get a 16-17. Alright, we'll be forced out of the round early in the second half of overtime, though. FAVBET switching back to CT and trying to do what Leo did in the previous round, and they have. Good success. And we'll have our customary 35 seconds of sitting around doing nothing before we make a move. Finally, we'll throw some utility over toward long. Might try and take it through the smoke here. Looks like they are priming for that. They are in a 4v5, so might want to try and do something a little bit crazier with that midway long smoke. Does give them the path to go through arch if they want to. It looks like they were considering that for a second. Hang on a second, we do have a bit of a bypass in mid, if you can see it on the minimap right now. Malchus has managed to catch clear in the back. There it is. It's awful timing for Malchus. He goes back to check that, and tension just peaks from short. So it's all falling into place for FAVBET in this round. Bondic will get everyone to the back of the site, though. Somehow need to find a plant, and as well, that's an insane pre-aim from one unique. Tension's given him, we've given Tension a bit of a haircut there, and once again it's Krivda trying to do the best he can. But guess what? We're timing out once again. Marix is miles away. All he can do is save the AWP. Not the first time that that's happened in this game. FAVBET now have a couple more opportunities to take us to 3 maps, take us to train. Which should be a nicer reset. Because this Inferno has been pedestrian at best. Again, just critical nade damage. Should be a free kill on Cleo. It is. Smash Smiley doesn't just reface once again, knowing that he's already had his teammate taken down. Will we wait for a flash from a teammate, and Bondic will set him up beautifully. And unfortunately, Marat is not able to trade it. Molotov's going to be good, but he's used up all his ammo while they're going for the swing. And Bondic and Smash will just hold the line nicely. FAVBET will finally get their reward of a map 3, it seems, but it's taken Leo a lot of effort. I wonder if they're going to be able to reset now. Krivda's 1v5 ace, if you remember, got them in the position they were in to actually take it to at least OT. Got them economic control of that second half. Yes. Jakey knows that there's no way really for Krivda to win that round, and he ends it off in the right way. A backstab. And honestly, Leo will feel backstabbed as well, because that was not a great map for them whatsoever. So many errors from both. It deserves to be said. It was just littered with mistakes, unfortunately. And I think they'll both be relatively relieved that they're not having to play on Inferno anymore. They're having to play Train next, though, and that's where FAVBET have forced us to. Last 2 games that Leo have played on Train, they've lost them pretty comfortably to the Young Ninjas roster last month, and to Rush B, of course, in this very tournament the other day. But they have had a streak of okay results in like tier 3, like, you know, as I said, beating Viperio earlier, like beating Eclot once, which is actually a decent win against Eclot. Those were all in European Pro League. Whereas for FAVBET, obviously a bit more up and down, but their train's been a bit more interesting because they did beat Saw on it and Sinners the other day. I got a chance to cover their gaming at Spirit Academy, and that's where Kiyosuke absolutely destroyed them. But so the Saw and Sinners game, I'm expecting hopefully FAVBET to look a bit more like that. Especially beating Saw 13-4 is no mean feat. So we'll see if that's a better performance on the horizon for either one of these 2 teams after the break. And we are ready for the third map decider between FAVBET and Leo. It's a weird game so far, just littered with mistakes. But one thing that can often look very, very clean is the FAVBET train. They've had some great results on this map, and I've seen quite a lot of them on it as well, actually. Unfortunately, last time I did get a chance to watch them, they got completely destroyed by Kiyosuke playing against Spirit Academy. It was a literal masterclass from the upcoming star. But FAVBET did bounce back from that and found a win against Saw on this map just the other day. It did make playoffs of the previous CCT. They're to to execute toward the B side of the map for Leo, and Bondit can't really see much, but he's been able to tap down one. Smash playing Oil Train will get one of his own, and this pistol is going pretty well. Leo will be allowed a plant, but that'll be all they're allowed. You now know where these final two players are. Oil Train is where the last player is residing. One Unique's about to get swarmed from either side. Once again, it's a good pistol from Smash. The first one he's had in this series. How much will Leo force by? That is the question.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
We'll, of course, go for that bike. The one Unique on the Galil. You got Deagle, 2 Mac-10s, and a Tech 9 against what FAVBET have got. FAVBET did win the knife and did, of course, choose to start CT, so they do have the favoured side here. Becky had an insane performance against Saw on this map the other day. Got one of his career best ratings. I don't think it was his career best, but it was one of. We'll get caught this time, though, by that one Unique Galil. They're now trying to force their way out main. Bondic's done well to find Cleo, but now they know, of course, there are a couple of players around this smoke. It's Faye! And what has Malekith has done to Marix? That is utterly disgusting. Can FAVBET recover the situation? I'm sure Marix would have just said, oh, what? at that. Tension will go down to the Marat Glock as well. As an M4 to upgrade to. Bondic has a chance to clutch. They know where he was. He's got 2 kills in this round already, but he can only hit a tag. And the force for Leo works out. FAVBET just keep losing these rounds where they should be favoured in today. Trying to play around that upper Branhall smoke with this 5-7. No one really close to him yet, though. Actually allow a walk down ramp on this timing. He's the only one toward B right now. He won't know if he's gotten timing on that angle. Boost for Marix. He looks like he's no clipping right now. Of course, he's got that support from below. Virtual starts thrown outside from Pop. Marix tries to force his way in with a flash. Bondic can only go 1 for 1. There is one more where that came from, but it's only a tension USP, so they're going to realise that and try and put pressure on him now. Ability drawn, they can push their way forward. Site is taken. They only have to worry about Jackie. Bomb is wanted. It can't be denied. Even though Smash does find one on the rotation. And a dink from Jackie. Goodness gracious. A quick fire exchange of headshots there with Cleo and Jackie. But that is all it's going to be. Leo will be taking this one. And FAVBET will have to save a Galil on Smash. Won't even be allowed to do that. He got run down by the Mach 10 of Marat. He gets a free upgrade. Very handy. FAVBET left with Nout. Round 4. Team damage in there, but won't be too much. Alex actually has done well to find the 1 kill on the trade there toward Malchus, but all you can really hope for. FAVBET buy. One to win. Oh, a bit of a wander around there, kind of open to main. Awkward there for FAVBET, but unaware of what could be coming their way on a certain timing. Again, like a bit of a faster play will come through, and finally Leo tries something faster right in a round like this. I guess just not comfortable with these fast plays at all, because when they seem to go for them, they look a bit like that. FAVBET will deal with it with ease. Gap is 1 again. But it was an important round to win. Found a way to take it. Yeah, another opening catch onto a Jackie there in this one. That is not the first time that's happened this game. It's what lost one of the things that contributed to FAVBET losing that all-important round 2, where Leo forced, bought, and got them. Leo is still being a nuisance around that Ivy position right now. Things about the modern era of train, and Ivy feels a lot more useless than it used to. And with the bomb down, we were toward that B side of the map. The site completely taken, smokes down. You can see what FAVBET are doing. They are focused on trying to remove Cleo from Ivy by the looks of things. Stellar bullets, he'll go down to the molly. But it isn't going to be a 4-man save otherwise, or at least an attempt at a 4-man save.
Terrorists win.
Kill for Marix, but Marat will be able to get a quick trade. Nice quick trade as well. They have been very good on the opening exchanges on this map so far. They've been quite successful. Nick's done well to find one unique. Nick actually having a pretty good game so far, actually, overall. One of the things that I say is kind of a hallmark of this FAVBET roster is that Bondic actually does do some fragging, it feels like, even at a upper tier 2 level. Played against teams like Saw, like Hashin UA, for example. And in a 2v2, it's an awkward 2v2 because the bomb is sure on the back of Cleo, but your teammate low HP, you have enough utility to put that one smoke down toward the B lane. But Smash has actually got himself in quite a good position. Problem is, when you are here these days, on this modern day of train, you can get swung exactly like this, but it doesn't matter. Cleo will go down straight away, and Smash recovers the transfer to find the second player immediately. It drives 13 HP. In a good round from Smash. Not the first one from him this series. FAVBET has still got control of Brandhalls, and they have had this for a while. Again, not really doing much with their opening default. Moving around on the map. Alex has got smashing support over toward B. And this is the issue now for Leo, right? They've 2 smokes left and 1 flash. It's all going to have to be used here, and how big can this flash truly be? The answer is not very. Smash has given 2 free kills toward Heaven. 1 unique will get a trade as he comes out lower finally. Marcus missing that shot will cause him to fall to his demise. 1 unique will go down, but thankfully the only thing that's thankfully for his case is he does go down before the clock. And guess what? Another round for FAVBET, and it's another round where Leo leave it way too long. Upper. Don't get his reward on that one though. It's just the eco, of course, for Leo, so I bet we'll have the ability to run them down with the SMGs. For tension. Make sure he doesn't go down to this MP9. It's being an absolute nuisance, and he's trying to hold as wide an angle as possible to time this shot, and they'll all try and escape. Marcus just being annoying there, and would have had great feet. Managed to remove that AWP from the CT side, but tension does the right thing and doesn't commit to it too hard. Be a trade from Leo, you'd think, because he's got Becky dead to rights in the corner. Will that Molotov spread? Will that Molotov spread? I don't think it is. They still know he's locked in there. After this early 1-for-1 in this round from Marat. Becky. But again, look at the utility level for Leo. There's a minute on the clock and they've got nothing left. They're forced into that, of course, with the situation they're in, but what they really do, just win dry duels is their only choice. Marek's back bomb. Good position, but he does need some support. Tension will now deliver. There's no smoke toward Ivy, so he can continue to fire off these shots, and Marek has got his 1 and stayed alive. Marcus is trying to force his way up on 15 HP, but he might just still go down. But no. Marek tries to creep his way out of the smoke to help, but will go down and actually leaves Smash in a 1v2, and he's quite a long way away. I bet couldn't waste enough time to get him into the action, really. He was committed to the full flank. They know he's the B player, so they'll be wary of this and probably Pop as well. Or at least you would think they would. Crivder's now looking at it. But Smash is going to win that duel with 1 health to spare, but it is 1 bullet either which way of it. Fortunately, he hasn't really got any time, and now he's kitless, and he'll fake that he's trying to go for it with that flash towards the site. He'll run away. Might still go down to the bomb, even from here. Let's see. Nope, he gets away with it. Who will save? And Smash makes the right decision. Yeah, again, trying to put 1 player out towards the other side of the map pretty quickly. They're going for a bit of a wall bang, I think. And I have seen one once or twice before. But there's going to be a FAVBET round, you would think, trying to confirm the tie on the half. Oh, but Crivder's hit an insane entry on Marix. Creeps into the angle with great crosshair placement. Brings it back into a 3v3, and they've got time to set up together here. Thing is, I think Jackie knows he's got 1 player locked in toward main. Thing is, Marat is ahead of that incendiary. Seconds once again. I can't tell you how many times I've said that over the course of this series. Thought they played slow on train, on Inferno, sorry, but playing super slow on train as well. Surprisingly so. Marat will catch tension looking the wrong way, and they've recovered a 3v5. Incredibly. Deep Molotov. Jackie's missed his opportunity, having to play on the corner of the Molotov and play on the box in con to try and get that kill. Couldn't get it in time. Now you've got an AWP on a retake, and you know what they're going to do? They're going to fall back and save. I said it should be 6-5. It went downhill since then. Not a single kill. Just let Leo work their way forward, really. Sure, there's some great shots from Crivder and Marat. That first kill, or only kill, I should say, from Crivder. But a round that FAVBET will be somewhat gusted with this series.
Terrorists win.
Good catch from Marcus. Good entry. One of the things that Ivy is still good for. Trying to go for those peaks down that long line. One line you do have. The damage that has been done to Jackie and Bondic as well, especially on Jackie. He's got that AWP, of course. They have been putting that secondary AWP into play sometimes. This time it was the only one, but bad on it is Jackie. Smash again walking up at B on the right timing of the round, to be fair. They are in the midst of swapping utility everywhere. They might not be expecting it, but thankfully they will be now. Unfortunately for Malachus, he will go down, but Marat does see the leg pretty early and gets a quick trade. Marat's still here with the MP9, though. I haven't checked this one properly yet. Heaven player is leaving. Bomb carrier, bomb planter will die. Marat's going to instantly defuse here. Oh, the sniper player's seen it, but he still found both. He still found both. Well played. Surely traded. Surely traded. Surely traded. Goodness gracious me. Marat almost went down as well, but it's fine. It's fine for Leo. They'll be very, very happy with that end of the half for them. 7 on T-side on what is a slightly CT-favoured map in the current meta. Most maps RT. This one's still a bit CT to this day. Marat's tried everything. Actually did really well. It was a good attempt, but not to be. Do you think this puts Leo in a good position for the end of this game? I would ever so slightly favour them. But predicting anything in this game has been pointless, so maybe I just shouldn't anymore. Be real with you. Aggressive CT moves already for Leo on this pistol, but Leo is alone toward that Ivy position. He's got support from the far back angle, but there's a pretty much solo play other than that, and it's very quickly traded, but Malachus will do really well. It's a good tap on the fallback that retains a man advantage. They actually find it in the end. FAVBET wondering what to do next, because they still have their utility, but they haven't really got themselves into a position to use it yet. That surprised me. This is a map that FAVBET have played a lot to great effect. They beat Saw on this map 13-4 the other day. I'm expecting a good T-side. This isn't their day for that, though. Who knows? Not sure it's really been the day for good Counter-Strike between these two. They're going to try and set themselves up now. 2 smokes, flash and molly. Use it all. Good flash. Don't need to somehow stay alive on oil train, and he will. Bomb will go down on default, but he could get pushed upon. In the end, it's all going to fall apart. The plant's going to be good, but yeah, just do converge and convert at the right time. I'll give them credit for that, because that was well played. Even though the plant is frustrating, but it doesn't really matter. And the round is what truly matters. Would not be surprised to see FAVBET force and win the round, though. That's what's happened so far in this game. No one can win a second round, apparently. Oh, FAVBET out to get a bit of a money farm in front of him. Beautiful. It'll go down, doesn't matter. Sweep them up. There was no force this time, which is interesting. And definitely a change up from what we've seen from FAVBET, of course, in the other maps we've seen today. Wanted everything possible for this upcoming gunman. And I honestly really respect that. Full utility is a necessity. So often in this game, it's been a battle of two teams in a forced buy war, or getting certain pieces in a buy, especially on Inferno. Not that I want to remember much of Inferno, to be honest with you, but there we are. Opening for one unique. He's going to remove Marex and now push in toward main. A lot of control. There's an AWP that can maybe wallbang him out of the round, or at least threaten to and force him away. They know they've now lost control of that position of the map immediately. The execute will come through, but they need an opening, and they found one. FAVBET, are you ready? Not when Smash is there.
Bomb has been planted.
Play Smash or pass, and he'll get Smash every time, I'm afraid. He's been having a good series. As I said, he's often that player that can just pop up and have these great maps. Crack open a bomb site for you. Sometimes cool off. But today, it's hot.
Terrorists win.
Huge round for FAVBET. That was actually kind of a non-negotiable round, to be honest with you. It would have been 10-5 otherwise, and they would have been playing catch-up once again with their economy. As it is, they've won it with a couple of players alive. They've stabilised, and they could put Leo in a similar position. I get the impression this game has got some legs to it, and might not necessarily be long, beautiful legs. They could be some hairy legs, but they could still be legs either way. I set up for Leo over toward B. We've got Cleo behind the site. You've got FAVBET upper. You've got Marat watching lower. Cleo can peek off of the contact of Marat and hold in a sort of crouched position next to the bomb train. Once again, FAVBET are eking their way over toward that big side of the map. All 5 players are there. I actually do like this setup for Leo. It does rely on, I guess, individual fights to some extent, but you just have a player over pretty much every single time. Look at the damage they're taking, trying to force their way out as well. Krivda and Clear will get a killer piece. And Krivda being upper and still being here is such an issue for FAVBET. Marat's going to find Smash. The only option for a plant is on the left-hand side of the bomb train. But Tension will find Marat. Oh, and he's found one unique as well. Suddenly this is falling apart. Krivda's also not pounced at the right timing, so he could just go down here. They know he was here from earlier on. Marat has put himself in a good position, I think, to try and deal with him. There's no way that one unique... Oh, never mind. Now he's stuck. Yeah, I was going to say there's no way that Krivda kind of clears directly underneath him. But as soon as they got that one kill from Malkis, that kind of settled them down a bit. It's actually a retake, a good retake that works out, that could have gone alright.